3 of Bulldog Trading Fantasy Live.
Yes, sir.
Think it's a wonderful thing. We keep getting better at it, I think, each week. We keep getting better at it.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So, getting back here week 3 right off the bat, we've got some important information we need to relay to anybody out there in the fantasy world. It looks as though Lamar Jackson's going to play.
That's what we're hearing from Ian Rappaport, so that's a pretty reputable source.
And I think we also read that Odell Beckham Jr. is a go today. I haven't seen it confirmed 100%. I saw it a couple different places, but I haven't seen a team announce it yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen it announced, but we heard good news leading up this week, so I'm confident he's going to play. Who knows what kind of capacity he's going to be in, but low-key, Heidenreich, morning, boys.
He's going to do the same thing. Say hello to everybody here in the chat that's joining us this morning. Let's see here. Did you get to watch any of the games last week?
I got to watch every game last week, Cody.
all the touchdowns. What were some of your thoughts on the games from last week?
I thought the Dolphins looked terrible. I thought they really, even outside of Tua going down, I thought they were a big disappointment. The Bills, even though they got that big win, 35-0, I think Josh Allen still didn't look great. I'm still seeing a little concern over there. Take away the 35-0 because it was a blowout, but I think the Bills still have some issues there. So that was kind of, and of course my boys surprised me. I honestly didn't, I was hopeful that they would win in Pittsburgh, but I didn't really think it was going to happen. And our defense showed up. That defense might be the real deal. And Derek Carr, baby. What more can I say?
Hail Mary to win it second game in a row. I mean, it's a win. I'm not going to lie. It's a W. But I do not think any team in the NFL wants to be walking out 2 wins in a row, and you don't feel confident doing that. You want to be up 3 touchdowns when you walk out of a game. So
yeah, you do, but when you're looking at that schedule going into the season, Baltimore.
Oh, it was a brutal lineup to start the first 2 games.
And then in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I would have been happy coming out of that 1-1. So
exactly, to come out of it 2-2. What, you're returning home this week, I believe, right? Raiders are home.
Yeah.
Yep.
This week with Miami. Miami's banged up. Couldn't ask for a better time to be playing them. So
to feast, to get up 3-0, possibly be leading the AFC West out of this week. Yeah, it's very possible. Yeah.
But the defense is what's impressing me there. I mean, Carr I think is playing lights out. I think he's playing since the second half of the week 1 game. He's making the right decisions, not making Derek Carr like mistakes. But that could change anytime. Our offensive line has been playing good with Incognito now on the IR. That's going to hurt. But
right,
we'll see. What impressed you last week?
Tell you the truth, watching Gronk do it again, seeing him do it, pulling 4 touchdowns now in 2 weeks. I mean, he's an old guy. He's got a lot of injuries too. I was impressed with Cordell Patterson week 2. These are individuals. I'm honestly, most of the teams didn't really impress me in any case. It is who we thought they were in a lot of those situations.
Right.
Jets, Jaguars, they're just going to be what they are. But players impress me. Teams' usage of players impressed me in a lot of cases. I was, I guess, shocked a little bit more by the Rams continuing to just. It looks like Matt Stafford was born in that offense so far. I know that I don't think they had the greatest game, but he just looks ready for that offense. So I was definitely impressed by that again.
What about Aaron Rodgers? You think
I thought that was I thought that was a get healthy game anyways. I never expected anything but that. The early in the game,
Aaron Jones.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. He got back to normal work. I will say this: I called out Tony Pollard pregame last week. And
Yes,
he
you
did
did.
not let me down. So
And it's only a matter of time, I think, before he's the starter over there.
yeah, I think it's coming.
You know, I kind of hate that in the NFL nowadays, but running backs are so fly by night. You know, you look at like Le'Veon Bell, you look at guys like that 1 year they're top 1 or 2 in the league, and you lose a step or something, man. It's not you can't make that back up as a running back. You know what I mean? That's why the running backs aren't getting paid big money nowadays.
It seems like if you're a running back and you're in your early years and they run you 40 times a game, every single game for the first 2 years, in year 3 you're not the same. In year 4
Nope.
you're not the same. It's just you get so
Well,
much
and
usage.
I think that leads perfectly into the Thursday night game
Yeah,
with what we see with McCaffrey.
it's a good segue. Yeah, that was a painful injury to watch because he's so injury prone. But I think you were kind of talking about it earlier this week. He's a high intensity guy. You're going to get 25, 40 touches in between there every single game, 25 to 40 touches. But he gets injured a lot. Last year, I think he only played in 3 games. And he's already now, from what I'm seeing, looking like he's going to miss games. Not 1 game, not 2 games, but, you know.
Yeah,
3,
and you know,
6.
hamstrings are those lingering injuries. It's not something you sit out 2 weeks and it's healed. You know, and he's a dude, and Carolina hasn't, like I was telling you yesterday, Carolina hasn't been great at managing injuries.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that kind of led to Kuechly retiring. And he's a tough guy, McCaffrey, so he's going to want to be on the field. He wanted to get back on the field last year, and luckily they were out of it by that point. And the thing is, this year they got a good team. That defense might be the real deal. 3-0 Carolina.
Yeah.
You know, haven't played the toughest teams, but that defense is definitely looking good.
To be up 3-0 in the NFC South is a big deal. Because you got Brady and you got the Saints down there, and they're going to lose those games more than likely. But if they're already 3-0 up, that's helpful.
What do you think about Sam Darnold over there?
He didn't look too bad last week, really.
No, he's not. He's
we watched a lot of.
He's
that
not
game
lighting.
Thursday night.
Yeah, he's not lighting it up, but he's definitely fitting more into that. Yeah,
he's managing.
And you know what? To be able to manage that game, you know, it's not. Losing Christian McCaffrey is far more impactful than any other team losing their starting running back. That guy is the offense over there. The offense goes through him, you know.
Yep. I see Caesar C's here in the chat over there this morning. Good morning.
Caesar C. Heidenreich, you might want to have a shower, brother.
Oh, sorry. Making sure I got in on that poll over there on the stream. Good morning, Mrs. Lindsay. How are you doing, Miss Bulldog?
Mrs. Bulldog, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
The Crypto Don Juan, how you doing? And you guys, anybody in the chat over there, feel free. We're watching it. If you got any questions, you got any fresh news, bring it to us. We'll definitely get you a shout out over there and get a read there. So yeah, the McCaffrey issue, man, that's just one of those poor injuries because he's most people's number 1 draft pick. And
yeah, he was my number 1.
There you go, right there. Yeah. If you're a fantasy guy, you're definitely looking at your scramble plays now. Do you go and handcuff his backup? Do you try to trade for a new running back? Because, like I said, he only played 3 games last year, and this is a hip or a hamstring.
It could linger. It could, and like I said, it's going to be about how they manage it.
Well, and you got to look at it too. If they do start losing games, granted they're 3-0, they might have a playoff run team, but they get to a point where they're 3-3 without him. They go down to 3-3. How much are they really going to want to bring him back and take a chance at hurting him for next season?
Yeah, but then at the same point, it's like the NFL is such a win now.
Right. You may try to drag him back.
Yeah. So Chuba Hubbard, I guess, will be probably the number one pickup. That's McCaffrey's backup. He played decent. I think he might have been getting overhyped the same way. Who was it last year? Mike Davis.
Yeah.
Was that his backup that stepped in and he played good. Hubbard had 11 carries for 52 yards and 3 catches for 27 yards. So not a bad performance at all.
The backup is always going to be beloved more than the starter, it seems. As soon as the starter goes down, everybody loves the backup. But there's a possibility for points there. There's a possibility to make up points that you're losing, I guess, when you lost your starting player.
Yep, and you have to look, because a lot of times in today's systems, you'll have the starting running back,
right?
You'll have the backup running back, but depending on the role nowadays, more times, like look at the Raiders, perfect example. Jacobs goes down. Most people would think that brings Kenyon Drake into the starting role. Instead, it doesn't, because he's not. He's not in our system for that. So instead, it elevates Peyton Barber to take Jacobs' role, so that Kenyon Drake can still play the same role that he's been playing.
The third down wheel guy later on.
Yes.
Yeah, he wasn't suited to start in as that. Yeah.
Right. So just like just like in the stock market, when a running back goes down, don't just automatically assume that second guy on the depth chart is going to be the go-to guy. To take it to that show that we love so much, the league. You see that play out in a couple episodes throughout that. You know what I mean? Where one of the people gets the backup quarterback, but then turns out it's the third stringer that's going to get the bulk of the carries.
Yep. Just looking for a little bit of news and updates before we get started into running backs possibly here. I'm not seeing too much. I did want to kind of possibly keep an eye on a couple of the names that were listed in, let me see which tweet that was. Well, we know Justin Fields is starting in the Bears here right now this morning, or in a couple hours.
Yeah, Dalton is out.
Dalton is out? Okay.
Yep.
I know Darrell Henderson for the Rams, running back. They had him marked out as like an hour ago.
Yeah, so that you have to look Sony Michel.
Yeah.
Possibly to get the bulk of the carries there.
Yeah. Also, who else was the other running back? I can't remember in L.A. They had Sony Michel, and there was another one that was splitting time with Sony. But either way, Sony Michel is more than likely. Was it Rex Burkhead? Did Rex Burkhead go there as well?
Did they take sounds two about Patriots? Right.
I might be wrong about that, but either way, the Sony Michel is a good handcuff for Darrell Henderson, or finding one of your other running backs.
Wow, yeah, he. See, I thought they used more. So just looking at their game last week against the Colts, Henderson had 13 carries, Michel had 10 carries, and after that, it's all wide receivers. Robert Woods, 2 carries. They split
the time. Yeah.
So that could definitely we could see Michel in a workhorse role
15
today.
To 20 carries today, possibly.
Absolutely.
Especially if they didn't go with a new one. Seeing something about a Cowboys right tackle.
And they have a big game, right? They're playing the Bucks.
Yeah, they're playing the Bucks today. It's actually almost a playoff implicated game, because the Rams want to win the NFC outright.
Absolutely.
Nobody wants to see the Buccaneers in the NFC. Nobody else wants to see the Buccaneers 3-0 except for the Bucks.
No.
Yeah, so it's a big game. Every game this week every game the Bucks play, they've got a target on them. But everybody also expects them to be back in the Super Bowl possibly. So every time the team's playing the Bucks, it's literally a playoff game.
It's like we're watching football 15 years ago when you see Brady throwing touchdown passes to Gronk out there. I mean, obviously Gronk can't keep this same pace. He can't average 2 touchdowns a game. I don't think.
Sean McVay's Rams lost to a Tom Brady Patriots, right?
Yeah.
So this is a revenge game for Sean McVay versus Tom Brady, not necessarily the Patriots.
See that? Okay, we got a question there. Would you start Rams defense having to face Brady, or play the Titans, who may get to face the Colts backup? That's
I'm going the Titans against the Colts backup all day, honestly.
Yeah, I think I am too there.
I watched Brady the last 2 weeks, and I don't want to face Brady with anybody's defense right now. I mean, he may have a bad game one of these times and do one of those two-pick 250-yard games, but you're going to get the same out of the Indianapolis backup. So you might have a possible pick 6 or something like that.
tough, man, because that Rams defense is so tough.
It's not a joke. I mean, Aaron Donald chasing down anyone, yeah.
Yeah, Donald's the best defensive player to ever put on a uniform.
Okay.
In my opinion, as long as he finishes his career the way that it's been on, like his stats are absolutely ridiculous. The guy's a monster.
I know we've got a tweet here from Adam Schefter. DeAndre Hopkins, wide receiver for the Cardinals, is questionable for Sunday. This is an hour ago with a rib injury. They say they're pretty confident he will play, but not 100%.
Yeah. So what do you think? What do you think the play is on that?
Out of Arizona, I'm switching to probably Kirk or AJ Green.
Right.
I know DeAndre Hopkins, Nuke will catch the ball, hurt or not, but they may just use him as a decoy today. They're not playing a real tough team, so they're not going to probably put him in any over the middle situations if he's dealing with a rib. If anything, they may throw a deep ball to him if he can stretch the field, but more than likely, he's just going to be out there to get.
Be decoy.
Yeah, he's going to try to take up double coverage so that they can play somewhere else on the field. I don't think Nuke maybe gets more than 3 targets today. Really.
Okay.
If he's got a rib
injury.
They've been getting good action out of Kirk on the long slot route, and you got AJ Green, who caught a touchdown last week and started to see his targets go up a little bit more. So.
Chris says full PPR, Juju or Shepard at the flex. Appreciate the advice. No problem, Chris. I would go Shepard there.
Who's New York
Giants?
today?
The Giants at home against the Falcons. You've got the Steelers at home against the Bengals. Divisional game. Not a lot of love for Juju in that division.
Okay.
So I'm going Shepard on that.
I'm thinking. I almost have to follow you there. I gotta do something real quick. I want to check this one thing out. So the Bengals have been playing pretty good defense. They haven't given up a whole bunch of points, and Atlanta's just getting walked on. So yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. I think I would have to say it would definitely probably be.
Well, and I think you got Daniel Jones over there in a situation where it's time to ish or get off the pot. You know what I mean? I think he's on the hot seat. He knows what time it is. I think Evan Ingram being back in the lineup should open up a few more opportunities for Shepard.
Yeah.
They're coming off a long week of rest, too. They played last Thursday, so they got those extra days to recover. Barkley was looking good.
Yep.
Awesome, Chris. Yeah, I think that's the right call. I mean, obviously it's a toss-up. Juju still has those big game capabilities. I just like Shepard in this spot.
Chris,
much better.
Shepard in the lineup, says Chris. Just was wondering if it was the right call. I kind of agree too. I think it is the right call.
Awesome though.
Juju hasn't been consistent enough right now to really be considered a strong flex. Maybe if we see another situation, but I mean, do we even know if Roethlisberger is 100% going into this game?
That's the thing, man. It's we got to him pretty good last week. We put a hurting on him, and the guy's getting older. He's not like Tom Brady. Tom Brady knows how to protect himself. He has for years. Ben's always been that bruiser, taking hits out there, and I give him a lot of credit for it. No doubt about it. But that is what it is.
Yeah.
Retiring Eli's jersey today at halftime. That's awesome, man. I love those. Both those Manning brothers. I don't know if you've watched any of that simulcast with the Manning brothers on Monday nights, which I have.
I have not. I have not seen any of that yet.
I heard it's not great as far as that, but I put a clip in Discord of when Gronk was on there. Man, it was so funny. Gronk was clowning these guys, dude. It was hilarious.
Give me a second. Sorry, I'm looking at a couple tweets here.
Better flex, Antonio Gibson or Debo? I'm forced into I got Gibson, but I kind of like Debo in that play.
Really?
Debo at home tonight against the Packers, prime time. The Bills defense, depending on, like I said, their defense looked great in that Miami game. I just wasn't impressed with their offense. So that being said, I could see them. I could see him shutting down the run.
Would you rather have Tyreek or Devontae Adams? Got a trade offer. Oh, wow. Okay, so upside with both of them really is good. And this is Chris Gulas asking that, would you rather have Tyreek or Devontae Adams? Me personally, and I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm probably going to say Devontae Adams. There's so many catches being thrown to Travis Kelce and a couple other weapons on the Chiefs. Whereas Devontae Adams, he's the main target of Aaron Rodgers.
And he's on a contract year.
True. Yeah, he's trying to play up. Tyreek's already paid. He's good for a couple years.
I mean, Reek's going to get his.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it. But there's definitely way more wealth to go around.
Mm-hmm.
I think Green Bay is going to struggle a lot more than Kansas City will this year. I think Kansas City will still be able to have a running game. And don't get me wrong, I love Aaron Jones, but I think we'll see Green Bay playing from behind a lot. I don't think
Aaron Jones is going to catch a lot more passes. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll be a lot more useful in the passing game versus.
But I would definitely say, man, that's so tough. That's a tough one. I would probably go with Devontae for overall upside.
Right.
But then again, it depends on what kind of league you're in, and not even just PPR or half PPR. So like some of the leagues that I'm in, you get bonuses for touchdowns over 40 yards, things like that. When you start getting into those, I think that elevates Tyreek Hill above Devontae. I mean, Devontae will get those kind of plays, but nowhere near as often as Tyreek Hill.
Oh, yeah, Tyreek gets the 40-yard touchdowns.
Yeah, so something like that, I would probably go Reek. Straight PPR or half PPR or anything else, I would probably go Adams.
Yeah.
Because that's really, Mahomes has a lot of people that he can rely on. He's got Kelce. He's got, you know what I mean? And especially all these other, like you called it, what's your boy's name? What's the other wide receiver down there?
Oh, McCall Hardman. Yeah.
Yeah, you called him out earlier. They're getting the ball to him. What's the other one? Pringles?
Yeah, Brian Pringle and Demarcus Robinson really is the more potent one right now.
And I feel like,
but they get it mixed around. They're trying.
But I feel like Mahomes is more likely to build relationships with all those wide receivers than Rodgers is. Mm-hmm. Rodgers has, his mentality, the way he kind of is now. He's got his connections.
Plus, he doesn't expect to be there long.
Exactly.
Mahomes is trying to build something for years, whereas Rodgers is just like, let's get this now and roll out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just looking to see if we have any weather updates on anything. It's looking like most of the nation's going to be clear today.
Yeah, we're getting to that time. In the next, getting into like October, November, we'll start seeing weather really playing a factor. And luckily, to be honest, usually it's hurricane type stuff that affects it early in the season, which we haven't had a lot of in the NFL anyways. Obviously there's been hurricanes and stuff, but
yeah. So we want to roll here into running backs. First little subject of the week. Okay. Get going into that. Ooh, my camera got a little foggy there.
Oh, Marvin Jones or DJ Chark. Man, that's a true toss-up. I think they're going to be throwing the ball all day there. Should be playing from behind, I would imagine.
Marvin Jones or, what was the question? Or DJ Chark?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jacksonville's going to have a problem today. I'm
probably going Marvin Jones there, just because it seems like Lawrence likes him, but I don't know. If Young Vision, if it's possible, I would stay away from both of those guys.
I would too.
No offense.
I see a rookie quarterback walking into a buzzsaw knowing he has to score a bunch of points to stay up today.
Well, that's kind of the upside of it, right? Is they're going to be throwing the ball
quite a bit.
I like when rookies are at this stage because they kind of let them loose and take off the reins and let them make mistakes. I don't think Jacksonville is looking for playoffs or anything this year. So they're going to, I think, let Lawrence kind of try to do his thing. So in that sense, either one of those could turn out to be a good play. They're going to be throwing the ball. It's going to be a come from behind game.
Good morning, Mr. Duncan. How you doing today? Drop a AJ Dillon for Demetric Felton. Can I start Felton today? Ooh, MIA, you might have to pull that one up. Felton is a name I don't know too well, and I think I'm staying with AJ Dillon. But he already dropped him, right? Is that what that
Felton's on the Browns?
Yeah.
I don't know if I would start a third running back for the Browns.
Right. And Dillon's the backup for
Green Bay, right?
Yeah. He's basically the beef horse, but they're going to give it to Aaron Jones every time anyways.
Yeah, but I think, you got Kareem Hunt and what's his name to deal with.
Yeah. You don't want to.
Cleveland.
Fenton's not going to help you in Cleveland because they.
I don't know how deep of a league you're in. You know what I mean? But I don't know if I would
even bother with having him on a roster spot, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, the he's a good handcuff because if one of those guys goes down,
he moves
Chubb
into number 2. Yeah.
Yeah, and they probably continue to play the same two-man game. You know what I mean? 'Cause I don't think they'll try to grind Chubb or Kareem Hunt into the ground, even if one of them is down.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, they'll have to. They'll have to run one of them into the dirt eventually if one goes down. But it might be good to have Fenton as a watch. Keep him on a watch list. Keep an eye on him. I don't think I'd be starting.
So the Black Mitch says he'll be playing the slot today with Landry out. Okay, get him in the slot with Odell Beckham back. You might have some. The Black Mitch, I apologize on that with just not. I didn't know enough about the guy. But yeah, that might be okay. You play T.J. Hawkinson over. No, I would go with either one of those over Hawkinson. Hawkinson's put up decent numbers, but I still don't consider him an elite tight end. I don't put him in the same category as a Kelsey or a Waller.
I actually
for that I wouldn't start him over. But that's me. I would go wide receiver in a game where, like I said, Lawrence is going to be throwing the ball all over the field.
Yeah. I guess you're right with that. I almost would say I would go with Hawkinson over Marvin or Shark just because I expect Detroit to be throwing the ball all over the field, and it seemed like Goff's only target last week was Hawkinson. But again, Jacksonville is going to be down 30 points in that game at some point, and they're just going to be winging it everywhere. So there might be a lot of garbage time yards for.
Well, and I look at the way. Granted, he ended up getting statistically he got his, but I look at the way the Ravens kind of blanketed Waller week 1, and then they had to face Kelsey last week. So I think one of two things could happen: they could overlook the tight end this week after coming off playing the two best tight ends in football, or they can have a game plan to shut the tight end right down. And especially that Hawkinson was such a big target. You know, they shut Waller down in the first half when we were over-targeting him. I just think the wide receivers have a better
right.
A higher ceiling.
All right, I'm going to move us into running backs here. And let's start discussing the week 2 recap for running backs last week.
All right.
Okay. So, I made a big mistake last week. I'll be the first one to come on here and admit it. I did not think Derrick Henry was going to get anything done last week at all. I figured they'd be playing from behind most of the game, which they were, but they still used him late in the game and were able to win the game using him.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry showed out in the third and the fourth quarter last week and actually basically won the game for the Titans, even though it looked like they weren't going to win. So I got to give my I got to make sure I call out my mistakes there. I really didn't think he was going to score very many points last week. I really did not. And he
well, what
showed up.
I like about him is they're getting him involved in the passing game more than they have. I think he had
A little bit
5
more.
or 6 catches.
Yeah, and normally they don't play screens with him that much because he's a hard start and stop runner where if he's not already moving, it puts him in a bad position behind those linemen downfield or that are already moving upfield. But yeah, it was nice to see him. Maybe he can get a couple more swing passes and move out on like a wheel route or something. That'd be amazing for Tannehill to have. It's just a whole nother version of their offense because normally they got to do the Elliott thing and change players just to go into passing downs, and it completely lets offense or defenses know what their offense is doing. Puts Tannehill in a horrible position. Then we had Aaron Jones on Monday night against Green Bay, the get healthy game. Aaron Jones kind of went nuts a little bit for Green Bay, but a lot of it was from passing yards, right? If I remember right, it was all catches. He had a couple rushing touchdowns, but it was mainly passing yards. Lots of receptions.
Young Vision says Dalvin Cook's out, boys. My only replacement's Myles Gaskin.
Oh, they are ruling Dalvin out. Yeah.
I still haven't seen it official, but it's looking like he's out.
I know we had a tweet.
So you got Alexander Mattison is the next man up over there.
Okay, yeah, and that's what the Ian Rappaport tweet from about 4 hours ago was saying. Mattinson's basically the same style runner as Dalvin Cook. I don't know if he's as lightning in a bottle as Dalvin Cook is, but he can definitely get stuff done for you. But I would assume without Dalvin Cook in the passing game, Minnesota's going to go real vanilla. Real play action vanilla, 2 wide, 3 tight end, that kind of stuff.
Gaskins could get something going against the Raiders. Our run defense isn't the best. All depends on how long they stay in it. I think they'll probably try to run with Brissett in there.
Yeah.
Madison or Sony Michel. That's a good call. I would go Sony Michel.
Right.
Madison might have a higher ceiling, depending on how he did that. But just what we looked at with Henderson and Michel splitting last week, Henderson out. I think he's the bell cow today over there, Sony Michel.
Minnesota is playing who? Who's Minnesota playing?
Minnesota
Sorry,
is
I don't have it pulled up right here in front of me.
The Seahawks.
Oh.
Now it's like you can look at that in the sense of, man, look at what Derrick Henry did to the Seahawks last week.
Right, and Sony Michel's playing the
Bucks.
Yeah, Tampa Bay's defense. So they got a good stout line in Tampa Bay. They haven't been giving up much yards on the ground. I almost personally would say that you're taking a gamble on either one of those.
I think Madison has a higher ceiling. He can come out, but I think Sony Michel, we know he's going to get 15 carries. You're going to get 15 touches out of him.
60 yards, maybe. Hard fought 3 to 4 yard runs. Nothing lightning. You're not going to get a huge run out of Sony Michel, but you get points. You might get 10 points on the week with Sony, maybe. I don't know. That's a hard call on that one. Madison probably more lightning out of a bottle chance than Sony Michel.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, Henry tore him up on the ground, tore him up in the air. So
absolutely.
You know what? And Conlon, man, if that's your gut feeling is to go with Madison, I could tell you're leaning that way. Just do it, my friend. And much appreciated on that sub and like.
Oh, yeah, appreciate that. Definitely.
And for anybody tuning in here for fantasy, we do fantasy on Sundays, but the other 24 hours of the day, 7 days a week, we are a stock trading channel, crypto trading channel. So if you're interested in that, be sure to tune in.
Yep.
Anytime other than this, 24 hours a day. We are always live.
100%.
Free.
Free Discord. You're not paying for our Discord here. All right, so we kind of already edged on it a little bit, but we've got Christian McCaffrey up there, who actually in week 2 had a pretty decent week. Turnaround Thursday night, week 3, and Christian McCaffrey apparently pulls a hamstring, and we're looking at 3 to 5, maybe 8 weeks. Hamstring injuries, lingering, and they will. They're hard to come back from. Let's be honest here. The kids missed 13 games last year, and now he's got a hamstring injury in week 2 or week 3. And
yeah, you really hate to see it, but
if you're Carolina, are you moving on, or are you still paying this kid to hopefully have him for 3 or 4 more years?
Well, he's under a big contract, so I don't know. I don't think they'll ever offload him.
Yeah, it'd be hard to offload.
Yeah.
Third year in a row he's been injured with a major injury. And I consider a hamstring a major injury because it can become, especially for a running back, you need to be able to push off. High ankle sprains and hamstrings. Those are the two that for a running back, it just completely destroys your season. It can completely destroy your season. So, turf toe is another one too as well. But running backs have to have feet. They got to be able to move their legs. You know.
Yeah, man. I went through turf toe with Charles Woodson there, man. It hampered him for a few years early in his career.
Right. And it doesn't go away unless it's surgically taken care of, and even then it can come back really fast. But just that heads up on Christian McCaffrey. Anybody out there who drafted him, if you've got IR slots on your fantasy teams or anything like that that allow you to use it, you might want to use it. Go find you another running back. He ain't gonna be back for a little while.
You like Clyde Edwards, your boy, or Damian Harris?
Oh, today I'm probably going Damian Harris, honestly.
Okay.
I don't
Harris
expect
at
very
home
much.
Against the Saints.
Rushing yards, I'm never going to expect much out of Clyde CEH, but if he picks up 100 yards every once in a while, sweet. But I really never expect more than 50 to 70 yards rushing out of him ever.
Yeah, and I don't see this game being, although with Bosa's out, if Bosa doesn't play for
it's
the
a big
Chargers.
deal. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That allows the edge to open up. You can do a little bit more screen passes to that side now because Bosa's really good at diagnosing screen and dropping back. He's also a monster in the pass rush. So now CEH
I look at it but I look at it in this situation of who's going to be relied on more.
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting at was with Bosa out, CEH doesn't have to stay in and chip, so he can go out on passing plays more. And they can use him in run situations more. But Damian Harris, you saw the run last week, workhorse.
Well, yeah, and Damian Harris, I think they'll need him more than the Chiefs will need Hilaire today.
It's true.
I would go Harris on that one. Close call though.
All right, so we went through our recap there. Let's move into week 3 projections for our running backs here. As you can see, we got Alvin Kamara as our number 1. He's playing the New England Patriots this week. We got Derrick Henry as our number 2. He's lining up he's at home against Indianapolis. Dalvin Cook, we just finding out this news, so we've got him on the list, but he's not going to be playing today against Seattle.
So you can scratch that one.
Yeah, we can scratch that. Dalvin Cook. We might start.
And even if somehow any news comes out that he is going to play, it would be in a very, very limited capacity. So,
absolutely.
But as soon as we get an official out, we will let you guys know.
Then we got Austin Eckler up against the Chiefs today at Kansas City, which is a tough matchup. But Chiefs defense versus these little scatbacks. Trust me, I've watched enough Chiefs to know that our defense is not good against scatbacks. They will normally destroy us. We'll let them destroy us in a lot of the cases, but yeah, they get their points. Aaron Jones going to San Francisco. I think that's the Sunday night game tonight, right? That's the late game. So that'll be interesting. Late on the West Coast. I wonder how hot it's going to be, too. Green Bay's had to play some hot games already this year. And they didn't react to that hot game in Jacksonville in week 1. So wonder if San Francisco's already cooled down. I have to check temperatures on that one later on this evening. Any thoughts for a new third, fourth, or fifth position if Dalvin Cook is gone? Who's your next hot running back there?
All right, let me look here.
Mine would be Mixon this week. I think Joe Mixon's ready to show the world that they're a real team this week, and if they can do it again,
I could get on board with that.
And I think they're going to lean on him a little bit too, just this week alone. Chicago's got a rookie quarterback playing, so that's a different game. But sorry, I was trying to pull up what I was talking about there. Cincinnati's playing Pittsburgh with a hurt.
I might go. I might push. Jeez, I don't know. Maybe Chase Edmonds. I might push up that far.
Okay.
I think him and Connor are gonna split carries over there, but I think especially with D-Hop hurt, I think maybe we'll see Arizona get a big lead and just run the ball.
Right. That's actually really smart, which goes along both James Conner and.
I could see Ezekiel Elliott too, moving him up. I think he's got to be feeling like he's on the hot seat right now.
It's true.
He
needs a 100-yard game.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, he needs a 150-yard game.
I don't know if he'll get the opportunities to get that, but I think he.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor, that's another one to watch today in Tennessee. That could be a grind fest over there.
What are you thinking about Cordell Patterson against the New York Giants?
He
got a lot of touches on a lot of different positions.
and I like him. Like the Raiders had him before. He's a great player.
I don't start him as a running back normally.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know how much they use him in the sense of this season's going to get away from him real quick, and it's not going to be about immediate results. It's going to be about seeing what they have elsewhere. You know what I mean? So I don't know if we see him do all that tomfoolery. Speaking of that, Caesar C says Kyle Pitts or Tyler Higbee. I'm going to give Pitts one more week. I still love Pitts' athleticism. He hasn't really performed. Atlanta playing against the Giants, Higbee going against the Bucks. I would go Pitts there.
If Marvin Dunas asks if D-Hop is injured, who's better at the flex, Chase Edmonds or go with Rondell Moore? I'm saying Rondell Moore. I'm not saying Rondell Moore here. I'm saying go with Chase Edmonds. I like MIA just said.
Edmonds.
Right, he's got way more upside today with an Arizona offense. It's probably going to get a lead and then look to just secure the bag. I would assume that both the running backs in Arizona are going to be getting more touches than they did the last 2 weeks just because of who they're playing.
Yeah, I definitely like Chase Edmonds out of those two.
And I would have also went with Kyle Pitts this week alone, seeing how Atlanta's offense has been working the last couple weeks. They're kind of underneath passers. They really don't tempt the ball downfield. I'm not even sure if what's-his-name can throw it down the field anymore, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but we'll see. I definitely think I would have went Pitts there, and I would go Chase Edmonds for sure. Here's a question for you. What are you expecting out of Andre Swift against the Baltimore Ravens at home in Detroit in a dome?
Well, the Ravens are banged up. The game plan typically against the Ravens is keep the ball out of Lamar's hands, right? Mm-hmm. So I think we'll see.
Did you watch the game last week? Did you watch the Green Bay Detroit game?
Yeah.
So you saw Jamal Williams versus Andre Swift. Do you think that's more of a is that a Batman and Robin team, or is that going to be a single running back? It kind of seems like it's lightning and fire, you know what I'm talking about.
If I know Detroit, it'll be a horribly managed
running back duo.
Yeah, where neither one thrives, and
yeah, that's what I kind of thought too.
And Swift got hurt, didn't he?
I didn't think he got hurt. It did see a little questionable, but I didn't see him being
Yeah,
out
he's
yet.
expected. Yeah, he's expected to play.
So Jamal might get more of the carries today, but kind of going forward. It's against Baltimore, like you said, they were beat up, but they're at home in a dome. And every time I've seen Baltimore play in dome, they don't respond well to it that great. But
no, and coming off a big win, they could overlook.
And I highly doubt, even with Lamar Jackson being able to play, I highly doubt he's 100%. I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
I don't expect to see him running for 150 yards today. I think more or less he's going to be pocket
No, but who I do,
I
think we might see on the next one. I don't remember if he's in buy-sell, but
okay.
There is somebody that I do expect to.
Nice segue. There. Nice segue. All right.
And I think as they ease more of these veteran running backs in over there, they're going to see what they have and entice on Williams.
Excuse me, I'm yawning there. Let's see. So what do you got?
That dude's a monster.
Willy-nilly, what's going on there, bud? See a couple people joining the chat. Fat Cat Productions. Ron D, how's it going today? So let's start out here with the buy-sell here on the running backs. What's your opinion on Joe Mixon this week? You getting out? You selling them out at high, or are you buying them up on a low, hoping you can get something with him?
I would buy him a division game. I think that'll be a slobber fest. Even though Cincinnati's throwing the ball a lot more now with Burrow kind of hitting his stride, I think we see Mixon with 20 plus carries, workhorse style in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. If I could get enough for a trade to someone who was wanting to give me like some really high wide receiver or a QB, I might get rid of Mixon. But in most cases, I'm buying him up right now. I think he's the entire offense is based around him in Cincinnati, and I think they want to use him more and more in the passing game. Plus, they're building something there. This could be a new triplets. It could have a new little, I guess you could call it a triplets there in Cincinnati. They got a rookie quarterback, or basically a rookie quarterback, basically a rookie running back, and basically a rookie receiver, all trying to build a team. So, yeah, I'm buying low on Mixon, but trying to sell him high for sure. Now, T. Williams, who is that? Are we talking about Jamal Williams here?
Tyson Williams.
Oh, Tyson Williams. Okay.
That's the guy I said I think will be over 100 today in Detroit. That guy's lightning in a bottle.
Okay.
I mean, he ran all over the Raiders week 1. Had a lot of nice runs against you guys last week. And obviously with Lamar not as healthy, I think we'll see heavy doses of him today.
You don't think you're going to see lots of Le'Veon Bell today?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think any of those veterans are going to put out much over. Although Freeman seems to be running the hardest out of them all. Yeah. And what's his name? Latavius Murray. I said this at the beginning. I said this when we first talked about the Le'Veon Bell thing. I don't think he's a good fit in Baltimore. He's a me. And that's not going to work in a system like that. When they were really hitting their strides, both against the Raiders and against you guys, it was when they were bringing those backs in and out, getting a fresh guy in there.
Yeah.
You got kind of 3 different kind of runners. I just don't think Bell fits in there.
No, and he has to warm up. Bell's a player that you have to give him 15 touches, let him feel the offensive line out, let him get the speed of the other team down so that he can do his dip and ducks and hide behind the line. He didn't work here in Kansas City because we didn't have the play time for him. He kind of took some shots out at Andy Reid on the way out the door for whatever reason. The guy got a chance at a Super Bowl ring, something he didn't get in Pittsburgh. And, whatever. But I'm seeing him go to Baltimore, I thought more or less it was a purchase that they could get 2 stones or 2 birds with 1 stone. They get some insider information on the Chiefs, which helped them clearly. And they also get Le'Veon as maybe a flash in the bucket that they grab just off of the air, or out of the air. But I don't think he produces. Even when he was here, he couldn't learn the complex offense. Harbaugh
Yeah, I
has
agree.
a very complex offense, and putting him in for 2 weeks, I don't think we see Le'Veon, if anything, till like week 8, week 6 maybe. Just,
Yeah, because he's on the practice squad right now,
yeah,
right?
he's not even. I don't even know if he'll dress this week, honestly. But there's so many running backs now there, but 3 of them, like you said, Devontae Freeman was running hard last week.
Yeah.
And Latavius Murray didn't look bad either. So
Latavius Murray's just he's a solid backup.
Mm-hmm.
He has been. He came from when we were Oakland. He went from Oakland to Minnesota to New Orleans, and he's always been. He had to fill in for Kamara down there. He steps up. He's definitely the dude that steps up, but he's a lifetime backup. He plays that role great. You know what I mean? You don't want Latavius Murray as your starter, but you're going to get some good carries out of him. I just think Tyson Williams, I think, again, I feel like they're going to have to unleash him because you still have Gus Edwards. You got what's his name on the IR.
Yeah.
They're going to want to see what they have in Tyson Williams moving forward. They're going to have to, as far as what they're going to do next season and moving forward from there. So I think we see him get used a lot today. And I'm thinking over 100 yards.
Okay. There's a buy very low, sell very high.
Yes.
Jay Robinson here. What's your thoughts on that?
I am selling him.
Are you?
Yeah, I don't like the run game down there at all in Jacksonville,
right?
And especially against this high-powered Arizona offense and this high-powered Arizona defense. This defense isn't anything to shake a stick at, so I am selling that low, high. I'm selling it at whatever price I can get for it. Target basement blowout prices.
I see Chandler Jones coming at them, and Chandler Jones started the season off with 5 sacks. I think Trevor Lawrence is probably scared, whether he wants to admit it or whether the coaches want to admit it. That team is scared of Chandler Jones right now, possibly wreaking havoc on a pretty weak offensive line. And it's not just Chandler Jones, but that's just the name, the forefront there. But Jacksonville's probably going to try to do a lot of runs that are off tackle today to try to get the pass rush to stay home and not rush in all the time. So I would look for a lot of sweep plays, a lot of outside runs, maybe some counter trays and stuff like that, just to kind of keep the pass rush from setting an edge or getting home. But that doesn't mean they're going to get yards.
For sure.
That just means they're going to do a lot of run plays, and they're going to be sitting on 3rd and 10, throwing deep balls, and then punting out real fast.
Caesar C is asking CEH or the Drake. Man, that's a tough one because that's again. I mean,
no Bosa.
I think we'll see.
Versus...
I think we'll see. Yeah, but I think we'll see heavy doses of Peyton Barber today. I think we'll see Drake out of the backfield. I don't know how much we'll need him, but again, we could get a big lead in Miami or in Vegas, but against Miami and you can see that But I think with not knowing the severity of this Josh Jacobs injury, I think the Drake could still. They could ease up on him, wanting to keep him healthy and really run Barber today like a workhorse.
Yeah. I'm not going to use the Seinfeld line. I know that. We're not going to use that one again. We learned our lesson for that. But I would almost say Drake. And I know I'm wearing a Chiefs jersey again, but they're just going to pass it around so much that I just don't see CEH getting that many rushing yards today. I honestly think we played Herbert last year, and Herbert took us to school when it came to passing. We saw it, and I think it's gonna be another passing game today. So,
yeah, I think we're in for a shootout over there. I think it's gonna be a 37-34 type game.
Yeah, and it's the early game too, so we'll catch LA off of their little grip. They got to come here and play at 10 o'clock in the morning. So.
Heidenreich says it looks like I'm on a motorized beer cooler scooting around the field.
That's awesome.
Hey, good morning, Cosmo.
Getting it done. Oh, it does. Yep. It says it's very observant. Good morning, Cosmo.
That's great.
All right, so that's basically a little run through of our running backs here. Let's see.
Yeah, do you mind, Odie, if I take a quick 2 seconds just to go let my dogs out?
Nope, I was going to refill my coffee when you get back, so go right ahead and I'll get us set up for what we're doing next. We're moving into top 5 defenses, or to defenses.
Awesome. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hope everyone is having a good morning, getting some breakfast in them, some coffee, and we just want to say thank you for joining us here on Bulldog Trading. We're doing this Fantasy Live now for week 3, and we've been enjoying putting it together. We hope you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, enjoying what you're hearing, and if you have any questions or anything, feel free to drop them there in the chat. We'll try to get to them as we can. Definitely going to keep bringing this to you each week, leading up into game time. And then after game time, we switch over to that absolutely 100% free Discord, and we watch some NFL Red Zone. The whole family's there, so feel free to join us. We'll just be kicking it all day long. I know I do laundry and get some housework done while I'm listening to the game, so it's kind of nice. But I got my Red Zone on full time with the family in the background. It's kind of cool. Also, while I got a little bit of time here, we are a crypto and stock channel here Monday through Saturday, I guess. But we're on 24/7. We've got all the crypto charts, and during market hours, we'll have all the stocks here running for you. Any action and any news or any kind of information coming through, we definitely try to bring it to you live and in with priority, I guess is a good way of putting it. But definitely check us out on any other day of the week. Right now, if you'd like, hit that like and subscribe. Hit that notification bell if you can, and we'll update you every time we're bringing you a new stream or any kind of new information. It'll definitely let you know and bring you back here to the channel automatically. Let's see, Delusional Tanner, a morning. Adam Thielen or D Swift and a half PPR. Can't start both. DeAndre Swift. Man, I think I'm going Adam Thielen today. I think Minnesota's got a good opportunity that they're going to be throwing a lot, and Adam Thielen's been warming up each week. He's gotten a couple more targets, I believe, so I think they're starting to get more into that game plan, or teams are starting to dictate more towards an Adam Thielen. Plus, I'll say this, I'm pretty sure Dalvin Cook is out today. I think that's what we saw with Madison in, so that's one of Kirk Cousins' normal targets to go to, so I think he's going to lean on Adam Thielen a little bit more today. Let's see, Landon Beller. Should I worry about D-Hop? And I have Mixon, Carlson, and Montgomery. Who should I start at running back? You should worry about D-Hop. I don't think he's going to get much action today. I think he's probably going to be a decoy if he does play. He's got rib injury. I don't see them going over the middle with him very much. Maybe a couple outside corner targets. That's about it. Mixon, Carson, and Montgomery. You're wanting to start 2. I'm personally going with Mixon and Carson. Montgomery, I don't see much upside today, but Carson in Seattle, I think they're going to have a little bit more of a running style game today. And Mixon, I definitely think they're going to try to crush Pittsburgh, get out ahead of them, and then just lean on Mixon. Pittsburgh doesn't seem like they've had a real good defense yet this year. Pittsburgh doesn't look good at all or any sense of the phase of the football. So I'm definitely picking Mixon and Carson on that one. Pick 2, Randy Wells asked, pick 2 in a full PPR, Cortland Sutton, Deebo Samuel, or Justin Jefferson. Today, I'm going Justin Jefferson and Cortland Sutton. I don't see Deebo Samuel having a great day, even at home against Green Bay. Even though I'm saying that, he'll probably have a great game, but I just don't see Deebo Samuel having a great game today. I think Green Bay's defense is not great, but certain matchups dictate what Green Bay and San Francisco is going to look like. And I think Garoppolo is going to be dipping a lot to carry Kittles in that game. So I would go Justin Jefferson out of Minnesota with Dalvin Cook out and Cortland Sutton. But yeah, we are definitely we're getting in full swing this season, guys. It's week 3 now. Everybody's starting to be who they are. You're no longer coming out of practice mode from the preseason. Teams are starting to show you exactly who they are. Like if you see Tom Brady and Gronk do it again, it's a definitive thing. If they get 2 touchdowns again this week, it's basically an average at that point. It's going to happen. If your quarterback scores you 350 yards for the 3rd week in a row, more than likely that's going to be the average of his season. Really, you should wait for week 4 to make that adjustment or make that assumption. But yeah, week 3 you can basically do it. It's before the bye weeks and everything. Thought on Josh Gordon's reinstatement. I personally am all for second chances, even third chances. But if you're a team wasting your time on Josh Gordon at this point, you know what's coming. You're going to get him for 1 week, 2 weeks. He might be an outstanding practice squad guy for a couple days, and then he's going to piss dirty again. He can't control himself. He's not reliable. You can't expect to be sitting there and have this guy taking up a roster spot, and then 3 weeks later you're getting a letter from the NFL that he couldn't clear a test. So I just wouldn't waste the time on him. He's a great wide receiver back in 2009 when he was playing against Josh Gordon or Josh Norman, going up against him, causing some stuff, but he's not the same receiver, and he hasn't played really for 5 years, so I'm out on Josh Gordon. Good morning, EDST DC. How you doing this morning? Thank you for joining us here on the Bulldog Trading Fantasy Live. Check the chat here a little bit more. See if I missed anybody's question there. Looks like we covered everything.
All right, Odie, sorry about that.
All right. There was a couple. You might go over a couple of these questions, give your thoughts on a couple of them. I know I just went over Josh Gordon's reinstatement, the pick 2.
Oh yeah.
In a full PPR. Couple things, but I'm gonna make my little break here, grab some new coffee, and I'll let you answer some of those questions. I'll be right back.
Do I think James Robinson will turn it around? I think that he will. I don't think it'll go, unfortunately, Chris. I'm holding Robinson. I drafted him a little higher than I wanted to. I think he'll be okay, but Josh Gordon too. I'm all for second chances, maybe even a third chance. I'm not expecting much out of him. As much as I love a comeback story, too many times I've gone down this road with Josh Gordon. Pick 2 in full PPR. Randy Wells says Cortland Sutton, Deebo Samuel, or Justin Jefferson. I would go Samuel and Jefferson, especially if Dalvin Cook's not playing. I like that long term, Chris. Like I was saying about Patterson, I think he's being used out of necessity now because they don't have an identity down there in Atlanta. But I think they'll try to start getting Pitts more involved and things like that. Higbee, Stafford has always used tight ends well. So you gave up Odell and Patterson for him and Higbee. I haven't seen an official ruling yet, Adam. We may not get that till around 11. It's not looking good for him. And if he's in it, it would probably be a limited role. ADACDC, my man. Good morning, brother. Let me take a quick look and just see if we got any official news on Dalvin Cook yet. NBC Sports put out a report 23 minutes ago. Dalvin Cook unlikely to play. Schefter unlikely to play. So it says even if he plays, according to Ian Rappaport, even if he plays, it would be an extremely limited role. Interesting, Chris. I think Robinson is still, a quality starting running back. I might like that Barber play there. That Barber play might be a sneaky good play against the Dolphins. He may be the bell cow there. The Raiders haven't been in a situation. Sorry, I don't mean to call us we. It's just a habit.
I do it. I do it with the Chiefs all the time.
We haven't been in a situation where we've had a lead, really, this year. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can get up on Miami. Barber could be a sneaky stud. ADACDC, I remember burning that field up on the left with Bo, baby. That's why I got it on, brother.
The Jacobs, is that what that is?
I got the Bo Jackson on.
Oh, okay.
I figured we were going Tecmo Bowl. I had to,
Very nice.
Adam says my third running back is Josh Jacobs. Condolences, Adam. Stuck with James Conner. James Conner could be a good play today too. Yeah. I think he'll end up with more touches out of the backfield, more carries. I think than. Yeah,
I don't think James is a bad issue today. They both are probably going to see 15 to 10 apiece.
Yeah, I think we'll see more Edmonds early. I think we'll see Edmonds more involved in the passing game. But once it gets to the grind it out, I think we'll see a lot of James Conner.
Will get the time. Yeah, he'll get the time ones. He'll get the put away handoffs.
That's a good one there. Randy Wells, Cortland Sutton, or Sony Michel, full PPR too.
Randy Henderson is out. We've already seen that.
Henderson is out.
I honestly, full PPR, I'm going Cortland Sutton every time. Sony Michel can catch some passes. We know that. But I just don't think that team... I don't think they're going to throw to the running back as much out of the backfield. That's what they got Stafford to throw downfield because Goff wouldn't do it. So
that's true.
Michelle might get a couple safety passes out of the back, but I know Cortland Sutton is going to get.
And you got the Jets.
Cortland Sutton's going to get 10
Broncos
targets.
At home. Yeah, the Broncos at home against the Jets. Bridgewater starting to look more and more like a
real quarterback. Game manager, a upper level game manager. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Last week, I think Cortland Sutton had 15 targets, caught 10 or 11 of them, and went for 153 yards or something like that. So, and it's been upping every single week, especially since week 1 when they had the injury to Jerry Jeudy. It's been going up. So watch the Cortland Sutton passes. He's getting his rhythm with Bridgewater a little bit more, and the same goes for Noah Fant. Week 1, they went to those backup receivers a little bit more. Week 2, you saw Sutton and Noah Fant become the major key points of those offense. Week 3, I would assume that to be the same thing, and maybe a little bit more timing with Melvin Gordon out of the backfield.
Yeah.
I'm an AFC West guy, so are you. I watch Denver, and I go, all they need is a quarterback. I look at that offense and go, all they need is a quarterback. And if he can do it, you've got 4 quarterbacks in the AFC West that can score points at any time. So I'm watching Denver. I'm keeping an eye on them. They may not be
I like
great.
Sutton there. Sutton there in a PPR. If that's non-PPR, I might go Michelle there.
Mm-hmm. Agreed on that. Which football game was better, the Madden series, the NFL Blitz, or the Tecmo Bowl? Of those three, I got to go Madden, man. I mean, I grew up on Madden 93, 94. Tecmo Bowl was awesome, but you could
I've
really
always
play
liked Madden's
football in
competitors,
Tecmo Bowl.
though. Like, I liked Game Day.
Okay.
I liked the 2K football when they had that. I liked, I liked the sports talk, the Joe Montana in the early days.
Mm-hmm.
But Tecmo set the tone for all of it, man. Tecmo, play action football on Nintendo, that was another good one.
Yeah. I don't know. I just got to say, like, Tecmo Bowl, you didn't really play football. You just kind of moved a cursor. You moved a cursor. With Madden, you actually were hiding your plays from other dudes to, like, hey, man, I got to throw a pass here, or I'm going to run it here.
Well, the best before online was the Dreamcast, where it had the on the NFL 2K, you could pick your play on your controller. Your controller
Right.
had the memory
I
card with the
remember
screen on
that.
it.
Yeah. You didn't see it on the screen. All you just
Oh,
saw it on your controller.
that's a tough one right there.
Half point flex. This is
Julio, Cortland Sutton, or Miles Sanders.
how do you say that?
Man, with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna stick with Cortland Sutton on that one.
Is that a Jonathan Whitaker? Is that how you say that? Jonathan? Half PPR flex. Julio Jones, Cortland Sutton, or Miles Sanders.
I'm going Cortland Sutton. I'm riding the hot hand.
I am too.
At home against the Jets.
Julio got a touchdown last week. Might have built a little bit of confidence in.
Yeah, got another one. He got another one called back too.
Right.
But he looked good. He looked back to his own self. Miles Sanders. I still like Miles Sanders. Who's Philly playing? Monday night in Dallas.
Yeah. Is Tennessee in a dome or
there.
is Tennessee at home this week?
Tennessee is at home, I believe, right? Yeah, Tennessee is at home.
Okay.
Indy at Tennessee.
Then I'm going to take the guy who normally plays outside, and that's Cortland Sutton. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that matchup. I think Denver's. I mean, they're looking good.
So
they're tied with the best team in football atop the AFC West. So.
Mm-hmm.
Adam says, Does Watson play again this year? Yes or no?
I have to answer no.
At this point, man, that was my bold prediction last week, was that he plays 8 games for another team, but it's looking less and less likely.
This would have been the week.
Although
this would have been the week with Tua going down and all the rumor in Miami. If this didn't happen this week, it ain't happening. The only thing I could see happening now is if Tom Brady breaks a knee and Tampa Bay needs a quarterback that much.
Well, I don't think there must be something going on behind the scenes trying to get to the bottom of these charges and accusations. Obviously, that's what's hindering everything. So I think at any given time, he can either be cleared or we can have some kind of closure on that and then see something happen. But I think it's just at a standstill right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like
Chris, I was really high on Marquez Callaway coming into the season. I drafted him in 2 leagues as a sleeper. Haven't seen anything out of him yet. I'm not losing hope, but I think you may be exactly right. The guy looked great in the preseason. It seemed like, even seemed like him and Jameis had a good chemistry.
Yeah,
but it hasn't translated.
Well, and preseason is always going to be different than the regular season. Preseason, they play back and they let receivers get free release, so that you start thinking, oh, this receiver can get separation, and then the real season comes around and they start locking them down, and they don't actually get separation. I'd probably keep an eye on it for a couple more weeks just to see if the offense had a couple different tweaks from preseason offense to real offense. But yeah, I kind of believe in this as the season hype, the preseason hype a little bit as well. I'm going to go ahead and say let's roll into defenses here. Let's look over our top 3 defenses for the week. There's not too many defenses out there during the week that change and do very much, but we try to find a couple that we think are going to pop this week, maybe have some good matchups. So here are the top 3 defenses that we're going to be bringing for this week. We've got Arizona, number 1. Arizona's going up against Jacksonville this week in Jacksonville, right? It's not in Arizona, it's at Jacksonville.
Yeah, in Jacksonville.
And we still got them as the number 1. So that tells you how highly we think of Jacksonville and Urban Meyer's NFL coaching progress.
Real quick, Odie, Nurse Mindy says full PPR, pick 2, Mike Davis, CEH or Beasley.
Cole Beasley.
I'm going CEH and Beasley there.
I'm following the same
you
pattern.
Gotta pick 2.
I'm not touching anything out of Atlanta's offense except for Cordell Patterson.
Right.
That's the only thing I'll touch.
I like Beasley. Beasley's a good possession receiver. He's going to get you a Cooper Kupp-ish type without as much upside.
And his targets have gone up each week, I believe. I think it was 4 first week, 6 the second, or 6 or 8 or something in the second week. So
yeah, and that's Allen's boy. So yeah, I'm going CEH and Beasley there.
and they had a hard game last week. I would expect Allen to try to come out, catch a rhythm, get the passing game moving, maybe work it underneath to Beasley multiple times so that they can go deep to Diggs a couple times today. So, I would expect that.
I would leave Robinson as the odd man out there, Casey. Full PPR, pick 3 to start. Allen Robinson. Maybe not. I might start Robinson. I don't know if I would want to go Woods and Cup.
Yeah, I'm not picking the same team there. I would just pick the best of the two.
I think you got a shootout on your hands though with Tampa and the Rams. I think this could be when we see Stafford really open it up. But I would still probably start Allen. I would go probably Allen Robinson, McLaurin. McLaurin's a must start for me every week, and probably Cooper Kupp, and maybe Robert Woods would be the odd man out there.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Cooper Kupp's more
tough though. I wouldn't be afraid to go double wide though, and go Kupp and Robert Woods. It's a risky play. You're putting a lot of eggs in one basket, but I think it'd be.
You're hoping for a 40-point game on a Matt Stafford, if anything. I mean, that's what you have to be shooting for. But in this situation, I would say Cooper Kupp, he is more likely going to get more targets than Robert Woods would, just because you got a pretty good pass rush coming out of Tampa Bay there, and Stafford at some point is going to have to do quick release and get rid of it. So I would say Cooper Kupp has it better, but I would definitely go Allen Robinson, Terry McLaurin, and then Cooper Kupp, and I would sit Robert Woods, in my opinion, on that one.
I agree.
Nunya, innocent until proven guilty, but 22 women accusing him.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to...
Right, I don't think he's going to be playing very much longer in the NFL.
Joe says PPR, Jamal Chase or Sterling Shepard, and I'm a little worried about Hopkins. Yeah, I would lead away from Hopkins if you have a better option.
Jamal Chase.
I think that's a toss-up. I like Shepard there. I think Chase. I love Chase. I'm real high on Chase. I like Shepard in this spot.
Chase has done it 2 weeks in a row, I believe. 2 touchdowns as a rookie in a row. That can be hard to follow up and do it again.
Playing in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. But Sterling Shepard's going to get a couple looks from a Daniel Jones who was kind of slinging it around the yard a little bit to Darius Slay last week. So. I still like Shepard.
You got Galladay a little banged up. You got Evan Ingram coming back. So I like Shepard there.
Mm-hmm.
Although, like I said, I'm high on Chase. It's just
Jamar Chase. Yeah, it's not Jamal. Yeah, sorry. Brady or Rodgers? Ask Adam. I'm going Rodgers this week. I think Brady has a chance of throwing a lot of points, but I also see there's a couple. Actually, to tell you the truth, now that I think about it, Rodgers could be in a situation where they get up again and then run the ball to Adam Jones, whereas Brady's going to be in a shootout and probably get you 400 yards. I'm
going Brady there.
Yeah, I think I got to go Brady too.
Until Brady proves me wrong, you got to keep going with them.
Rodgers could have another crybaby week, or he could have an awesome week, but Tom Brady's in a shootout this week.
Casey, I think we got to see what he does today. If Delvin Cook is officially out, which he's looking like, I think we got to see what Madison is capable of.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a sneaky start. You got Zeke and Chubb. I think you're sitting pretty good then.
TikTok Marcus says Rodgers is done. I think this is his last year. I don't think so. I think Rodgers is sitting in a new team next year, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if it's somewhere down in the AFC East somewhere.
I don't think Gronk can possibly stay this hot all season, but I think Gronk will be a factor all season. He's the same as Brady. He invests in himself, takes care of himself physically. He's a joker and all that stuff, but the guy is still at peak performance. You know what I mean? It's pretty incredible to watch. And it doesn't hurt when you have 3 Pro Bowl wide receivers around you. So.
And when you have entire what are those prosthesis holding your knees and your elbows together when you run through the field. He's got robotic arms every time he plays now. So good morning, Cassie. How you doing?
Morning, Cassie. Casey says PPR, DK Metcalf or Cooper Kupp in a trade. I think DK Metcalf is a better wide receiver, but I think as far as fantasy goes in a PPR league, I would want to have Cooper Kupp over DK Metcalf.
The upside on DK Metcalf is you might get a couple 40-yard touchdowns one every 4 games. Cooper Kupp upside is you might get 10 catches every single game. In a PPR league,
with Tyler Lockett looking kind of rejuvenated over there and in Seattle, I think that takes a little bit of the targets away from DK. Mm-hmm. I think you're get those targets with Cooper Kupp though, for sure.
Metcalf can definitely, if Russ is allowed to quote cook, Metcalf can score you points.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Is Metcalf catching 9 of the 10 targets? So far, he's only catching 4 of the 9, whereas Cooper Kupp's catching 8 of 10 and seeing 10 every game. So, I'm kind of with Cooper Kupp on that one. You could grab some 40-yard touchdowns on Metcalf, but you could also get 10 points every game with Metcalf, so plus upside. Yeah.
Absolutely. Hey, thank you for that, Casey. Much appreciated.
Cosmo agrees with you on the Gronk. And
Big George, should I start Hopkins or Pittman? I would go with Pittman there. Even if Hopkins plays, it looks like he's going to play. I think he's going to be a decoy. I think that's, I don't think they're going to need him much. So I would go Pittman there.
I kind of agree with you. We need to take a little look. I don't know if you can pull it up. I'm going to pull up Twitter. It's just getting to be that time of the morning here. It's about 8:15 Central, 9:15 Eastern Standard. We might want to see how weather's looking and how everything's looking around the league right now before we move into our next segment on tight ends.
Should I drop Will Fuller for Alexander Madison or Young Ho Koo since my other kicker is Daniel Carlson? I think you're solid with Carlson, especially today in the Dome. Will Fuller, I've stayed as far away from him. The guy is a beast when he's healthy and able to play.
So here's a little look at just this week's schedule and weather. And from what I'm seeing, we've got 3 Dome games this week, and everything else looks really just cloudy, nice. It doesn't look like we're going to have too much of bad temperatures in any of these day games that are going on. Not seeing any news either on the Twitter about anything different. So, all right, I'm liking the weather. Right. You seen any news updates?
I'm not seeing anything just yet.
Okay.
EDST. Metcalf was a beast at those trials.
Which ones?
The Olympic ones.
Oh,
guy's
okay.
a monster, man.
Yeah.
Half PPR, 12-man league. Need to start 3. Robinson, Mike Williams, Lockett, Godwin, and Julio. I'm going Lockett, Godwin, and Julio. Depends on what Robinson. If that's Allen Robinson, which I'm assuming it is.
DeMarcus Robinson. Yeah, which Robinson is it?
I'm going to assume that's Allen Robinson.
Okay,
for some reason, just because it's all wide receivers. But
needs to start 3: Robinson, Mike Williams, Lockett, Godwin, and Julio Jones. Okay, today, personally, I'm going Lockett, Godwin, because Evans was the hot hand last week, and I think I'm probably going. What was the last choice there? Sorry, it's scrolled up on me. I might go Julio today just to see if he could repeat what he did last week, honestly.
That's what I was thinking. I would definitely go Lockett and Godwin. And then if that's Allen Robinson, I might go Allen Robinson ahead of Julio. But it would be a toss-up. I would still probably go Julio.
Andreas Burgess asked Tony Pollard, Trey Sermon, or Latavius Murray. Wow, they're all backups. Trey Sermon's getting the start, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Trey Sermon's getting the start in San Francisco. Good news for him is that means he'll probably get hurt. Most guys that start at running back for San Francisco get hurt. Yeah. So, but I would probably go with him just because he's the only one in the starting role.
Big George coming through here. Start Mike Davis, Kareem Hunt, or J.D. McKissick, or Devin Singletary. I would say that you've got 2 choices there, really. You've got Mike Davis or Devin Singletary, who are both starters, and then you've got 2 backups, right? McKissick and Kareem are backups. Now, Kareem's probably going to get the most action as a backup, but I would almost say you have to start Devin Singletary of that 4 list.
Yeah, Singletary's seen a little bit bigger role.
Well, you
last
got
week.
You got a rookie quarterback who's going to need a running back to save his butt a little bit today, or at least fill some time with a game plan. Justin looked good, but I just don't know if you can just count on him to go out there and throw a 50-pass game. So
True.
I think I'm rolling with Devin Singletary in that one.
Yeah, I would go Singletary or Hunt. It would be a toss-up for me. Hunt always has huge upside, even being the second fiddle over there.
McKissick scored twice last week, but I don't think that those are going to be a normal thing. I think those are fluky.
No, those he vultured those, and Buffalo's defense is pretty tight against the run, so we'll see.
I'm going to look up Ian.
Okay, Ray Gamer says, for my flex and standard scoring, should I start Clyde Edwards-Helaire versus Chargers, Hunt versus the Bears, Tony Pollard versus the Eagles? If Dalvin Cook is out and added Madison to the list, pick 2 to start. I would go CEH and I would maybe Kareem Hunt. I wouldn't start Pollard versus the Eagles, even though I think he's got a lot of upside. I don't see I see him obviously splitting time, and I think Ezekiel knows he's got to do something there.
Yeah, I'm going Madison and Hunt.
You don't like Clyde, huh?
I don't like Clyde as a running back, as a featured running back. I think Clyde is a scat back that the Chiefs went too early in the draft on, and then they're forced to play him. That's why Darrell Williams is still around, because CEH can't even get a first down on a 2nd and 2. You know what I mean? They got to pull him out of the game and put Darrell Williams in. It's the reason Damian Wilson was good, because he could grab 2 yards, and then we didn't want to pay him because we drafted CEH. So even I'm an all-time Chiefs fan, but even I have quarrels with the front office of that team. So I think that's the way with every team. My flex and standard scoring, should I start C? Is that the one you just read? Yeah, it is. Sorry, I'll catch up on these.
Okay. Jeffrey Mason says PPR need 2 wide receivers and a flex. Zeke, Rondale, Corey Davis, and Devontae Smith. Oh man, that's
getting tough on that one, because any one of them, yeah. Need 2 wide receivers and a flex. Zeke, Rondale, Corey Davis, and Devontae Smith. I'm going Devontae Smith and probably Rondale. Devontae Smith started
Zeke,
getting,
right? Yeah, I would go Smith.
Well, I figured
Corey
Zeke was
Davis.
in there no matter what. I mean, you got Zeke over all those, and that's an actual starter versus.
I would have the Zeke in the flex, and Corey Davis and Devontae Smith at the
Okay.
wide receiver there.
Makes sense. 16
Andreas.
team lineup. Yep, go ahead.
No, you got it.
Okay, Andrea asked 16 team lineup this week. Thoughts? QB Lamar Jackson, running back Austin Eckler, running back Trey Sermon, wide receiver Ridley, Godwin, tight end Kyle Pitts, and flex Deebo Samuel,
I love it.
and Ryan Suckup. That's a great
That's
team.
That's a 16 team league lineup. Kudos to you. That is a great lineup in a 16 team league.
And then after Kyle Pitts scores 2 touchdowns this week, trade him.
Yeah.
Just joking, but
hey, that could be.
You got 16 teams. You can get some players when they get hot.
No, I'm impressed with that team, Andreas. Very well. I wouldn't do nothing there. Adam says Gronk, Fant, or Pitts in PPR. I'm gonna say go Gronk. Until Gronk proves that he can't score 2 touchdowns a week, roll with him.
I'm with you. I mean, it doesn't seem...
it doesn't seem possible that in 2021 I would be telling you that in week 3 to start Gronk over Noah Fant or
averaging
Kyle
2
Pitts,
touchdowns a game. Right. Yeah. I'm with you on that one, but I would say I'd give a slight nod to okay. I forget what the other third option was there.
Gronk, Fant, or Pitts.
Oh, Fant. That's right. I think Fant has a big game today. I think Fant showed everybody last week that he is the real deal. A lot of people were like, he didn't show up in week 1. He's not real. But Gronk, he's going to get touchdown chances. I don't know if Fant sees red zone a whole bunch today, so Gronk might be the better play. But Fant could be a good option, too. You might see Fant outscoring Gronk today, let me put it that way. But I would say he's a safer bet the safer bet is Gronk probably. Just an opinion.
Big George says pick 3: DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman, Amari Cooper, Hopkins, Devontae Parker, and McCole Hardman. Pick 3 out of that.
Okay.
I would go the first 3. I would go Metcalf, Pittman, Cooper.
I would go Parker, Metcalf, Cooper. I'm getting Devontae in there. I think he's going to score a good amount today. You could almost pick 2 different teams out of this.
Who do you think's going to throw him the ball? You think slow roasting Briskett's going to throw the ball to Devontae?
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm thinking Devontae.
You were
Adams.
thinking Devontae, yeah. I knew as soon as you said that, I'm like, he's so
yeah.
I don't like anybody on the Dolphins.
Okay, well then I might take a wild thing and go ahead and say McCole Hardman, just to change it up.
That could, he's got big game capability, no doubt about it.
He does, and teams really tightened up on Tyreek last week. I'd look at him doing it again to try to force Mahomes into the same situation that the Ravens put him in. And McCole saw a bunch of targets last week, but didn't necessarily collect on those. So hopefully this week maybe he gets more targets and collects. But I would think it's going to be McCole. It could possibly be Pittman, though.
8 minutes ago, we got T. Higgins listed as doubtful, not expected to play.
Okay.
Carson Wentz, it looks like he's in. I know he was questionable.
That's big for Indy. That's really big. He had 2 hurt ankles. I don't know how much he can actually be of use against a pretty good defense that's coming at him, but
I'm.
Yeah.
He's not the most mobile
Carson
quarterback
Wentz,
as it is.
Yeah, Carson Wentz versus Aaron Donald never works out good for Carson Wentz. So last week, Aaron Donald basically put him down, you know what I mean? And now he's hurt for the rest of the season, like always.
Randy Wells says Madison or Debo full PPR. I like Debo there.
For full PPR?
Yeah.
I think I'm going Madison today just because Dalvin's gone and they are going to have to do something. But, man, the more to think about it, Debo's going to get some catches against Green Bay. Yeah, I might go Debo Samuel about that for sure.
Debo's just more proven. Madison...
Yeah. He can get yards after catch.
I think Madison has a chance to, again, look at what Henry did to the Seahawks last week.
Yeah. Yep. Madison has a chance of showing the world he could be a real running back for somebody else.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all the Minnesota backup running back position has been for nearly 20 years. If you're a backup for Minnesota, you're just showing off to hopefully get a job somewhere else because the guy in front of you is getting his job back. So
Absolutely.
These are usually hot games for guys coming in because they got a chance and they run like it's a contract season. So Madison could have a show today. We'll see. He looked pretty good last week. It's like I said, it's kind of the same style runner, but it's not. I mean, Dalvin's a little bit more. He's got a little bit more giddy up in his step, but Madison can.
I agree.
All right, so let's roll in here to tight ends. We're looking at about 9:30 East Coast. So I'm going to pull up these tight end recap.
While you pull that up, Casey says Madison or Kareem Hunt in a trade while I already have Chubb, PPR.
Oh,
what's your thoughts on that? Would you rather have
you already own Chubb? You already own Chubb and you have a chance at Madison. Madison, if Cook comes back next week, is not worth nothing. Kareem Hunt
is worth something even with so Kareem Hunt gives you kind of a handcuff and a viable
starter
RB,
if Chubb gets hurt.
Yeah, but even with Chubb in the game, I think Kareem Hunt is still always a higher tier RB2, maybe RB3, as far as being able to play him. Definitely, he's most likely the only backup running back that I would put in a starting role in the NFL at this point.
Yeah, I'll play him as a flex. I will in a game that I've already got Chubb playing. Honestly, because I know Kareem is going to vulture a touchdown or at least some red zone opportunities for sure.
Absolutely.
And see a couple screen passes midfield.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think Kareem Hunt much better upside than Alex Mattison for sure, especially in a PPR. Kareem catches a lot of passes. In some cases, Chubb comes out of the game just so Kareem can catch a pass. Sterling Shepard and Alex Mattison or T. Higgins and Kareem Hunt PPR trade? Casey asked. Yeah, I'm taking that.
That's a tough one with Higgins hurt. You got Higgins hurt, but then you got Madison, who could go right back into a backup role. But at the same time, if the Cook injury turns out to be more serious and hampers,
I don't know,
that could elevate him.
I don't know what size league that is, but I can tell you a move that I would do right there. I would take that trade, get rid of T. Higgins, and go grab Darius Slay for the New York Giants to counter that Sterling Shepard. There's 3 wide receivers in New York that are going to feast all year long.
Yeah, and I think Evan Ingram, he's been banged up the last few years, but the guy still was a phenom. If he can draw a little extra coverage off there, open things up, we can see some of those wide receivers, whether it's Galladay, whether it's Shepard, Slate, whoever. Mm-hmm. I think Daniel Jones, like I said, man, he's got to do something now.
Cassie likes that dancing Kelsey up on the screen.
Nice. All right, so what do we got up there? Our top performers last week, tight end wise, no surprise out of Kelsey.
Yeah.
Hawkinson, I think that's just.
I know Westside did not like Hawkinson in the preseason. He thought he was a joke. He was calling him out, and I think 2 weeks in a row, Hawkinson's kind of proven to everybody.
And you got to look at who the quarterback is. Goff doesn't throw the ball downfield.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been kind of a knock on him, and Hawkinson fits in.
But I mean, Hawkinson's yak has been good too. I don't know if you've watched any of his plays, but he's caught the ball, made moves, and went downfield. So my arrows are pointing up on this kid when originally I thought they were going to be down. I'm definitely thinking, if Aaron Rodgers is throwing T.J. Hawkinson the ball, I'm expecting to see T.J. Hawkinson still get 40 yards yak. You know what I mean? That's how good I saw him last week. But yeah, I'm interested in him. Keep an eye, and then of course Gronk. Throwing down another 2-touchdown game. Not very many catches, but just grabbing them touchdowns.
Yep.
Get him within 20 yards of red zone, and they're going to throw at least one to the corner front pylon for Gronk to try to get. And his big old hands will just grab it and pull it down. Any thoughts on last week's tight end play? You got anybody who was not on there that you thought you might give a notable mention to?
No, I wasn't really too impressed by much.
Yeah.
That run by Kelsey
was a good.
Impressed me. That was beast mode. That was one for the ages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a nice catch and run. Of course, Kelsey's had many of those in his career. There were a couple different players I thought stood out last week besides these 3. Uh-oh. Mic check.
My fault.
No, you're fine. But in most cases, Darren Waller was highly targeted again, and I think we're going to continue to see that. We'll probably see that in the next page of projections and whatnot. I think Kittle might have a better week this week. He didn't get too many things too many targets.
Kittle is like Gruden to me. I like the idea of Kittle. But he just hasn't lived up to me to the expectations.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I think he's a blocker. I think he would make a better fullback. I know he's got good hands, but I don't like his route running. I don't think he's very crisp. I don't think he gets off very well when he has a safety in front of him. He's up there. He's up in the top 10 of tight ends. I wouldn't put him in the top 3 though.
No, and I would have maybe a year. Okay, hold on. Marvin says, if Brandon Ayuk is available on wires, is it worth picking him up and letting him ride the bench, hoping he gets better? It could be. I was real high on Ayuk going into the season. He's kind of let me down. But if you have a space for him on your bench and he's out there, I think he's worth a long shot. Mm-hmm. Something goes on with Debo, he goes down. I think then we see kind of back to last year, do what they need to do to get the ball in Ayuk's hands.
It's Brandon. Okay, I'm gonna read this. Sorry, was looking at something else. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on the same opinion there. Yeah, there's not much I can add to that. Chris Goulas says the guy I'm playing this week has Cook and Hopkins. I'm stoked.
Nice.
That's always fun when you know you're going into a week and it's looking good. But sometimes you gotta watch out because those are the ones you feel confident about, and you just get walked on by some crazy 3 touchdown getting player that you never thought
Absolutely.
of. Casey, how safe is it waiting to start a Cowboys running back with offensive line and the condition it's in?
I think not just the offensive line being an issue. I think the shares of the carries going. You know, I think we got Pollard trending
Which
up.
Which running back are you taking a gamble on? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it really depends on the game plan. If you see them playing somebody that you think they're going to beat up on, you probably want to roll with Ezekiel. But if you see a team that you think is going to give Dallas a fit and a hard time, I would probably roll with Pollard at that point because they're not going to use Ezekiel if they're down 15 points.
Well, and they looked like 2 complete different teams
right.
in week 1 and week 2. Week 1, they came out, Dak throwing all over the yard, 50-something throws. And then the next week, we seen them go right back into a run-heavy offense, more of a game management type thing, using Zeke and Pollard.
But even then, I don't know. Pollard was the guy catching the passes. So in a PPR,
yeah, and Pollard looked better. Pollard looked like the better running back.
Zeke did catch a couple passes this last week, though. I think he had 4 receptions. It was like 3 or 4.
Well, what I could also see a strategy that I could see them using is just running Zeke ground, having that faith in Pollard behind him to just abuse Zeke over the next 5-6 weeks.
Yeah, 40 carries every game for the next 4 or 5 weeks. Get us a couple wins. And then we'll have Pollard down the stretch. It's possible.
Hollywood in the flex, Madison or Claypool, and same thing, Madison or Mike Williams.
Ooh, Madison or Claypool for my flex.
I might go Madison in both of those.
I'm not a fan of Mike Williams. Never have been. He never is consistent. Madison, is a starting running back, so
that's what I'm saying. If
Claypool, Pittsburgh's got so many receivers. You don't know which receiver is going to get it. It's hard to see if it's going to be Juju, if it's going to be Claypool, if it's going to be the other guy. I can't think of his name right now, but he basically had the better season. Well, Claypool had the better season last year, but yeah, it's just I think there's 4 wide receivers in Pittsburgh that get constant catches every week. So I'm probably going Madison as well on both those, to tell you the truth. Who's the better all-time running back? Well, come on, Bulldog. We know what the answer is. We know what the answer is. Yeah, 100%. Oh, that's because I'm the only voter. No, 100%. Everybody's voting it. Yep. At least I know we're all in the same boat.
Oh yeah, that's a no-brainer. Bruce Mueller, pick 3 wide receivers, standard. Pittman, Rondell, Amari Cooper, OBJ, or Galladay.
You guys are playing.
I'm going Pittman. I'm going Cooper. And you know what? I would take the flyer this week in his return. He's been running his mouth. I'll go OBJ on that.
Yeah.
I'll take, I'll give him 1 week. I'll give him the Josh Gordon effect. With Josh Gordon being in the news, that's been my play on Josh Gordon these last couple of reinstatements. Is get him and give him a week, and I'll do the same with Odell Beckham today. I would definitely go Pittman, Cooper, OBJ there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm probably going Cooper, OBJ, Galladay. I like Pittman, but I would take flyers on Galladay and OBJ just in matchups this week.
Let me check Galladay's health if we got any updates on him.
True. That's true. Yeah, a lot of people sad about Barry Sanders never getting a real chance at a ring, let alone getting a bowl. I think he made the playoffs twice in his career.
All right, so Galladay's looking like it's going to be a true game time decision.
Okay.
So we'll keep an eye on that, see if we get anything. I believe they play at 1-2. Right?
Yeah, I think they're an early game. They're at Detroit, right? Or wait.
They are home against
right, yeah, never mind.
The Falcons. Yeah, it's a 1:00 game, so we'll keep an eye on there.
Daniel Jones.
Galladay being banged up, though, that was one of the reasons I was leaning high into Sterling Shepard and a couple of your guys' questions earlier.
I've always been a fan of Darius Slay, and they had him there last week. I think he caught 2. I know he caught 1, but I think he caught 2 last week. So Daniel Jones is starting to pass it around if he can hold on to the ball. But it looks like he's starting to.
That's true.
If he can start passing it around to multiple receivers, and Shepard's always been a decent option. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen up there in New York.
Yeah, and like I said, Evan Ingram coming back. We'll see what kind of impact that has. Mm-hmm. It may have minimal impact, but he can come out, catch a couple passes, start drawing a little attention, start freeing up Shepard. I loved Shepard when OBJ was there. That's when he was really hitting his stride.
Off the top of your head here, we've got 2 tight ends on this list, both playing in the same game. Who do you think is going to have the better game? And I'll ask the chat that too. You've got Mark Andrew and TJ Hawkinson. People out there in the chat, who do you think is going to have the better game in Detroit today? The Baltimore tight end, who has multiple tight ends he has to deal with targets with, or TJ Hawkinson against somewhat, I don't want to call him soft, but Baltimore has given us some points this year already a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I would go. I'm going Hawkinson there. I think with Lamar banged up, with some of the other related injuries or illnesses around Baltimore, I like Hawkinson.
Okay. I think I see two votes for TJ, 3 votes for TJ already.
And in that same sense, Hollywood kind of answered the question about there. I would go Tyson Williams all day in that one. I'm high on Tyson Williams. Okay. I'm not as high on James Robinson. So yeah, Adam, I'm going Tyson Williams over Robinson there.
Okay. Ravens gonna run all day. Yeah, probably, because they're not gonna try to put Lamar in a situation where, if he's not feeling healthy, they'll probably just hand off and then do little short tight end passes.
Well, yeah, it's much easier when he's running the ball, even though than 99% of quarterbacks in the run game, you're prepared for those hits. I don't think they're going to want to see Lamar drop back and take any shots in the pocket.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. So let's go ahead and.
Oh, that's awesome. ADAC. Darius Slay used to stay with my neighbor when he played JUCO. We used to grill out and stuff all the time.
For real? Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome. Brady Conboy says Sutton or Sermon. I'm going Sutton. I think you're getting more upside. Sermon, yes, he's starting running back out there for San Francisco. Like I said, that means most likely he'll be on the IR by the end of the week. But, just playing. I hope that doesn't happen. But I like the upside on.
We're
Sutton.
getting a little feisty here in the Bulldog trading this morning for any of you Raiders fans or 49ers fans out there.
You know what? There should have been a 49er fan here to.
We've got a little Bay Area blood being splattered. A little Bay Area blood.
But yeah, I like Sutton against the Jets. Highly dysfunctional team, although they seem a little bit better. The Gates era's over, and they seem to be moving on.
Still putting it together. They're still putting it together. We'll see how it works out. They're in that hard division where they've got the Buffalo to catch up with. Of course, no one can hold a candlestick to New England in that division, so the only thing you can do is try to cut your own path. And they fought for many years to try to build a team up there since Rex Ryan and what's the quarterback that was up there? Mark Butt Fumble Sanchez.
Oh, yeah.
But
dude, I love every time I see this Madden thing, I just picture Caliendo doing Madden every time. Great football. Now here's a guy who, when he runs, he goes faster.
That's awesome.
And this guy's got some mud on his jersey. And how you get mud is you get a little dirt, and then you put some water in, and then bam, you got mud.
That's interesting, John. the Summerall voice.
Oh, I used to love Summerall, especially in the game. Back to you, John.
Oh, Bulldog says my brother is a hardcore Lions fan. Yeah, I'm sorry. I
Oh,
feel for them, no doubt.
that's tough, man.
Uh,
That is very tough.
so we got some buy and sell here for the tight ends. Let's do this like this. Ron Gronkowski. Let's say you have him on your team. What are you asking to get for a Ron Gronkowski out of a trade in a 12-man league?
I'm looking for
Because clearly you're selling
starting
high.
running back or a starting wide receiver. I'm not giving him up for any other tight end right now.
Okay.
I mean, I think this is probably his peak. You know, if he was a stock, this would be
Right.
we would be coming up on Gronk's earning call.
This
in
is
a couple days.
$77 AMC right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This is $211 GME right now. Yeah.
You know, and by that method, Tampa Bay might have squeezed last week, and that's how Gronk's value got so high.
Okay.
So
That's a good I can't take example.
I would do Allen Robinson for Gronk, Hollywood.
Really? Somebody asked that, really?
Yeah, I would take that. I think that works out. I think that's mutually a good trade.
I honestly don't think I'm trading Gronk.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. The only way I'm trading Gronk, because Gronk went high, like later in most of my leagues, and I think there were some people out there that may have got Gronk as a backup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In that case, he may be a good trade option. You never know.
If you already had a tight end and then you were able to grab Gronk later in the draft because nobody was really thinking he was going to do anything, and now you can sell him for high, yeah, then I would see getting away from him. But if Gronk's my only tight end on my team, I think I'm holding Gronk no matter what people offer me, because as of right now, he's scoring the most touchdowns in the league versus a quarterback.
And you know, late in the season, going down the stretch,
he's gonna be hurt.
You know, Gronk is So
but
I don't
right
know.
now,
Because
get as many points out of
I
him.
I can see him running. And I can see him resting Gronk at the near the end of the season.
Nope. Look what Chris Goulas says. I got Jasicki as my starter and Gronk as my backup. Yep. So you're golden. You could sell Gronk right now and make your team 5 times as strong, ready for the stretch run, or you can hold on to him for a couple more weeks, see if he's going to stay healthy for the whole season. There's so many different options you can do with that setup. Let's move into Austin Hooper now. What are you doing with Austin Hooper if you have him on your roster?
I don't know. The guy still has so much upside, but it's like is he ever going to be what he was in Atlanta down there with the kind of offense they run? And you know, with OBJ coming back in, we got Landry out, but you got OBJ in, so that takes a little bit. You got T. Higgins out, so maybe we do see Hooper come back. I'm not too high on him. If I have him, and I have no problem with him being a third tier tight end.
The only reason I'm holding on to him is because Landry's down. If I had him on my roster, that's the only reason I hold him. Because I would trade him for a flex wide receiver 3, a third running back. I don't see Hooper as anything but a fallout piece for Mayfield who can't throw to one of the other weapons on that team. There's so many weapons on Cleveland that I'm not locked in on a Cleveland tight end.
I agree. Because even last year, I don't know if you remember that game. Literally, every wide receiver was hurt for Cleveland. Yeah. And even in that game, Hooper didn't do much.
They threw it to Kareem.
Yeah.
They threw it to Kareem screens the whole game. Hooper's mainly a blocker with a upside of maybe catching a red zone touchdown every 6 games.
Absolutely.
I'm not big on him. And the same goes for Kyle Pitts, simply because of who's throwing in the ball.
Yeah. I thought they would get more creative in getting Pitts the ball, and we've seen them do that, but with Cordell Patterson over there. I hate saying that guy's first name. I haven't seen any ways that they're going out of their way to game plan to get Pitts the ball like I kind of hoped they would. But
Adam coming in with a question here. Help me out, anyone. Jonathan Taylor or DeAndre Swift?
I like Jonathan Taylor there.
You do?
DeAndre Swift, yeah, a little bit banged up, is going to play. I think we'll see him split time with Jamal Williams. And I think Jonathan Taylor will be more the bell cow.
I watch Jonathan Taylor, and I've got Neantham Hines, the Hines guy. Hines gets all the catches basically, so it's another one of these situations where you got a pure runner, and they bring in the third down back.
Mm-hmm.
I wish Jonathan Taylor could be a 3-down back, but he's not. And neither is DeAndre Swift in that matter either. DeAndre Swift seems to be the third down back, and they bring in Jamal Williams for the power. Mm-hmm. So either one of them is kind of the same situation. You're not going to get starter points out of them, and you're just hoping that the guy you have is the hot hand of the day. Not the hot hand of the season, not the guy for the year, but it's just the hot hand of the day. So definitely look at, do your DD and look at the defenses they're playing, how many rushing yards they're giving up, how many, what's the average counts of plays they're giving up during a game. You know, you got to do that little bit of DD on that, and you can figure out what to do. But personally, I think I'm taking Taylor too. I don't see Green Bay's or Detroit's offense producing a 100-yard rusher anytime soon.
No, me neither, unfortunately, because I like Swift. Thoughts on Julio? I like Julio. He looked somewhat back to his old form.
Who they playing
last week?
They're at home.
They're at home against the Colts.
Okay.
So I like him. He's another one. Didn't get off to a great start week 1. Redeemed himself last week, so now he's gone back into the I'm Julio Jones stage for me, which is like, again,
I was impressed because it was outdoors.
Yeah,
he put on a performance outdoors. He's normally only.
I'm not a huge Tannehill fan. I think Tannehill's overrated, but the key I think will be if they can get Henry going like they did last week, that frees up Julio. I think that's what it really hinges on, is going to be them establishing the running game. Because, you know, what's funny with Henry is for as many 200 or 180, 190-yard games, you have those games where he has 15 carries for 27 yards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Those games do come out. So if you shut him down, you shut Julio down.
Yeah.
It's like dodgeball. I'm your boss, and the bank ipso facto, I'm your boss.
Yeah, it's true. I'll kind of run on that too. I think Julio looked better last week, but he is getting older. There's a reason Atlanta decided to go ahead and let him walk. They probably should have let the quarterback walk with him. That's a whole other story for another day.
True, true.
Julio
and Julio's health hasn't been great over the last few years as it is.
No,
you know.
But like I said, I was glad to see him doing it outdoors. I'd like to see him reproduce that again 2 weeks in a row, and then I think you have a better idea. If he doesn't play well today, it could just be the running back situation, like MIA was saying. But also, I want to look and watch that game a little bit more this week and see what he looks like coming off of his routes. If he looks crisp.
He looked crisp last week.
He did? Okay. I didn't see too many of his
I watched
routes.
a lot of that game because in my big money league, Russell Wilson's my quarterback.
Oh, okay.
So I watched a lot of that. He looked crisp. He looked like the Julio we know and love.
Okay.
Maybe, obviously, a little bit slower. But he reminds me of the way that Tim Brown and Jerry Rice adapted late in their careers.
Cool.
Not going to have that explosiveness. You're going to see him go down.
But can
quicker.
Run an in or an out perfectly so that he gets separation.
Those routes are just so.
Yep.
I don't know. It seems like wide receivers have the best longevity too, right? Because they can. It's the routes that really separate them. Like, it's not, especially guys like Julio who don't rely just on their speed. There's so much more that goes into his game.
They don't take hits square. They know how to take a hit the right way instead of getting squared up and taking a hard hit. They know how to move their hips and get out of the way of the hard part of it. So, yeah, they do stay a little bit longer. I see Chris Goulas asking, should I be worried about starting Joe Mixon against the Steelers this week? I would say absolutely not.
Yeah,
Abso-freaking-lutely not. I would honestly be looking for 100 yards out of Mixon today, honestly. I think that offense is going to show Pittsburgh that the Cincinnati Bengals might be the ruling class of the AFC North. They very well might be.
Yeah,
I
I
said it
agree.
in our first week. I called them as my dark horse win in the North. And I'm going to tell you, 3 weeks going right now, I still feel very strong about Cincinnati possibly taking the North Division. And that team's just getting better each week. And we've seen it these first 2 weeks. So I would not feel bad about starting mixing against a
No, I'm
Pittsburgh's
high
on
on
the
him.
down. Pittsburgh's going
Yeah.
down the slope. Like Mike Tomlin, good coach, but they're going down. T.J. Watt
And they
hurt.
and they didn't look great. Yeah, T.J. Watt not playing. That's huge. They didn't play great against Buffalo, so don't get it twisted. They had that big win, but it came on the heels of a big pump block and a terribly terribly executed Bills offense that whole day. Hollywood said, "Does Kyle Pitts have a solid game?" Yeah, he definitely does. Check out his. I mean, he's a rookie. He hasn't proved much in the NFL yet.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Watch some of his highlights from Florida. He was a beast. I don't know. I don't think they found a spot for he is a tight end, but is he a tight end? Like he's kind of one of those situations.
ADA CDC is saying, I just missed it. No, it just rolled up on me. I hate when the chat does that. What did he have to say? Oh, a bunch of players are getting crypto this year. Yeah, they're getting crypto for their payments. They think a couple of them did it last year, but more of them did it this year. And some of them are getting a good price right now, so that they're getting it at low on a big paycheck, and then sooner or later it's going to go back up before Christmas, and they'll be looking at a nice paycheck. Let's see
Big
here.
George, should I trade DK for Thielen and Damian Harris?
Oh, that's a trade to look at. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, because I put DK ahead of both of those, but you're getting twice the value there.
You're getting a running back and a flex.
And I think Thielen is right there as far as fantasy wise. I think he's right next to DK.
Well, and I think Thielen
in a very similar situation with DK worrying about Lockett, and you got Thielen worrying about Jefferson.
Well, not only that, you've got Dalvin Cookless Minnesota Vikings now.
True.
Who need an outlet.
That puts even more on Thielen.
Yeah, Thielen becomes the safety.
I think I would take that trade. I would take Thielen and Damian Harris straight up for DK.
I would have taken it even before the Dalvin Cook injury, but I think the Dalvin Cook injury puts a picture on Thielen even better. DK Metcalf, we talked about him earlier. I think Tyler Lockett is the real weapon there. He's the real receiver, and then DK is like the once every 4 downs.
And don't get me wrong,
touchdown.
DK I think is just as valid. Like DK is a great blocking wide receiver. He's still he brings so much. Just fantasy wise, I'm not as high on him. Football wise, I think he's top 5 receivers in the NFL. Fantasy wise, I don't think he's gotten there yet.
Low key throwing some Ohio love there. Whoop whoop Bengals. That's right.
Nice.
Chris Goulash, you're very welcome, and thank you for entertaining or joining in and entertaining us with your questions, because that's why we're here. Ryan Garulo, should I start Madison or James White today with Dalvin Cook out?
Madison. I don't know. James White has shown a little resurgence up there. I don't trust James White. I never have.
That was such a... You had to question yourself just in that answer. It was perfect. You're like, I don't know James White, but I don't trust James White up there.
I've had James White like what feels to be the last 27 years in fantasy football. Now I just stay away from him. Yeah, I'd go Madison.
I would Madison too. I saw him produce last week when Cook was hurt and hobbling around. I think Madison looks like a viable option. He's just a little bit off from Cook's production. Maybe not as flashy or as he's not going to take you a 40-yard touchdown. But
it's opportunity too, right? We see these guys year in, year out.
Definitely.
Certain guys don't live up to it, but certain guys get that opportunity, and it's they hit the ground running and see it for what it's worth, and others don't.
Yep. So we've kind of worked through our tight ends there, and we're about to get started into wide receivers.
Let's check some news. Let's hit the 10 o'clock hour. Let's see. How do I in a nice way say I gotta go pee?
Go do your thing. It's a 10 o'clock hour. Everybody in the chat, go get you guys some coffee, get you a Pop-Tart or whatever you're snacking on this morning. And when MIA returns, we'll get going on some wide
Let me
receivers.
just,
And I'm going to try
let
to
me
find some Twitter news and see if we got any player updates.
let me just answer these real quick. I don't want
Okay.
to leave anybody. Adam says flex PPR, Tyson Williams, Kyle Pitts, or Zach Pascal. Man, I'm going Tyson Williams there.
Yeah, same. Zach Pascal has gotten 2 touchdowns in the last 2 games. He has been a weapon for Carson Wentz, but I don't know what Carson Wentz is going to be like today. I don't know if you can count on Carson Wentz to be able to throw a deep ball or if he's only going to be throwing little out passes.
I agree with that.
He had 2 ankle injuries last week to each one of his ankles. Literally 4 different ankle sprains on 2 different ankles. So
that's like the time I was a kid, I stepped on the same nail in both feet.
Is he going to be on like wooden legs? Is he going to have like the wooden leg, like peg leg on Family Guy walking around where he can't bend his knees or anything? And he's just like,
He very well might.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect out of Carson Wentz today for sure.
Ryan says, also, should I take a shot on Evan Ingram or start Tanya? And that's a good one. Let me check what Tanyan's stat line was.
I have not been happy with Tanyan's production in Green Bay yet, but I don't think anybody's produced in Green Bay yet, really, except for Aaron Jones last week. So Tanyan might still be waiting to come around.
Tanyan had 3 for 52 and a touchdown last week. I might be willing to take a flyer on Evan Ingram this week. First game back, that's tough.
Yeah.
Because I do like some Evan Ingram. He came out. He was going to be the next.
Tanyan's going against a pretty tough defense in San Francisco that hasn't given up much points to tight ends this season or last season. So it's a tough matchup for Tanyan, and you can see what Tanyan went through last year, losing to Tampa Bay. I think Tanyan was on Green Bay last year, wasn't he, in their NFC Championship game?
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't any options for them to throw him the ball last year. So,
Chris, I go with that sneaky barber play. I just like it. I don't see James Robinson getting going down there today, but who knows? Heidenreich, what position are you trying to put them in? You got a tight end there, a running back. I would go with I would go with Madison though. Heidenreich, you're a Minnesotian. You got to go with the Minnesota guy.
Watkins could have a big day today, but again, that's another one of those quarterbacks that we don't know how sick they really are. Lamar's gonna play, but how is Lamar feeling? Is Lamar 100%? Was Lamar 90%? Is Lamar 50%? That's a big issue on downfield passing, and also how Lamar sets up the run, because if Lamar can't be mobile today, their offense is not really worth anything. Like, it all is a linchpin on Lamar being able to at least get 15 yards on the run.
The thing with Lamar, that you got to give him, we've seen him battle through some injuries, and he's a tough dude, man. He's like, if he's able to go,
he will. He'll play hard.
I don't worry so much about him being hampered as far as being limited, but obviously he's more vulnerable, already hurt. They didn't really disclose much. I seen it was a rib injury, seen it was an illness. So, and they're like that in the NFL, right? They don't. They're not very upfront with the injury reports.
Yeah, they'll hide it from you up to the last second if they can. They got money to make and Vegas bets to cash.
Anytime Hyde, and I figure that's win-win. Hyde, you got a Vikings player and with a huge upside.
Ryan Garullo asked, I did a trade a few days ago. It was Darren Waller, Corey Davis, and Miles Sanders for Antonio Gibson, DJ Moore, and Tanya. Who you guys think won this trade? That's a huge trade.
I would say the guy that got Waller, Corey.
Yeah, whoever took Waller and Sanders to me took that one.
But I don't think the other guy got hosed. DJ Moore, Antonio Gibson, Tanyan, all these guys with
I don't see any of them getting the targets that Waller's getting.
No. So I would say that particular one, as of right now, I would say the person that got Waller is making out.
Heidenreich, I'm going to give you this opinion, but I guarantee I'm going to be shooting myself in the mouth for saying this. Sit Watkins.
I don't don't know.
I think Marquise
I've
Brown
been
has
I've
the
been
better
real
day.
high on Watkins.
As I say, Watkins had 2 great weeks, but I don't know about Lamar. Now, granted, if he's feeling good with Watkins, he might start using Watkins as his safety net because Watkins isn't as fast as Marquise. Watkins will come across the middle with no problem. He's never had to get alligator arms or anything. So Watkins could be his outlet. We're still only in the second or the third week of seeing them play together, so we really don't know if they've got chemistry. But they looked like they were friends the other night when they beat the Chiefs, I'll tell you that. For a guy that just went to 2 Super Bowls in a row, it didn't look too happy or too sad to be away from his team. So, go do your thing.
I'm going to run to the bathroom now real quick.
All right. I'll take a cruller and coffee when you get back. I think Bulldog likes the crullers. I think that's what they were saying. Let's see. Adam, really appreciate all the advice this morning, guys. Best of luck to you all. Thank you, Adam. We love doing this. We love talking about it, and it's just something fun we can do on the weekends while we're sitting around here waiting for kickoff. I'm up early in the morning. I know MIA is up early in the mornings, and we can enjoy it and have some cool discussion. And, it's part of the Bulldog Trading family, too. We still got a little more upgrades we'd like to do on the channel itself. I want to maybe bring our own fantasy leagues, get a little flash of them up here on this screen. We're still working on it, but this is week 3, and we're all glad that y'all could join us here. If you can, please remember to like and subscribe. And just to let y'all know, we are here Monday through Sunday, 24 hours a day, with crypto and stock information. Anytime some news comes through, even on the show like today, I think I saw some ADA news coming through the chat there from the yellow badge intern, Bulldog himself. But we are always here for the crypto and stock above everything. So as much as we like fantasy football, we're here to get them tendies too. That's right, Caesar. Thank you very much. Join us in the Discord. Absolutely free. We're not just about fantasy football, but we are about that on Sunday mornings for sure. All right. I'm getting new questions. Carlos Hyde or Alexander Mattinson? Heidenreich, I think you got to go Alexander Mattinson 100% in that case. Carlos Hyde had a chance in week 1, week 2 to maybe step up and make his name in Jacksonville as the I guess the number 2 backup. He wasn't ever going to be the starter. He knows Urban Meyer really well, but Madison's just going to get all the carries today in Minnesota with a little bit of a help. Whereas Carlos Hyde is not going to get very much action at all. They're not going to be in a running situation. Carlos Hyde is not a flashy running back. He is a goal line, ground and pound running back, 2nd and 2, 3rd and 1 running back. They aren't going to be in very many situations like that in Jacksonville today. So I would stay away from Carlos Hyde 100%. I'm going to see if I can find a couple tweets here, see if Adam Schefter's got anything to say, or Ian Rappaport. 15 minutes ago, Ian Rappaport, the Colts are expecting Carson Wentz to start despite 2 sprained ankles, while there is pessimism that Dalvin Cook... Oh. Okay, so no, we've already seen Dalvin Cook is out, and we are seeing Alexander Mattison is starting. Let's see here. Just trying to keep us updated on some stuff. Chiefs defensive lineman. I didn't even know this was going on. Chiefs defensive lineman Chris Jones is out today, or is questionable today, and Frank Clark will be out. So we played one good game against the Ravens, or one bad game against the Ravens. Couldn't stop the run. Sorry, the Chiefs played one bad game against the Ravens. Couldn't stop the run. And Frank Clark, who has been injured all preseason, is suddenly out with another hamstring again. Chiefs defense not going to be doing very well today. I'll tell you that. This is going to be a passing game against the Chargers for sure. The Bucks are expected to start running back Fortnette today. The Packers will protect Aaron Rodgers with 3rd string left tackle. Okay, so Aaron Rodgers, the 49ers are going to be pass rushing Aaron Rodgers a lot today. They're not going to have their starting left tackle, and it's going to be a 3rd stringer on the far left-hand side of the Green Bay line. So keep an eye on that. Also, what we're seeing here is if you are a Ronald Jones owner, running back, you might want to try to find an option. Leonard Fournette is going to start today in his place. Doesn't mean Jones is necessarily out or injured. It just means Fournette is going to get the start. They're going to go with a different look. And if you're out there and he's free, you might think about possibly grabbing him and picking him up. I'm not 100% sure how many leagues are going to have Fournette sitting there, but it's very possible that he might be around. Cosmo says, "Go Bucks." Very nice. Welcome back, MIA. I'm seeing some information that Leonard Fournette is going to start for the Bucks today. So if anybody owns Ronald Jones, they might want to be weary of that. Also, Chris Jones is questionable for the Chiefs, and Frank Clark is out. That's big news for any of the rest of the AFC West, especially Chargers, who have a chance now to knock the Chiefs down to 1-2, which would be helpful for everybody in the AFC West, for sure.
Including these boys right here.
Yeah, right there, them Raiders. That's right. Let's see if there's any more news. Justin Fields feels mentally ready.
I love a rookie's kind of debut.
Yeah, I do too.
It's always good. I don't know if I'm sold on them. I couldn't understand why they were starting Dalton to begin with.
Okay.
But
yeah.
And you know, I'm kind of a Dalton fan. I think he's got a bum rap over the years. I think he was a manageable quarterback. I think that team was just in disarray for so long.
Yeah, the Red Rocket could have been Red Rocket or the Red Rifle. Red Rocket sounds bad. Red Rocket. He had a good team there for a little while, man. I mean, they had a decent team, even with Carson Palmer. They had receivers, and then they never could get a defense.
A little organization for so long.
They could never build a defense. They had defensive players, but they could never build it. And then Carson Palmer gets out of there.
They got a pass with Marvin Lewis. Got a pass for so long. A defensive-minded coach. He was a defensive genius in Baltimore.
He had offensive weapons, so people let it it's always the offensive fault. They got weapons, but it's always the offensive fault. But the defense always stunk, so it made no sense. Then you get Andy Dalton in there, and again, you got weapons again. For a while, you had Giovanni Bernard doing awesome. You had A.J. Green and another guy, on the other side. I can't remember who the other dude was.
Watch for Gio Bernard.
Yeah.
We're just talking about that Leonard Fournette play. Watch for Gio Bernard to at least vulture one touchdown.
Supplant a couple plays for sure.
That guy is the ultimate vulture.
I don't think he's the ultimate, but he's.
I don't know, man.
Man, I think Ingram, and who was the other one? Deuce Staley was the ultimate vulture.
Deuce Staley was. Yeah, he was.
Deuce Staley in New Orleans, dude. You'd be like right on the 2-yard line. Oh, I got all the way down there. Here comes Deuce Staley. Oh, man. You knew exactly what was about to happen. You'd have Drew Brees throw for 67 yards, get it down. Marquise Colston down to the 2-yard line. Throw it to Jimmy Graham. Throw it to somebody. Hand off to the running back. Nope. Here comes Deuce Staley. Touchdown. Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm gonna go refill coffee real quick, and we will get into wide receivers.
The wide receivers when you get back. Awesome.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, guys. Thank you all again for joining us this morning. Anybody new out there? You are watching our fantasy football program here on Bulldog Trading. We are a 24/7, 365 days a year streaming network, not just on fantasy football. We are mainly focused on the stock market, crypto market, ways of making money in this crazy world. So do check us out. Helps us out a lot if you can hit that subscribe button down there, drop a like. That's all you'll ever get asked for on this channel. Everything we produce here is free. And if you're new and you're wondering what's going on with these bull coins, you're seeing these people in the chat. Oh, what's Harley Knight doing? Gambling. Those bull coins are earned just by watching this stream. And you can start by hitting that subscribe button. That'll give you some bull coins to get started. And you can join our heists. Just yesterday or Friday afternoon, we gave away an ounce silver. And the way that you were able to get in those was through the bull coins. I know, Hyde. That's because Odie left his Odie got up and the internet presence went out. Hopefully we should be back here. Just a little bit of lag. Sorry about that, guys. Stanley says, I'm getting up there, Cassie. Stanley coming for you, Cassie. Cassie's got a Raider on her team now, so she's good, Stanley. The sky is the limit. Hey, Low-Key, thank you. Thank you for all you do, Low-Key. For all you core Bulldog fam coming in here this morning, supporting the fam, helping us out. Much appreciated, guys. As always, here at Bulldog Trading, we're just trying to provide everybody with the best content on YouTube, and get just as we do in the stock market every morning. We get you guys that news quicker than anyone out there. We're doing the same thing fantasy here, so it's all relevant, guys. Whose dog's in the hunt? Hayden, you got a dog hunting out there? You see how that works, boy? You see how that works? This is about the time of day MIA starts getting juiced up. We got an hour, 2 hours and 45 minutes for opening kickoffs here. Hyde, you don't ever have to say just kidding. Sorry. Stick your sorries in a sack, my friend. Never needed. I know when you're joking. Especially when I'm on the camera, Hyde. You could tell. You always put a cheese on my face. You give me that perma grin. That boy got that perma grin. So yeah, and hopefully we help some of you guys out. It's always nice to get a second opinion, especially on fantasy football. That's what I'm talking about, Hyde. Hey, I ain't afraid to show nobody some love, man. Love is a powerful word. I don't throw it around loosely. I don't want you guys to think I'm some hippie that just loves everything like I really love Lamp. I don't really love Lamp, but I do love y'all. Cassie, your cats want to play football and tackle the chipmunk and pigeon. I would love to see on that, Cassie. That is right up there with the cat that dropped out of the sky and knocked that dude out, and then the dog with the sneakers on went and tried to attack the cat. Love that video. All right, ADAC. Thanks for showing out this morning, my friend. Much love, man. Always throwing that love, throwing that support day in, day out. We appreciate it more than you know, my friend. Enjoy that nap. Number one QB rest of the season from here on out. Wow, that's a tough one. That's dare I say Tom Brady? I mean, as far as man, it might be a Brady. I'm probably going to go Kyler Murray, though, depending on DeAndre's health. As long as that doesn't get any worse. I think Kyler Murray is playing out of his mind right now, kind of doing it under the radar, too. Rex says, dude, if my kids told me their best friends were online, I would say get a look at me. I'm in a family. And that is why we love you, Hyde. Just think, Hyde. 7 months ago, you thought you were having coffee with some chick named Mia every morning. And here we are 7 months later, and you get to look at some dude named Mia on the screen. That's a ballsy chipmunk, Cassie. I like it. That's the kind of chipmunks you have to befriend, because that's a chipmunk that's going places. So yeah, I would say maybe Kyler Murray, top quarterback here on out. I think it's still kind of too early to tell. But Brady, the timeless one, you got to look at him. And you have to look, not to be a homer, but you have to look at Derek Carr. Leading the league by a big margin in yards right now, playing good. Did it against two good defenses. So I think we're still a little early out to put,
Sorry.
What do you think, Odie? We were just talking top quarterback from here on out. Just hypothetical.
Come on, I'm wearing the jersey. Seriously.
You think so?
Yeah. From here to the rest of the season?
Here the rest of the season, yeah.
Yeah. I just can't. There's nothing else.
Could be.
I mean, I could give you a couple other. There's a couple other I would definitely keep an eye on. Carr.
I said Kyler Murray is impressing me right now.
Carr, if one of their receivers can, if you guys don't lose another receiver, is Ruggs down today? Right?
No, he should be playing.
He's back. Okay. Didn't you guys lose a receiver last week, and that's why Bryan Edwards stepped up and became even more of a reason? Or Ruggs was questionable? Because I know I had Bryan Edwards starting this week.
Ruggs was questionable. Ruggs got hurt week 1.
Okay. Well, to answer your question, to get back, sorry, I kind of got off the thing. Carr is one of the quarterbacks I'm watching. Kyler Murray is definitely one of the quarterbacks I'm watching. Matt Stafford, I know week 1 I called him as watching one of my big quarterbacks to watch all season. So I'd probably go Mahomes, Stafford, and then Kyler if I was to put the best 3 of the rest of the season. Justin Herbert might be a dark horse, and you might see a little bit of that today. I wouldn't be surprised to see Justin Herbert throw for 400 yards against the Chiefs today, honestly. I think this Chiefs is more like a 2018 Chiefs where Pat Mahomes set all the records, 50 touchdowns, 5,000 yards with a very small defense that actually got what's-his-name fired here in 2018, and that's what brought Spagnuolo here. So I think we resemble that, and I think teams are going to go up against the Chiefs and put up points. Can the Chiefs outscore them? Just like in 2018. So Pat Mahomes, Matt Stafford, Kyler Murray to answer that question. Did want to, before we got into wide receivers, sorry, not change subject real quick. I was just looking over NFL.com. Jackson is going to play, but Jackson is without Ronnie Staley, their left tackle. So that's a little more damage for anybody Baltimore. That offense is going to have a hard time rolling today. They're going to probably look to run the ball off the right side of the line. Teams are going to know that, and they're going to pressure Jackson and probably try to keep a QB spy off of the left-hand side of the line, so that Jackson.
Yeah, the only thing good with that is if there's a team that can mix up the running game with as many different looks as they show.
It is.
Baltimore can do that,
yeah,
but
and they can pull guards to help that tackle out. They can do all kinds of crazy stuff.
But nonetheless, any way you slice it, him being out is huge.
I would feel a lot better about Baltimore if they had Gus Edwards in the game like this. Because Gus Edwards is a big, meaty, blocking running back. They don't have that right now. Latavius Murray, if he knows the scheme, possibly could be that blocking running back. Le'Veon Bell was a great blocker, but I don't know if he's dressing today. So
Yeah, I
even
don't
if you
think
didn't know
so.
the offensive game plan on like a third down, you could use Le'Veon Bell as a chip blocker and then just a little screen pass guy. But I don't think he's dressing. So they're in a situation there. It will be Sony Michel as the lead back with Jake Funk being mixed in as the backup there in LA today with Darrell Henderson out. Joey
Okay.
Bosa is a game time decision. They haven't called him off yet, so he could still play against the Chiefs, and that's huge. But if he's not 100%, I'm not going to consider that a game-changing upgrade. Tight end Evan Ingram is expected to play in his 2021 debut today. However, Kenny Galladay is a game-time workout to determine his availability versus Atlanta. So Kenny Galladay owners, I wouldn't expect anything out of him today, even if he does play. If they have to wait till the game warm-ups to decide whether the dude can go, he's not going to be able to push off and get separation in a game.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
And like I said before, Chris Jones is questionable, and Frank Clark is listed as doubtful and will not play. So Chiefs defense going to be weak today. Tyrann Mathieu is going to have a ridiculous game if they're going to keep Justin Herbert under 400 yards.
He had a ridiculous game last week.
He did, and he always does, but you can't keep asking that every week out of a
That's true.
That's true. We all know that as stock market, you can't trends change, and like I tried pointing it out last week and called it. I knew the Chiefs were going to lose last week. Like there were just too many trends.
You did call it out. I'll give you that.
Too many trends leading in favor for it to finally change. You had Pat Mahomes never lost in September. There was just way too many trends. LeVar had never beaten Pat Mahomes in the Chiefs. That was the first game back for Coach Schmamick fanhood there in Baltimore. So it was just a lot of trends to get broken, and it just seemed like the perfect time.
Yeah, they needed it more than Kansas City did last week after that loss to Vegas.
Yeah, and honestly, when a team comes out and goes, we're going to go undefeated on the season, you can almost expect they're going to lose early.
Oh yeah.
And the Chiefs were stupid and came out and made that dumb thing, and that's where it leads to. But all right, so let's get into our receivers on the week. Is there any questions that we're missing here?
Yeah, it's Justin McMurray. Does anyone think Teddy Bridgewater's a start? I think Teddy Bridgewater, depending on your situation, I'd be.
If you're in a 14 or a 16 team league and you don't have a better quarterback, Teddy Bridgewater is a fine start today. He might throw one interception, but I expect him to get 2 or 3 touchdowns and maybe 250.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Casey says, would you trade Zeke for Austin Eckler? I would absolutely trade Zeke for Austin Eckler.
Definitely. You're going to get your yards and catches and passes. The things you miss out on rushing yards, you're going to get back in catches.
If Eckler's healthy, Eckler is going to be the man there. Yep. I don't know if the same can be said for Zeke.
No. No. The only way Zeke's going to get his yard or his points is if it's a rushing game. If it's not a rushing game, don't count for more than 10 points out of Zeke.
Yeah, and I think eventually, like I said, I think Zeke has to prove something. I don't think his job is guaranteed.
This is one of those questions that is real good for new fantasy players here, because people who look at projections on Zeke every single week really need to look at who they're playing, because that projection will always be in the upper 20s on Zeke, no matter what it is. He's a high-rated running back. We think he's going to get 200 carries every single season. Well, Zeke against teams that are going to make Dallas throw, that projection goes right out the window. Just toss it right out the window, because he's not going to get that projection on the teams. When you're going to play a shootout game with Dallas, he's not going to get that protection or that projection. It's not going to happen.
Absolutely.
It's going to go to Pollard. We saw it last week. It's going to the passes, the sweeps to the outside, the screen passes, the RPOs, they're gonna go to Pollard and not Zeke, because you can't count on Zeke to do anything more but run straight behind a tackle at this point.
I agree.
All right, I think we're caught up there, so I'm gonna go ahead and roll us into wide receivers. Let's look at a week 2 recap of our wide receivers and the best fantasy point getters last week. Seen Cooper Kupp leading that list with the Rams. catching.
He was impressive, man. He's Wes Welker-esque. He's Julian Edelman-esque.
The gym rat. The gym rat.
Yes, he's scrappy.
He puts in the work.
Spark plug in the locker room. Or wait, the spark plug's the other one. Okay.
Yeah. Cooper Kupp, though, another, like you said, Wes Welker, Cole Beasley, Julian Edelman, these little short wide receivers with good cuts.
I think he just has a little bit more upside than those guys. I think he's the prototype of those guys, but he's got a little bit more breakout potential.
Yeah.
He gets a little bit longer touchdowns than those guys. Not taking anything away from those guys.
No.
I love the possession.
Well, and the receivers on the outside edges on some of those other teams, minus the Julian Edelman, are star receivers. Where Cooper Kupp is probably, if you look at the receivers on the Rams, I mean, you got Robert Woods, but Robert Woods never been a breakout. It used to be Brandon Cooks back in the day, but Cooper Kupp's probably the number one receiver there, and he plays the slot. So it's a good upside if you have a hold of him. Tyler Lockett, 2 weeks in a row, man, just bombing it, just taking 40-yard touchdowns.
Yeah, it's like you see Russ drop back when he throws that ball. No matter where he throws it, you have a confidence Tyler Lockett's going to find it.
You come down with it. Yeah. It could be all the way on the sideline. He gets his 2 feet in.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Metcalf. I think Metcalf's getting a lot of the focus. I think that's what's freeing Lockett up. Like Metcalf.
It takes a lot to stop that guy if he catches the ball.
Yeah, so he's, you can't question the physical ability of Metcalf. I just think that they're blanketing him over there.
Yeah, I do too.
But that's creating these opportunities for Tyler Lockett, and I think those are going to be there all season.
I haven't seen any of the 22 on Seattle's offense, what they're doing to him, but I would assume they were trying to keep a safety between the goal line and DK and the defender with DK, because trying to play from behind DK, you're not going to tackle this guy from behind.
No.
The best you can do is hope you can slow him down and then have other people come up behind him and stop him. He's that much of a truck once he catches the ball. It's almost like Terrell Owens. Nobody wanted to let Terrell Owens get over the top, because if he got over the top with the ball, you're not tackling him.
Absolutely.
But like you said, that's leaving Lockett wide open, one-on-one, over the top, and they're just eating it up when they can. And they're doing. Russell Wilson's always been a great play-action quarterback. He hides the ball well. He puts a really good action into it, and then he can just step back and look downfield, and he just opens that arm up and lets it go. And he throws such a beautiful ball that he could drop it into any corner of the end zone, any spot on the D, or anywhere in the D where there's a hole. But then I know Nunez got him. He had kind of a coming out game on Monday night, and people know who he is. But Terry McLaurin, man, if this dude had a pro football quarterback, like an actual pro football quarterback throwing it to him, you're looking at the number one receiver in the NFL, possibly, in my opinion.
Scary Terry, man, that dude's a monster. And I don't know. I don't know if this quarterback looks okay. I think if he's given a chance, he could be all right. This Heineke, is that how you say it, Heineke?
Yeah. Heineke.
My thing is this: what they had to see something in him going into this year. What was their plan?
Maybe he sat behind Alex and learned the offense well enough.
Yeah, and they signed Fitzy. That obviously wasn't a long-term play. So they had to see something in this dude. I thought he looked great in that playoff game last year that he played.
Yeah.
And I think Terry McLaurin is just an absolute monster, man. He reminds me of a David Boston, kind of like an Andre Johnson, just so physical, so strong.
Yeah, Andre Johnson early in his career,
hands.
Before he got beef and became worthless, like David Boston did as well, where they beefed up too much and then they became top heavy. That does remind me of. He almost reminds me of Josh Gordon early in Josh Gordon's career, when Josh Gordon was unstoppable at the very beginning of his career.
Unstoppable. That guy's still living off that 8 game or 10, however many games he played at the end of that one season where
2,000 yards receiving.
Yeah,
2,000 yards receiving season basically. But yeah, if I'm McLaurin and if that doesn't work out there in the next year or two, I'm requesting a trade because that's just
I
too
like the
much
direction
talent.
that team's going, though, man. I think
Yeah, Daniel
Riverboat
Snyder.
Ron. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that's always going to be there, unless they get new ownership. It's a New York Knicks type situation there.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's definitely.
But I think Rivera has a little bit more control than anybody we've seen over there in a while.
True. I mean, but they did have Schottenheimer there. He's had so many different
Yeah.
coaches and so many different, and he's just taken the power out of their hand. He does stupid stuff behind the scenes to him. So the
Well, that's
coaches
the
want to
thing
be
is
gone.
I think Rivera is smart enough to have seen all that and put things in place to.
You
But
mess
I
with it,
could be
I'm
wrong.
out, right?
Yeah.
But then again, that still hurts McLaurin. If the coach
Yeah,
leaves,
absolutely.
that hurts
Absolutely.
McLaurin. So I look at McLaurin as one of these superstar in the makings, and he might get wasted like a Megatron.
Yeah, I agree.
So I hope maybe somebody gets in there and can get this kid stats for fantasy reasons, and just for I don't want to see a wasted player or a good player get wasted.
Absolutely. Ethan Hartman says, should I start Madison or Sutton at flex PPR? I'm going to still say Sutton there.
I'm gonna go Sutton too. They're both starters. Sutton
Both
had
starters,
a lot of
but you
upside
got
from last
yeah,
week.
you got the number one receiver down there in Denver. We got Bridgewater stepping his game up, playing the Jets. I'll take Sutton there.
All day. You don't know what you're going to get out of Madison, but you do know Minnesota's going to be in a shootout, so you may not see much out of Madison.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Madison's got huge upside. I just in that situation, I would go Sutton.
Yeah, it's a good call. All right, so let's move into week 3 wide receiver projections here. And we both think that Devontae Adams has a pretty good chance against San Francisco. I'm a little objective on a number 1 ranking just because I like a couple other things. But what's your thoughts on Devontae Adams here?
I mean, I like him. I think he's Rodgers' really only play.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was Marquez Valdez-Scantling was going to be a good option for them, but clearly they do not have any chemistry because if you saw the game last Monday night, he tried to throw it to Scantling like 4 times on deep plays. They couldn't even get the hands on the ball. There wasn't even a chance to catch it because they never even actually touched and balled a hand. So they don't have chemistry yet, and Devontae Adams seems like it's the only option besides Aaron Jones. Like it's 1, 2, 3.
But the asterisk with that is if San Francisco game plans right, I think they may try to take Adams out of the game.
I think Cobb is the game plan over the middle.
Could be.
San Fran tries to eliminate Devontae downfield, packs a little bit on the outside edge for Aaron Jones, and because of that, it leaves a gap in the middle for Cobb to come over. But how many times can you hit Cobb and Tunyon for 5 yards?
That's the thing. And I think they'll give that up, the same kind of way that we see New Orleans shut Green Bay down.
Yeah, they'll give the underneath and then never let them go over the top.
I mean, I don't think Green Bay is in the clear at all. I think that was kind of a get-right game against Detroit, but that still hasn't really proved anything to me.
I think we're both high on T. Lockett this week in a dome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The T. Lockett, I would assume, is probably going to get 10 targets. Maybe Metcalf gets more this week. It's possible. It's because everybody's going to maybe start to zero in on T. Lockett since he's getting the touchdowns. Basically, it's going to be a pick and choose in Seattle. You're going to let T. Lockett be one-on-one, or are you going to let D. Metcalf be one-on-one? You can't do them both at the same time, or your tight end will just destroy over the middle. So they're going to have to pick and choose. And I still would almost err on caution that they're going to pick D. Metcalf because they know they can tackle T. Lockett if they can catch him in open field.
Absolutely.
D. Metcalf, that takes 4 guys, man, to take him
All right,
down.
few questions in the chat there. Austin Smith says, do I start Myles Gaskin or Sony Michel at RB2? I like Sony Michel there.
Too. I'm a Sony Michel fan today.
Gaskin could. I don't know what to expect out of Miami's offense.
Right.
With Brissett.
That might be the upside for Myles Gaskin, honestly, is that Brissett's coming in to a situation
Yeah.
that he's just going to hand off a little bit more than they normally would. But on the other hand, if Miami gets down, they don't have time to run, and they may have to go to Brissett throwing the ball to Will Fuller, even because Will Fuller knows Brissett from Houston days. So that's, they might go passing today, really. I don't know. That Miami game's so messed up with Tua out. That whole team's in disarray already, and it's week 2.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel bad. I thought they were headed in a trajectory coming into this season. I didn't know if I was sold on Tua, but that team's just falling apart.
Right.
So, yeah, I would go Sony Michel there. Justin McMurray, Teddy Bridgewater, or Lamar. That's in most universes, that would be an absurd. But today, I don't think that's really that off-the-wall question. With Lamar banged up, with the way that they're playing over there, Teddy Bridgewater. I mean, I don't know if I could ever bring myself to start Teddy Bridgewater over Lamar Jackson if he's playing. But that's
we'll probably be kicking ourselves in the butt for saying this, but yeah. I kind of agree. I would, if I have an all-time chart and I'm like Teddy Bridgewater in a great situation this 1 week versus Lamar possibly being ill. I'm still going Lamar.
I'm still going Lamar.
It could be the Michael Jordan game for all you know. You could get the flu game, or you could get a 3-touchdown game out of Bridgewater. Because really, if you're looking at Bridgewater, what's the highest you're going to see? Maybe 300 yards. They're going to run the ball a lot today.
Well, the thing is, will the Jets put up any points?
Yeah, even if they do, Denver's still going to play their game plan.
Like Denver's... if Denver gets a 10-point lead, they can shut that down and go into defensive mode and
pass rush. Just unleash the dogs.
I think that's what they want to do. Like, I don't think they want Bridgewater to be a slinger.
No, that's why they got Melvin Gordon in the running backs.
But I think he can still put up some points. Like hypothetically, had it came out that wasn't playing, I think he would have been just fine with Bridgewater in there. Just tough for me to say. To play Teddy Bridgewater.
It's a good question. And there are certain situations like I would probably look at. This is probably the week to ask that question.
Absolutely.
Because
I said a lot of times that would sound absurd, but I think that's spot on. I think that's a great question. Christopher Santa, good morning, buddy. Thank you for joining us, my friend.
Yeah, Bridgewater is playing the Jets. That's correct. But Lamar is upside for possibly running for 200 yards and throwing for 204 touchdowns. Just, you know what I mean? Like, that can happen any game of the week.
Well, and you know what? Bridgewater hasn't proved to me anywhere near the hunger that Lamar has.
Right.
And, certain athletes just kind of transcend to that being able to play through pain, play through whatever, and still perform. And I think he's one of those dudes. We've seen him have to run to the bathroom or whatever he was doing last year mid-game to get back out there. I mean, that's just the type of dude.
I think he came back out and won that game, right?
Yeah.
In the fourth quarter, they came back out and won that game.
Yeah. He's played hurt. He's played, and, the media makes a big deal about it, but I love that he doesn't. He's never used it as an excuse. He's never Justin liking that Bridgewater. Hey,
I'm not blaming you for taking him, dude. Do it if it plays.
Especially now, be sure to remember there's two different kinds of fantasy. What we mainly cover is PPR fantasy leagues, things like that. But you get into the daily fantasies, Bridgewater might be a steal. I haven't looked.
For the price of Bridgewater in daily fantasy, of course.
Yeah, Bridgewater.
If you can get him at $1,000 and then get 3 touchdowns and 350 yards out of him today with no interceptions, that's a steal. Yeah, that could definitely be a steal because that allows you to go buy 2 other receivers who are going to have a fire day. There is a lot of tactical plays when you're doing daily fantasy. We don't necessarily cover it too much here. If we have a lot of people that ask for it, we could start looking into it. We know enough to give some daily fantasy info out. But for the most part, we're looking at just fantasy PPR leagues and stuff. But yeah, definitely he could be a steal. And I would even say here in regular fantasy, this is the 1 week that if you have Lamar Jackson and it's not a bye week, this is the week I'm asking. Is this the week to play him? because we don't know exactly how sick he is. They haven't given us any tendencies of it. Was it flu? Was it just a stomach illness? Does he have strep throat? You know what I mean? Like, is his voice going to be in bed where he can't call out and make people jump off sides? Those are all things.
Or did he hurt himself when he did that flipping?
Right.
Concealing it. You know
Got
what I mean?
a neck injury? Yeah. Yep. Oh, it's an illness.
Because you got to admit, it didn't look like he landed that as like smooth as he expected.
Nope.
You know what I mean? Like, it looked like there was a little bit of like, wow, why did I just do that?
Yeah, that looked
dumb
what I mean? On television. Yeah. I'm trying to see if Adam Schefter here has got.
I am in there, Mr. Santa. I'm in it to win it.
What? For what?
In the heist, man.
Adam Schefter is reporting 41 minutes ago that Andy Dalton could miss additional time because of knee injury. I would like to call BS on that tweet and just tell you that's the Bears saying we're sticking with Justin Fields no matter what.
That's exactly, good call. That's exactly what that was.
Andy Dalton, you're the backup. We're going to go with the rookie because I want to save my job as a coach, and it wasn't working with Dalton in the first couple weeks. My camera's all messed up right now. It's weird.
Hey, Sabrina. Good morning, Sabrina. Happy Sunday. You got your Lamar Jackson playing for your Baltimore. Even though I will convert you to a Raider fan by the time this whole thing's said and done. You can still be a Baltimore fan for now.
Seeing the Giants are introducing Eli Manning into their Ring of Honor. Good for you.
I know how to woo Sabrina. I'm going to start dropping that Raider DD to Sabrina. I'm going to flip it on her. She drop all that good DD on us. I'm about to start sending her Bo Jackson links and stuff like that. Convert her.
All right, not seeing any other new Schefter tweets here or anything. So let's move on. Stephon Diggs, week 3 going up against Washington. What are you thinking here? How many points? 19?
It's questionable because I love that combination.
You think Beasley gets more today?
No, I think Diggs will still. I think they're going to really try to get. They had some. Allen isn't looking great. So I'm kind of, and I don't know if Washington's going to be a bounce back game. I could see him overlooking this Washington defense. Ain't no joke.
Yeah, trying to overlook them and then bam, get hit with a buzzsaw and hurt their entire. Yeah. I wouldn't want to see Buffalo go down 1-2. I really don't. Did they pick up the first win or are they 0-2 right now? I'm trying to think.
They lost to Pittsburgh week 1, then they hammered.
That's right. So
Miami last week.
Yep, they're 1-1.
I mean, their defense looked great last week, but they knocked Tua out first quarter.
Their offense hasn't looked good at all yet.
No, they didn't at all. You know, he
got that lucky pass to Diggs on the comeback in the end zone.
Yeah.
And that was it. And I won't say lucky, but it just wasn't the scheduled play. It was just improvisation. But
Stephen Hornsby, y'all worry about Hop? Are you talking about? I'm not worried about him if that's what you're talking about, but I would, if I had other options, I would maybe steer clear from him today.
Yep.
Although you never know, he can come out and in a quarter of hard work, put up 4 catches for 80 yards and a touchdown.
I don't expect him to spend any time over the middle of the field today. If any throws to him go, I believe they'll be coming in for the corner shots and sidelines so that he's not taking a rib shot.
Yeah, so it all depends on what your other option.
He could be a sideline.
Ridiculous to not start DeAndre Hopkins, but if you have a better option,
how many targets is he actually going to get? Yeah,
right. And being that it's Jacksonville, we expect Arizona to come away with an easy win. Granted, you know, rookies progress differently, man. So you got to kind of look for that with like Trevor Lawrence, where like they have extreme highs and extreme lows in their rookie seasons, especially ones that have longevity. Like looking back at Josh Allen, his rookie season, he was all over the place, but you do get those signs of greatness or those signs, and I think Lawrence is still going to be okay. So they may overlook this team. I don't think so. I look at Arizona to steamroll them, and Hopkins to spend most of the second half on the bench.
Yeah. I just expect Hopkins to just, like I said, be a decoy today. They're just gonna try to pull him away, get it.
They got too many other weapons. It's
why put him in
I think Kyler Murray.
Respects
I think he can do it all.
And likes
Yes.
D Hopkins enough not to throw him into a situation today that's going to get him hurt.
Yes, exactly.
So hopefully that they keep away from him. They can go to Kirk. They can go to AJ Green. They got Chase Edmonds out of the backfield. They got tight end. So they're going to stay away from him to keip him healthy. But they could use him. So. That's our opinion there. Let's see. Calvin Ridley, Atlanta. I was hot on him before the draft. Not gonna lie.
So was I. I've had Ridley the receiver. I knew this. I knew once. Once Julio was gone, even though Julio missed a lot of last year, and Ridley pretty much was the number one. I don't know. It's not so much that I'm not sold on. Ridley now. I'm not sold on Matt Ryan.
Right. I think he's the cog that needs to be replaced, if anything.
Yes.
You might have gotten 3 more years out of Julio Jones had you just gotten a younger quarterback 2 years ago, let him sit a year under Matt Ryan, and then started him this year. You might have gotten a couple more years out of Julio, but they decided to trade Julio and stick with Matt Ryan, and because of that, it brings the value down of all the Atlanta players, in my opinion, and now you're stuck with an offense that has a decent wide receiver, but he can't get it to him, so everything they're doing is quick passes to Cordell Patterson, and that's why I see Cordell Patterson as the main offensive key in Atlanta, because they can't get deep passes down the field right now.
Man, is Hollywood Brown playing?
He was questionable. I'm not sure. I'd have to go and look it up. We need to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I'm looking. He practiced on Friday. Still questionable. Haven't seen an update, so we should hopefully be seeing some kind of update coming through here in the next 10 minutes.
Okay. Keep an eye out for it. I'll put the tweeter on one of my phones.
He doesn't play. I think Sammy Watkins' value goes through the roof.
Who does? Sammy Watkins? Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Trying to think of who their other little receiver they have up there is. It's not Renfro, is it? They don't have Renfro, do they?
No, we got Renfro, third and Renfro.
Oh, Hunter Renfro, that's right. Yeah. Who is their little slot receiver besides that? Somebody else has to step up in that point because.
Who they got? They still got Tyler Boykins over there.
Yeah, possibly. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'm not looking it up.
Justin McMurray, is Sony Michel a start? I'm hearing some mixed reviews. So he's definitely starting for the Rams. Looks like he's going to be their workhorse.
They got a split time situation there in LA too, with DJ Henderson out. It's going to be a split time situation.
So who's the other back there? Odie, you said.
I'll pull it up real quick. Hold on.
Because my interest is the other back going to be the receiving back.
I think
we'll see Sony Michel definitely get some carries. And so you're looking at DraftKings. You may be able to get a great value on Sony Michel. If you're able to get that, I recommend him. But I wouldn't put him in an upper echelon of running backs this week, just based on Henderson not playing. I don't think that automatically propels. I think it propels Sony Michel's carries to go up. Yeah. I think we'll get at least 15 carries out of him.
Hold on. I think it was Ian Rappaport who had that tweet. Let me see if I can find it again. The Sony Michel tweet.
All right, 6 minutes before 11, guys. A lot of times that's right when we get a lot of the ins and outs. Official listings to guys that aren't true game time decisions.
No, that's the Daryl Henderson. Hold on, I'm trying to find this. Sorry, guys.
I got
24 seconds ago. New York has all of its weapons. Wide receiver Kenny Golladay questionable with a hip injury. This is 24 seconds ago. Worked out earlier this morning and will play. Source said New York Giants has all of its weapons today. So anybody who was looking for upside on Shepard or Darius Slayton, there is going to be another receiver out there. I don't know if he'll get targets, but he has the chance of seeing some extra targets. Trying to find what we were discussing there for
Dalvin Cook is going to test his ankle before the game.
Get out of here.
Yeah, the current expectation is that he will not play.
Sony Michel is going to split time with Jake Funk. That was the name I was looking for. Sony Michel is the starter, but he's going to split time with Jake Funk. So that is a split situation there. But Sony Michel has much more history in the NFL. So I would assume Sony Michel is going to get the bulk of that, maybe 60-40, maybe 70-30. But again, Rams are going to be in a situation in that game that they're going to be playing the Bucks probably in a shootout. I wouldn't expect much play out of any running back out of the Rams today, even if they had DJ Henderson, honestly.
Yeah, I agree. Stephen Hornsby, real quick. Antonio Gibson, Hollywood Brown, or Miles Sanders? Is that Hollywood Brown there? You got a bench one? Or is that a different, what's his name, Brown? Oh. I would say bench Brown either way. I would go Gibson and Sanders.
Oh, did the Streamlabs hit him?
Yeah, Streamlabs been hitting people with the links. It happens. If you have a punctuation without a space in it, sorry about that. Streamlabs will think that you're posting a link and remove it. So apologize for that inconvenience, guys, but thanks for sticking with it.
Okay, let's wrap this one up real quick. Tyreek Hill. I think we all know what he's probably capable or will do.
Tyreek Hill, nothing changes on him.
10 catches.
Matchups, whatever. Yeah, I always give him the high upside.
San Diego Chargers.
Maybe a day somebody will be able to. You know what it is if you try to shut him down,
Kelsey
you're
goes
exposed
off.
way too. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Chargers have a good set of corners, or at least one good corner and one good safety. I'll be watching to see if they double Kelsey and try to see, or double Hill and just say, let Kelsey feast. One of those two is going off.
Yes, because we've tried.
Yeah,
and again, when I say we, it's the Raiders,
yeah.
But
one of those
we've tried those,
off.
and it's.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody's going to eventually come up with a defensive scheme that can possibly contain them too, and.
Force us to run. That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
We don't have a power back. But, okay, so we've looked at Hill. I'm going to move this over to the buy and sells on our wide receivers. We'll play that little game here. We got any new questions coming through? Barstool Storts tweets 10 minutes ago that Lay Collins' 5-game suspension is for trying to bribe the NFL drug test guy. Wow. Thank you for that, Naya. Appreciate that news. I saw the 5-game suspension, but I hadn't heard anything yet.
Is that the same guy? That's the same guy. We heard about that earlier.
Yeah, I reported that earlier. Yep.
Okay. I was about to say, did two different people?
Look at the big dog.
Fake drug tests.
Bulldog is sending information to me. Look at him, the big guy.
That's what I'm talking about.
He is all in this season, guys.
I love it, man. I love it, and Bulldog, thank you again for the work you've put in on this.
Yep, Dalvin
we
Cook.
Appreciate it.
Bulldog sending me some information coming from Adam Patrick of the Viking Age. Heading into Week 3 matchup of the Seattle Seahawks, Minnesota Vikings running back Dalvin Cook isn't expected to play. So that's just a little more confirmation. Let's see what time that got printed up, but definitely we're getting more word out of Minnesota that Dalvin is not going to go. All right.
Yeah, and it's just about 11. We should hopefully start getting some official news.
All right. This is my favorite category of the week so far coming up right here, because I have interest in all three of these guys in not only my fantasy, but just as an overall fan. So I'm really interested to hear your opinion on this one. And anybody in the chat, you can play along too. We're going to do buy or sell here. We just are giving out our reasons for what we're doing with them if we were to say we had them on our roster at any given moment. So you got Julio Jones on your roster. You just saw what he did last week. What are you doing with him this week? Are you going to hold on to him? Are you going to sell him?
I am holding him. I think this is, this is why you drafted him, right? You didn't. Julio went. He didn't slip too far down in drafts. Sure, nobody knew what he was going to do moving teams, health-wise. I'm still holding him. that's a strong hold for me. I would also buy Julio if you were able to get him on the cheap.
I kind of like that too.
None you selling. None you selling, huh? Okay.
He's selling, okay. I saw what he did last week. He got a lot more targets than he saw in week 1. You're telling me he was looking crisp. And I looked at Julio as a dome player only. And I'm kind of like, well, you know, he, you know, I want to sell him. I'm not going to lie, but I don't want to sell him. It's kind of messed up. I love Julio Jones, but I want to sell him because I think I can get enough out of him if I have him on my team right now. Maybe one more week. If he gives another good week, he's gone. If he was on my team, I'm selling him, cashing him in. But on the other hand, like you said, if you drafted him in the top 4, they holding him to see if I can get something else more. Odell Beckham Jr. This is a big one this week because he's making his 2021 debut. I think this is the first game he's played in like 19 games or something. I don't know. Dude hasn't played in like 5 years, at least consistently. So Odell Beckham's coming back. People are hyped up. The Cleveland offense is surely going to be kind of hyped up about it. What are you doing if you got? First off, would you have drafted Odell Beckham in any of your fantasy leagues?
Depending on when your draft was, and depending on what his status was there, if you were able to get Odell Beckham in the 9th, 10th round, something like that, I may have taken a flyer on him. Other than that, I don't expect a lot out of him. I think it's interesting. I think he still has that big game capability. You know.
Well, I heard the door knock.
I haven't seen.
Good afternoon there, Westside. How you doing? Morning.
Hey. Good morning. Not afternoon.
Yeah, not yet. We're not into the game time yet.
8 a.m. over here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Oh wow. Yeah. We're doing a little buy and sell.
Yeah, a little buy or
I
sell.
heard OBJ.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything that tells me that him and Mayfield have the chemistry.
Period.
That where they're gonna come back and just be clicked right on.
What are you thinking about OBJ? If you had him on your roster, Westside, what would you do with him? Would you sell him right now, knowing he's coming back? Would you hold on to him and see what he does?
Hold on to him. I would have held him. I actually been trying to make trades for him out there for OBJ in the real world.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's got so much upside. Like the dude, you know,
he's got
hands. and he's not washed up. Like that was what 3 years ago that he was wrecking. You know what I mean? So it's not like
he's got hands. I don't know what his speed's like anymore, but the guy, you don't lose hands. Like corner tosses, jump balls. He's not going to lose those hands.
No, he's just a narcissist.
Yeah.
That's his only problem.
Right. If he's not the number one target, he throws a fit. If he's not the leader on the commercials, he throws a fit. Yeah.
Right.
He's not jersey sale. Yeah.
He's got he got to have the attention. You know, he has to kiss the you know, that whole thing where it was like a 3-week long thing of him and the net for the kickers. Yeah. You know.
Oh yeah. But it's like, I feel like wide receivers get a pass on all that stuff because some of the best wide receivers are, you know, like those dudes that have those
divas.
Yes. Yeah.
I have a theory on that. It's because no matter how good, I feel like no matter how good or talented they are, you take those guys like Terrell Owens, Des Bryant, you know, these guys that kind of have problems. No matter how talented you are, you could never take the game into your own hands.
Right.
Yeah.
Running backs and quarterbacks can, but quarterbacks need the ball to be thrown to them. So in a lot of ways, they have to like peacock. They have to make sure that they're the biggest personality on the field. You look at guys like Michael Irvin, you know, and like all these, the wide receivers through time, they always have these huge personalities. Antonio Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, they have these huge personalities. So even off the field, they're saying like, "Hey, throw me the ball," you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's definitely taken out of their hands, and they have that need, and it's
Right.
usually because they believe that they're the best player on the field, and the ball should be in their hands. Like it's not, it's narcissistic in a way, but a lot of times they're right.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I mean, they
When was
usually are
Terrell
the-
Owens not the best player on the field?
There was never a time where he was not the most God-gifted specimen on the field.
Physically
You know what I'm
superior.
saying?
Yeah.
6'4", ripped. You know, I mean, he if you guys don't know who Terrell Owens is, he's DK Metcalf without the hair.
Yes.
You know,
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. That's DK Metcalf. Yeah, it is. It's him.
straight up. And DK Metcalf does a little bit of that kind of peacocking thing. You know, it's very rare. Jerry Rice was one of the few who wasn't like, you know, over the top with it, but most of them have to be. It's just part of the personality. It's very strange.
All right, so I'm on the same fence, I think, with both of you, where I want to see what the potential is with Odell, but I'm also like, I'm almost done with the guy. If I could get 2 running backs out of him at this situation, maybe 1 starter, 1 backup, I would trade him if he was on my roster. But I also, if somebody tries to throw me a receiver, straight up receiver for him, I'll just hold him and probably keep him to see what the up change could be if he does become a receiver that Mayfield uses.
I think I tried to get off some lower level starting running backs.
Okay.
James Robinson and Mark Ingram for Odell Beckham in one league I proposed. Trades like that. I think I even tried to do a lower level wide receiver, James Robinson combination.
Right.
No takers yet, but we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, what happened?
You and I did a trade in one of your leagues. I know that.
Oh, yeah.
We did a Damian Harris.
Oh, yeah. 2 running backs for a running back.
Yep, we did a trade like that. I think I gave you Kareem. You gave me Kareem Hunt? I gave you Damian
Yeah.
Harris? Yeah, that's what it was.
You got Kareem Hunt and Ingram, and I got Harris.
That's right. I got the Vulture and Kareem Hunt. Dual Vultures, basically. And, yep, and you got your boy Damian Harris there.
Which, like, it'll be my luck that Chubb just gets injured this week,
yeah,
and they're like, okay,
Kareem Hunt's a starter. Yeah.
35 points a week from now on.
Then I would be going back to the chat and telling that guy to pick up Fenton, whoever that guy was asking us about Fenton earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, definitely. I'm Odell Beckham scares me. He's got hands, but like, has he ran routes in the last 19 months? Like, has he actually ran tackle football in the last 19 months? For consistently, like, I don't know.
This is going to be a huge game for his career.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I'll be right back, man. Someone's knocking at my door.
Somebody.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Yep.
Go get the jammies.
Police. All right. Well, so let's get going in here to Henry Ruggs. What are you feeling about Henry Ruggs? If you had him on your roster today, what are you doing with him?
I feel the same way about Ruggs that I would feel about Odell Beckham.
Okay.
He's got the gifts, but I guess 2 things that for me, you know, MIA can probably expand on this more, but for me, the thing he has going against him is his quarterback. I don't know yet. I don't know where that guy's at. I don't know if he is an elite quarterback or if he's just kind of there. He, you know, like a kind of like a Tony Romo. Like there's flashes of brilliance some days, and then there's other times he's just an average kind of quarterback. So I don't know if he's going to be that guy, but 2 games so far, you know, I can't knock him on that. But Henry Ruggs is a guy, like, I wouldn't mind having him on my team, but I do want to see another big game from him, so I could at least say, like, oh, there's some consistency there.
I was just happy he didn't drop that ball that he caught for the game winner last week.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the Raiders, of course, but I like to see good
Of
players
course.
get good, and I think Henry Ruggs has potential. He definitely has speed.
Right.
I just didn't know if he had the hands and concentration, so I was happy to see he caught that pass. I've seen bad situations where they've thrown a lot of balls to him, and he's just blah,
Right.
blah, blah.
He doesn't
Yeah.
always reel them in.
No, he gets
So,
alligator
you know,
arms sometimes over the middle.
Right.
And that's part of
So
being
he's
young.
gifted, but he doesn't have those, like, hands.
Right.
You know, those established hands yet.
Mhm.
And plus, there's a ton of weapons on that team.
Waller's
Zay
taking
Jones,
80%.
Right. Hunter Renfro, and then Waller.
Waller's getting 80% of the passes, no doubt.
And then you have a quarterback who's not elite level. So, you know, a bunch of weapons, a quarterback who's not elite. a wide receiver who's good but not consistent, it's tough.
Yep.
I don't place him as an elite wide receiver. If he was my WR1, I would probably be nervous.
I'm going to read some questions here while we're waiting for MIA to return.
Okay.
Justin McMurray saying, I'm trying to choose between Tyson Williams and Chase Edmonds. I personally am rolling with Chase Edmonds today. Just thinking that the Arizona Cardinals, they've got D-Hop down. D-Hop's going to play, but D-Hop's kind of down. And they're going to probably have a lead in most of that game. So against Jacksonville, I would assume Chase Edmonds and James Conner are going to get good. They're going to get split, but I think they're both going to get good touches today. Tyson Williams, I don't know how much he's going to see today, but
I like
Tyson Williams?
Yeah, I like him.
That's
today.
right. Yeah, you were real big on him today for sure.
Well, the one thing I do see in that is that he is a good running back. So if they do get up on the Lions, he'll be just fed the ball. There's no one else that they're really going to like feed the ball like that. And he can catch passes. And we've seen Lamar's kind of mixing it up here. They're doing a lot of those option plays. So there's a lot of him, play action. The guy doesn't find a block, goes out a couple yards, boom, hits him.
Right.
5, 6, 7 yards, 8, even more. And it's based on his athleticism. He can get 5 yards out of it. He can make it a 15-yard play.
Right.
So,
And now, what do you think of this, Wes? Because I said, they brought in all those vets. I think not kind of trusting Tyson, what he was capable of.
right.
And I think after the first 2 weeks, I don't think Bell is even going to be part of the equation. I think he'll be on the practice squad, eventually released.
Did they even move him up yet? Have they moved him up yet?
I don't
believe
think so.
Yeah, they haven't even let his butt off the practice squad.
Yeah.
They say that they need to get him in game shape. That means he's fat.
Yeah.
All right, we all know Le'Veon Bell has always had that
It
problem
took him
with
4
gaining weight.
weeks to come over
Yeah.
to the Chiefs when we signed him.
Right.
When the Chiefs signed him. It took 4 weeks for him to get in gear. And it was like, dude, you're supposed to be a running back ready to go.
Yeah, this is a dude. This is a dude who in his prime of his career took a year off because money mattered to him more than winning championships or being the best running back. This dude could have put up solid numbers throughout his whole career and ranked the best on this poll. He could have been on that poll. You know what I'm saying? He chose
the Pittsburgh Steelers offense.
it totally. And then and now he is just kind of a joke, a practice squad player, 3 years removed from an MVP season. So Le'Veon Bell joke. Devontae Freeman was the one guy on that bench who I thought could elevate to past the practice squad. Even they haven't really used him at all. He gets maybe 2 shots a game. Tyson Williams, the guy over there. And if you have a Baltimore Ravens running back who is the established number 1 running back, that's a good thing. I don't know. I don't trust Chase Edmonds yet. I just don't trust Chase Edmonds yet.
Chase Edmonds getting passes, PPR.
Right. And then,
versatility.
Connor's just out there in the waiver wire in most places. So obviously, the sentiment is they don't trust him. But I mean, look, if the Cardinals have a running game there, it was David Johnson. You know what I'm saying? But they could always do that again. If they could make Chase Edmonds into that all-in-one utility player like David Johnson was, even though he doesn't have the size.
I think the fear
then they
of
could have
Kyler
a clear-cut
Murray
number 1.
also running makes it a lot
Right.
easier for any running back to perform in that offense because
Yeah.
you've got a linebacker who's spying Kyler Murray, can't even pay attention to the running back. His eyes are on Kyler Murray 90% of the
Right.
game. He's not even looking at the running back. So that takes.
That's why Chase Edmonds.
So now it's not
greatest
even a
game-
7-man box; it's a 6-man box in a normal situation. So running back should have an upper hand in Arizona, no matter who it is.
Yeah. I think James Conner would be a better bell cow running back.
Right. Because he's kind of proven it before.
Yeah, I'm with you, West. I'm not sold on Chase Edmonds as a every down back, third down back. Great out of the backfield, great. He's like what Drake is to the Raiders, where we seen Josh Jacobs go down. We didn't see Drake elevated to the starter. We seen him remain in the same position that he plays, that third down back. And I think that's just what Chase Edmonds is. I think they need to kind of reverse roles over there, and I don't understand why they haven't. Connor did big things in Pittsburgh. Connor was a top 3-4 fantasy running back, when he was healthy over there.
I mean, maybe he's just not in like embedded in the system yet. He is still kind of a new player. Maybe
True.
short practices because of COVID. Maybe they're still trying to work him into the swing of
And
things.
maybe he just doesn't, he has to adapt his game going from a Ben Roethlisberger style offense to a Kyler Murray led offense.
Completely different team.
Exactly.
OT asking start Swift or Rondale Moore.
Ooh,
I like Rondale Moore there.
Rondale Moore, yeah.
With D-Hop banged up, I would go.
I think Jamal Williams is going to be the guy over there in Detroit. I don't think Swift is going to maintain that position, at least not like a lock on that position.
Okay.
I don't think anyone will, because I think it's typical Detroit Lion, terrible management of personnel, terrible just everything like that. That to me, that organization has surpassed maybe Washington. Like they never got to the extent of dysfunctionality with the off the field stuff, like Washington, stuff like that. But as far as on the field, I mean, you have two of the biggest superstars of our era that were wronged by the same team that they, even if you don't care about, like, I'm an AFC, I'm a Raider fan. I don't care about Detroit, but they took Barry Sanders away from me.
Yeah.
They took Megatron away from me. Those guys, those two were two of the biggest joys to watch play for any fan. And they ruined it as an organization.
Ruined.
They weren't
Wasted
ruined by an
careers.
injury. They weren't ruined by any of that. They were ruined by an organization that just didn't know what the heck they were doing.
Agreed.
Two different generations of phenomenal prototype talents, and they ruined it.
Let's see here.
Yep.
Tech Gamer BD asks Daniel Jones or Justin Herbert.
Ooh, man, that's funny that's actually a dilemma. Daniel Jones has been putting up 40 burgers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back against the wall, right, for Daniel Jones, man. It's I think Herbert, I think he's going to be fine, but he showed that fire last year, and he doesn't seem to have as much of that fire this year. And Daniel Jones, like I said, man, he knows his job's in jeopardy.
I got really red, didn't I?
And he has all his weapons.
I look like a
That's
violet
market.
violet.
That's dirty.
What did he say?
He said, should I start Derek Carr or just roll without a quarterback?
Oh, you should just roll without a quarterback.
Man, I'm always your hugest supporter, and that's the kind of love I get, my man.
Just roll without the quarterback.
I'll let you pass on that one, though.
Still traumatized by forward management, Andre says. Yep, I feel that. Yeah, Chris Santa, I'm red. I can't get rid of the red. Got bad hue going on here right now.
Birdie Hunter says no clue what you guys are saying, but it sounds professional. Have fun.
Why does Andre have a paw next to his?
That is the new 6-month membership instead of a gold bulldog because we couldn't really see it too well. So now if you are 6 months and you got through your full 6 months, you get a paw. You get a woo paw next to your name. Yep. Yeah, the yellow bulldog wasn't coming through too well, so Lindsay thought she should change it, and I think I like that a little bit.
Yeah, Lindsay put in a lot of work. A couple of us were around that morning.
Yep.
When it finally hit. I know I woke up looking for my gold bulldog.
So let's get into quarterbacks here.
Oh, wait. So did we answer the question? Should he start Daniel Jones over Herbert? I'm starting Herbert.
Sorry.
I would still start Herbert, I think.
I'm a Chiefs fan, and I'm telling you to start Herbert.
Yeah, I think that's a big shootout.
Chiefs are going to give up 400 yards offense today. There's no doubt about that. They're going to give up. The defense is going to see 400 yards of offense walked upon them. It's a matter of who scores more points.
Daniel Jones is a bad game away from having a bad game. Like I've seen him do this before, where he's like 34 points, 40 points, 43 points, 11 points, 12, 18, and then the rest of the season he's just kind of done. At least with Justin Herbert, you know what you're getting.
Yeah.
That's a playoff caliber team right there. They're ready to roll.
I agree.
If their defense is on point, they are a playoff team. Quentin Jammer, Bosa. Isn't Jammer still there? That's the cornerback I was talking about earlier. I think it's Jammer. They got a mean defense. All right, so we're rolling into QBs here. Is there any more questions that we need to see? Way better than Sheep's Head, Andre says. Yeah, the Sheep's Head I couldn't see. Matt's Market says, I can't talk. I have Jameis Winston as the QB.
Oh, man. That was another one of my picks. I hope you didn't get that advice from me, Matt's Market. Actually, I hope you did after the things you just said about Carr. I hope you started Winston in all your leagues last week and was like, yeah, MIA told me to do it. Damn right. I'm going to tell you to do it again this week.
Mm-hmm. So, Matt, or TikTok Marcus, if you go down to the join as a member, the channel membership, you should be able to click on the perks, and it will bring you into a new page that'll show you just how long you've been there.
Oh, I got the 6 month.
There you go.
Oh, shoot. Cool.
Okay, gotcha, MI. Let's move on here. Let's move into QBs. This is.
Oh wait, let me answer this question right
Sure,
quick.
go right
Nick, Goddard or Higbee?
Oh, okay.
I'm going Goddard.
Okay. Yeah, today.
I like Goddard, man. I'm high on him.
I agree on that.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, I'm not a Higbee guy yet.
Yep, I feel you on that. All right.
Lamar is playing.
So we are currently at 11:21 Eastern Standard. We are about an hour and 40 minutes from kickoff of today's first games. We're going to go through these QBs here, and I think MIA, you're going to roll out in about 20 minutes or so.
I'll end up staying longer, but I gotta. Nicky's getting dropped off.
Well, I'll go back through with Westside, and we'll probably go back through defensive running backs, tight ends, and wide receivers, and let him have a little chance to give us his takes on all those. And if you're sticking around, you can definitely do it. But I'm going to give him a little screen time when we go into that route.
Awesome.
Let's do week 2 recaps here on quarterbacks. We can see Kyler Murray had a big week. I think everybody knows that's 2 weeks in a row. He came out of the tunnel on fire. Any thoughts on Kyler Murray going forward? Any thoughts on Kyler Murray?
Ever since who was the dude on the Cardinals that called him Baby Yoda? Ever since that, man, I can't unsee it.
I do remember it.
He is Baby Yoda for sure.
But he's phenomenal, man.
He's a proven talent at this point.
Yeah,
straight up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's still legit.
As much as, and as sad as I hate to say, like, he was great last year, and maybe going into this year, I didn't believe in him for some reason. So he wasn't even on my radar of quarterbacks to draft. Looking back, I wish I had put him on my list of quarterbacks to draft. I could have had Kyler Murray. He's killing it right now. So,
yep. Speaking of quarterbacks, I'll jump in real quick here. Merlin 49. Lamar is going to play. At what level, none of us can actually tell you, but he is going to play. Inglorious P, James Robinson, or OBJ, PPR. You're taking a gamble.
OBJ.
Yeah, you're taking a gamble.
You're taking a gamble with
either one of them. So I would say the upside biggest is that OBJ comes out on fire and maybe gets you 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's a guess. There's nothing to back that
up. I mean, there's no Landry, and our defense is really going to take him seriously.
Right.
Like, this is not the game plan of
Mayfield
down
Mayfield
OBJ.
was questionable all week.
You're right.
So I don't know how healthy their offense is, but it's the one thing they got going for them is the 2 running backs, and maybe that opens up the
exactly
the OBJ deep ball. That's about it.
I think so.
I think they're just going to lean on Chubb and Hunt today, hardcore.
Right.
Handoff left, handoff right. Yeah. How do we get in on the fantasy football? Don't know how. Chris Santa. Fantasy football leagues are closed this season. We'll be back next season for sure in the fantasy Discord.
Yeah,
but we do weekly pick'ems, and we'll probably be starting a new survival league in the next couple weeks here. So if you're interested in that, Chris Santa, join the free Discord and find the off-topic fantasy Discord page. It's awesome. You'll be able to find it real easy. Let's move forward here. Lamar Jackson. Big week against Chiefs last week. Kind of got lucky in the end there.
What a game.
Do you think he can do it again this week on an injury?
I think he can. You know what? I think guys like him. I think Lamar, I think Tom Brady. I think Patrick Mahomes. I think Russell Wilson. I think those 4 guys are capable of anything at any time, any week. Outside of that, everything else is a question mark. Those 4 guys, like Lamar, that's not to say he's going to be the top quarterback every week or anything like that, but the fortitude that dude shows, he's like Giannis Antetokounmpo, whatever his name is, Antetokounmpo. There you go. Just one of those guys you love to cheer for. It's like, how could you not? Always smiling, having fun out there. Like
he plays the game like a kid, you know?
Exactly.
It's hard to beat someone like that.
Yeah.
And he's really found his spark. It felt like last year he was kind of losing it. Maybe he was getting too caught up with, you know, MVP, the accolades or being, you know, like I'm supposed to be this certain player. I'm supposed to be this certain level instead of just having fun. The pressure got to him.
Yes.
These past games, he has not played with that pressure. He had a lot to prove last week, and he proved it. I don't think he's going to take a step backwards now against Jared Goff and the Lions. I think he's going to say,
let's turn it up.
Let's turn it up. I need to win this game so people remember what I did last week.
Yeah, because everybody will forget that he beat the Chiefs finally if he turns around and loses the game after it.
That'll be the story of his season to this point. It won't be that he beat Mahomes. It'll be that he lost to the Lions. He's not going to let that happen. And the Lions will let that happen. The Lions will 100%
we all know what Tom Brady is. We all know what Tom Brady did last week. Is he going to redo it this week against who they playing?
He could play the bad guys from Space Jam 1, and he would still.
Do you think Tom Brady's running from Aaron Donald all day?
If he can get through, that's a hell of an offensive line they have right there. Tom Brady has this, like, what that weird thing that the cars have now where you back up and it has like the backup driver assist. Like Tom Brady has that because Tom Brady will take a 3-step drop
and then all of a sudden people are behind him without even looking.
And as soon as they're right on him, as soon as they're
right on there,
he takes a step forward in the pocket like a fearless man. No one else would do that. Any other quarterback would say, if I step up into the pocket, that's just a guaranteed sack. He steps up in the pocket, gives him a couple of seconds, boom, gets the ball off, precise, accurate, just fast. It's amazing. He's amazing to watch. He's amazing. Yeah. He's a video game.
He is a video game.
I agree.
Literally, at 43 years old, he's the original Nintendo.
I love that meme going around now that's got like the 4 pitchers. It's got like Lamar, Patrick Mahomes, and I think Josh Allen, and then it's got Brady. And it's like, man, the NFL is in good hands with all these great young quarterbacks out there. It's just got Brady down in the corner.
So
man.
true.
It's like that.
Yeah,
it's so true.
Yep. I mean, Brady was a rookie when Troy Aikman was retiring. Like, they shared the NFL together. You know,
that is nuts.
You look at Troy Aikman now, and he's like a legend of broadcasting. You know, he's been doing that for. It's like, dude, Tom Brady is outlasting, outliving everyone.
Brady's kicking dudes' butts that he kicked their dad's butts.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that. How outlandish is that? Like baseball, okay. Like we all remember my favorite baseball moment in the history of baseball when Ken Griffey Sr. and Ken Griffey Jr. hit back-to-back home runs. But It's baseball. Like,
right.
How much does it wear on your body? Let's be honest. You know what I mean? Like football, that's unheard of to play against somebody and dominate their kid. Like,
right. You know, he's not a pitcher on the mound, you know, just throwing balls. Like he's an integral part of the offense. He has to take hits. Look, obviously I'm being a Brady fanboy right now, but
me too, and I hate to be but you got to put respect on it, man. Like
sure.
If you tell me Brady isn't the GOAT or that Brady was a bad or that this was that, whatever, they cheated, you're denying reality. That's all it is.
Totally. So
Andre
I
says,
guess
you guys think Brady will go into broadcasting? I don't think he will. What I'm expecting him and Gronk to do all kinds of fun misadventures after they retire.
Oh yeah, maybe get a Netflix show.
Yeah. Why not?
Brady Buddy Cop Show or Brady Gronk Cop Show.
I can see it all. Yeah.
You can see it happen. Yeah, definitely. So our projections screen is not doing hot, but we'll go ahead and just ask, who you got for your best quarterbacks of the week this week, Westside? What are you thinking? I had a top 5 projections thing, but we're having a little issue with it. Sorry.
If I look across the board here,
Get the glare.
You know,
off my
there's a
forehead.
lot of tough matchups for quarterbacks. I think there's a tough matchup for the Bills versus that Washington Redskin defense. Same with the Browns versus the Bears defense. These are tough matchups. The only quarterback I see having a really easy time, probably Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm going Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert against a weak Chiefs defense this week is a big option. I think he can get 400 yards, maybe 3 or 4 touchdowns. That thing's going to be a shootout, even at Arrowhead and on a Sunday morning.
Big Ben playing this week? Roethlisberger's playing, right?
Big Ben playing, but I don't know how much worth he's going to have.
Because he could probably put up some numbers over there at home against Cincy. Bridgewater. Bridgewater is definitely a quarterback option.
And he's up on our buy or sell, and I'm real big on Bridgewater this week.
I'm a buy.
Yeah.
I like him
for those buy or sells, I'm a buy on Bridgewater. I'm a sell on Baker. I'm a sell on Burrow.
I'm actually a buy on Burrow this week against Pittsburgh's defense. I think they step up and show the NFC North who is the new competitor in that division. And
I like Burrow, but I think it's going to be a ground game there. I like Mixon.
If I'm the Cleveland Browns right now and I'm watching what Cincinnati's doing, and this is a management discussion, a team that just lost in the playoffs last year, and I see what Cincinnati's about to do to Pittsburgh today, so let's just say Cincinnati beats Pittsburgh. If I'm Cleveland management and I watch Cincinnati beat Pittsburgh, I am scared that Cincinnati is going to step over us in the next couple years very fast. Because Cleveland's been attempting to build for years, and they just never been able to pull it off until last year when they made the playoffs, I guess. But Burrow and them look like they can make the playoffs this year.
The Bengals are at a tipping point for once.
Right.
Yeah, they're very close to being a good team, which is weird to say.
Right. It's not average. It's not normal. So it's different.
Out of all the quarterbacks out there, I would say, I think, and I said this last week, I wasn't completely right, but I think Russell Wilson has a shot to have a great game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agree with that.
I'm starting Brady.
Carson Wentz is playing. He's active.
Carson Wentz will play. Okay.
Yep.
And I'm checking Ian Rappaport. Who's that girl you were talking about?
Stephania Bell.
Yeah. Joey Bosa. Wow. Okay. So James Palmer of NFL is reporting that Joey Bosa will play today against the Chiefs. That's a big deal for the Chargers. That's a pass rush that they were lacking, that they need an outside edge on to keep Patrick Mahomes contained. So that's a big deal for the Chargers.
Look at NFL Game Day throwing a little fuel on it. Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers will play tonight against the 49ers, ... his preferred destination this offseason if he was traded.
That's so cold.
Aaron Rodgers and San Fran, boy, you guys would be lethal.
And I think I already read that Kenny Golladay is expected to play and that the New York Giants expect to be full strength in the receivers corps today.
Yeah, I think if you're holding Kenny Golladay, though, be careful there. I think you're gonna see some limited reps, so be careful starting Golladay. But I think that opens up things for Shepard, Slay, and Evan Ingram making his return.
I personally think that Darius Slayton is the best wide receiver on that team any damn way.
I do too.
I don't know why all the focus has been on all the other guys. Sterling Shepard, I know,
has been around and been decent for a couple years, but Slayton.
Shepard's role is good when he's not the number. That's when he thrives. So if Slayton is going to be the number one, I agree. I remember
because they were talking about Kenny Golladay. They were talking about Golden Tate when they got Golden Tate. I was like, dude, they're going to be irrelevant. Darius Slayton is the guy on that team. I don't know why they don't lean into it more. But it's the Giants.
Yeah, and Daniel Jones tends to telegraph when has a number one target.
Yeah.
So I don't like to see that kind of,
Yeah,
that's why Evan Ingram's always getting hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm very surprised he's playing today. Evan Ingram making an appearance for once.
I'm interested.
His 1 week a year.
Yeah. He'll come out though. It would not surprise me if that dude came out today and had like 85 yards, 2 touchdowns, and then got hurt.
Oh no, it happens every time.
That would be amazing. I mean, yeah. It's when he does show up, it just happens, and then boom, injury right after that. See you later.
I mean, he's a target, man. That dude is a target. He's got hands. He's big tight end. He's good. He just needs to remain healthy.
We got any questions coming through? Is Josh Jacobs playing today? I haven't seen a guarantee that he is. I thought we saw earlier this morning that he was doubtful with a low chance of playing.
Yeah, I don't think he played. I mean, even if he played, I wouldn't start him.
He's not going to be 100% for sure. It's ankle injury, right?
And we're playing the Dolphins. If we really needed him, I think he'd be available. And I'm talking all this crap like an NFL team is just a pushover. We can easily come out and
You could walk in. I'm not gonna lie. The Raiders of all teams are susceptible. Yeah, the Raiders of all teams are susceptible. They walked out last year after they beat the Chiefs, and what they do.
We went into New York and dang near. I mean, had it not been for the Jets, giving up and. I mean, you don't do that. You called an all-out blitz on a Hail Mary. That's unheard of. That was the biggest, and that was Greg Williams. And all that was Greg Williams. That was a big FU to the Jets as an organization and to the whole NFL. But it got us a win, so I was all for it.
But they get a big head every once in a while. They're susceptible to that, so. I mean, not every team is. Every team after they get a big win can go in the next week if they're playing a chump team and just overlook them and then get the doors blown off of them by that overlooked team. So it is very possible, but we'll definitely have to see.
Well, like we talked about earlier, you get these guys, Jacoby Brissett now on his third team. I think he kind of didn't get a fair shake in Indy by bringing in Phillip Rivers after not really giving Brissett a fair shot
at all.
Didn't Jacoby Brissett already have a fair shake in Houston as a backup for all them years?
But I think that he got thrust into the spotlight. I mean, he didn't have an off season. He didn't have a preseason to plan on him being the starting quarterback.
Come from New England?
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't Jacoby Brissett?
Brissett's from New England. He's from that Jimmy Garoppolo days.
Yeah.
But I think when he landed in Colts and he was going to be a backup to I can't even think of his name, Andrew Luck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that was going to be a good year for him to progress, learn under Andrew Luck. That year was going to be a great backup year for him.
Right to the fire.
Yeah, instead Andrew Luck walks up on him and he's just like, "Hey, by the way, I'm retiring tonight. You're the starting quarterback now."
You're right.
And then all of a sudden
he had no fan support. He had no, everyone was so upset that Luck retired. Nobody put any faith in him.
And you go from Andrew Luck, who is arguably could have been one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time,
absolutely,
to a backup who has no time, and then immediately, that franchise wanted answers. They wanted results immediately, and they had a stacked defense.
Rivers was the answer,
right? They had a defense, they had running backs, they had wide receivers at that time. Ty was healthy. They were like, okay, all we need is this guy to be just like Andrew Luck. He wasn't just like Andrew Luck, and then they gave him the shaft. So I don't think it was very fair.
Look at Jen Matt in here hounding for answers. We should be having you on the show asking you
seriously
questions.
Yeah, really.
She asked, is anyone rolling out Alexander Mattinson plus matchup against the Seahawks? I would roll out Mattinson if if I had a Dalvin Cook place and I didn't have anything else to throw. I'm definitely throwing him in to fill that spot. But if I can find,
I don't think he's going to give you Dalvin Cook numbers.
No, he's no way he's giving you Dalvin Cook numbers. But if I can find something better, or maybe another flex position, and I already had a running back, I might find something different.
Right. Like if you said, okay, Alexander Madison or Rondale Jones.
Oh, Madison.
Oh, okay. How about you, MIA?
Oh, by the way, in case you didn't hear, Westside,
I'd probably go Madison. Just for a week, because it's the same stuff I was talking about earlier. Like, guys got an opportunity. Not that he's going to take Dalvin Cook's job, but he knows he's on display. You know what I mean? Whether it's for next year's contract or whatever, that doesn't mean that he's going to,
Right.
But I like the hunger. I like to gamble on the hunger.
Just in case you didn't hear, Leonard Fournette is starting in Tampa Bay today.
Okay.
No Ronald Jones. I didn't know if you were still a Ronald Jones.
No, I was talking about Rondale Jones.
No, I know,
I don't
but
care about
you
Ronald
have. I
Jones.
thought you had a Ronald Jones in one of your leagues, so I was just giving you a heads up on that one.
Oh no, I have Leonard Fournette.
Okay. Oh, well, then you're even happier. All right.
Yeah, he's on my bench, but hopefully his
Alexander
drafts,
Mattinson or Miles Sanders? Jen Matt asks. Mattinson or Miles Sanders?
Oh,
Miles Sanders.
Yeah, Miles.
Probably more upset, more a higher ceiling with Madison. I think he's got some capabilities, but he can also get shut down. That game plan can go right out the window, and we can see Cousins throwing 45 passes over
I would
there.
have to go with what quarterback you own. If you have Jalen Hurts, I would pair it up with Miles Sanders. But if you don't have Jalen Hurts, I'm going Madison. I think Jalen Hurts is going to get the majority of rushing yards in that game.
Yep.
Matt's Market says I'd play Sanders, and he doesn't like the way they treated Andrew Luck. Like who?
Plus, I think that. Plus, I really do believe that Russell Wilson's going to light it up over there. So I think Kurt might be forced to throw, which is
Kirk Cousins
awesome for Adam
definitely
Thielen
gonna
owners.
Yep. Yeah, especially with Cook out or Cook even hurt. Is Cook out? We heard
Cook out.
I read many times this morning that Cook was out. Now I've been seeing things that he's testing the ankle. Is that true?
That's the last thing I saw as of 4 hours ago, that he was testing the ankle.
Kyrion, you don't know. Sorry, I was making a song out of Kyrion. I know a Bulldog sent me something that said he was out, completely out. So.
Who? Kerryon Johnson?
No, Dalvin Cook.
Oh, Dalvin Cook. Yeah, it's. I still haven't seen an official word come from the team, but.
Yeah. Yep.
Considered unlikely that he plays.
At this point. Okay.
Didn't practice all week, sprained ankle. Look, I don't see why they would put him out there. That's just dumb.
This just in from our Madden screen. Kevin Gokin was carted off by the ambulance. He was carted off by the ambulance. Sorry. I just thought that'd be funny.
Start two: A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Mike Williams, Allen Robinson. I'm going Godwin and Robinson.
Yeah, that's risky.
Godwin, Williams all the way.
I'm going Godwin for sure, and I might go A.J. Brown.
Williams has had 2 big games this season. Hey, Jen Matt says Godwin Williams. Boom.
Okay, I'll go Godwin Williams.
Mike Williams he's taken over here, man. The dude's getting targets. He's been great for the past couple of years. He just hasn't been healthy all season. But I think he found his situation, and I think that Mike Williams is going to be a big deal moving forward.
I think a lot of coverage slides over to Julio Jones, leaving A.J. Brown one-on-one. So I'm going with A.J. Brown and Chris Godwin. I look at a lot of what happened with Julio last week, so I'm kind of hoping to play off of that. So I'd be going Godwin and A.J. Brown.
Okay.
So we are currently rolling into about an hour and 15 minutes away from game time. Any closing thoughts here, MIA? Anything you're kind of thinking of?
No.
To be fair.
Go Raiders.
Yeah.
I guess. I can't believe we've been talking for 3 hours and 45 minutes, man. That's time flies.
Hell yeah. It's fun.
Time flies when you're talking about football.
When you're talking about football. That's right. The foosball. We've had some good conversations here, and I'm interested in carrying it on here with Westside for sure.
Dude, I used to want to be those fans so bad. That GIF up there with the dudes from Joe Montana. Like when I used to play that when I was a kid, I'd be like, man, I can't wait to go to football games and dance like these guys and drink beer when a team scores. Man, these guys look so cool.
True that.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Let me see. I'm going to try to get some of these resets here real quick. So let me make sure we got everything up and rolling.
Officially active: DeAndre Hopkins, Lamar Jackson, Hollywood Brown,
Oh,
Carson
really?
Wentz, Kenny
Okay.
Galladay, Evan Ingram, Joey Bosa, Kenny Stills.
Nice.
No word on Dalvin.
No word on Dalvin yet. Okay, that's frightening.
I mean, I would assume at this point, you just got to assume that he's out.
Well, it just means they're hiding stuff still. Like they're
Right.
up until the last minute. They're just like, oh, no word on Dalvin. Okay.
Well, and you don't
If you have
typically
a-
see, you see wide receivers here and there used as decoys. You don't see that really with running backs. You know what I mean? They're either playing or not. So.
Sorry, getting a message here. All right. So, let's see. Is there any questions or anything we're rolling over to? Kind of
Don't
trying
think
to
so.
switch things over. Westside, are you ready to come on mic? Or come on cam? I'm gonna switch out MIA and bring you on cam for a little while.
Oh, sure.
Sound good?
Or I'm also fine not being on camera. My camera is on, but
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been
Whatever you
watching
guys-
it this whole time.
I completely forgot that my camera's on. I was just picking my nose for like 30 seconds back
I
there.
just been.
I was
I've been
about to
caught-
swap cam on, and I was like, okay, I'm going to ask Westside if he wants me to swap cam. Because I wasn't going to do that to
I've
you.
been like looking right at you. We're talking to each other, West Side, this whole time.
Oh, I'm reading the chat. Oh, that's funny.
I can leave it up. It don't matter. It's up to you. I'm gonna roll back through our little presentation here and give you a little chance to give your opinions on everything if you'd like.
Okay.
Sound good?
Sure, man.
Okay. We'll keep MIA. You sticking around for a little bit longer? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I just gotta run outside. Nikki's about to get dropped off in a few minutes.
Okay. Well, just tell us what's up. We'll just keep it going like this.
Yeah, then I'll step back in. I'm not in as big of a rush today. Raiders don't play till 4.
Oh yeah, then you got no worries. I mean, you race to go watch them lose. No big deal.
Right.
This is a
Taking
bye week, homie.
swings, taking swings. All right.
And my team plays the night game, the premier matchup.
As soon
Yeah,
as
I'm
we're
looking
done,
forward to that.
in 1 hour when we get off here, I'm running out back into my backyard with my camera. I'm gonna point it up in the sky, watch the B-2 bomber fly about 200 feet over my house, run back to Discord, post it, and then turn on football and start watching the games with everybody in Discord.
Okay, you got it all figured out.
Oh yeah, Chiefs are playing at noon today. I can already smell the Rotel warming up on my
That sounds so
stove.
wrong. They're playing at 1.
No, we're
Just 'cause it's
Kansas
noon your
City.
time. They're playing at 1.
This is Kansas City. We start football around here in the central part of America at noon on Sunday.
Nah.
That's weird.
You either go to church or you watch football around here. And
That's funny you
I
say
like
that because when who was at my door earlier was a Jehovah's Witness.
oh,
But it worked out.
serious?
Yeah, and it was actually
Praise
the Jehovah's
be,
Witness
Josh.
that I used to live next door to when I was married. So they didn't even go into their spiel. They
Is
seen
it-
me and was just like,
praise be Josh Jacobs or praise be Derek Carr.
Exactly. But what I found funny is, wouldn't you go the other 6 days of the week? Like, if you're trying to lure me away from a different religion or something, aren't you gonna? Why would you go out on Sundays?
I don't know. Maybe because they know you're home.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, no,
I
I'm
think-
not supposed to be home. You're trying to get people to go to church, right?
Yeah.
Aren't they a different thing?
Come knock
Yeah,
on
you
my
think they would
door.
wait for a day when you're like God's out of town,
Yeah.
Can I help you?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to talk to the marketing people down there at the Church of Latter-day Saints. Get something going.
They'll be like, we don't have a marketing department. You'll be like, exactly,
Exactly.
exactly. We need to work on that, buddy. I like the fact that you guys are giving free books out. Okay, that works. People like free stuff. But maybe we could change the color of the, maybe a flashy red or glitter. Unicorns are in.
All right, so I'm gonna run out and get him, and then I'll come back like 5 minutes. Stick
Okay.
around for a little while longer.
Okay.
Do what you got to do. All right, so we're talking about the running backs to start with, Westside. We got a couple of them I'll bring up here from the recap from last week. We had Derrick Henry got 47.7 points, and I called out earlier that I gotta say I was sorry on that one. I really didn't see him doing that last week. I really thought he would be a low-scoring game, and somehow in the third and fourth quarter he actually turned it on, and they used him to win that game. I thought he was going to be taken out of the game in the first quarter when they got down. I didn't think he'd be coming back and getting yards that late in the game. So somehow they managed to do it, and they actually won that game.
Well, they just learned that that's their offense, so you can't take them out. You just got to lean into them and keep giving them the ball, which if they've figured that out, then they're going to be scary because then they're just going to run them. And now there's no hope for you if you're going against him. You know, if you're going against Derrick Henry now, you see that is on the opposite team. You better get ready to have a 35-point running back against you. So plan accordingly. He's a killer, man.
Yeah, I saw him last. Just not being that useful last week, and once they, like you said, they find it that's their offense, and they're just going to eat clock and just cram the ball down,
right?
And maybe hit a Julio Jones play action, here or there. If that works for them and that's the way they're going to do it, then maybe who is it? It's not Vrabel down there. It's it's one of the Patriot guy. I can't think of his name. Is it Vrabel, right?
Mike Vrabel?
Yeah.
Titans?
Yeah, that's the head coach.
Yeah.
Right. So Vrabel he's always a break your back kind of guy. I don't know. Maybe he's finally going to let the offensive coordinators do their thing and be like, hey, this is what we got to do. But it was amazing, and if you own a Derrick Henry or you are looking to trade for a Derrick Henry, I think his value is way up because of it, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. He had an off week. He didn't have a great start to the season,
Week
but
1, yeah,
that's who he is. That is who he is.
What'd you think about Aaron Jones' performance on Monday night last week? You think it's can he redo it?
Got me the solid win. Those were things that I expect out of Aaron Jones. Honestly, I drafted Aaron Jones with the hope that he was going to be a 2 to 3 touchdown running back a week.
I feel like you have more confidence in him than you do Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
100%. Yeah. Because Aaron Rodgers, he's not always going to hit those downfield shots. Like, I don't know, something about his arm hasn't looked good. He hasn't really had those downfield shots. He's coming up short, throwing a lot of picks, but he could throw it to Aaron Jones.
Yeah.
Just like 10, 15 yards down the field. And then that guy can get them yards. You know what I'm saying? And he has a lot of moves. He has fancy feet. He could do spins and stiff arms. So he could make extra points out of that. So I do believe in Aaron Jones as a running back, as a receiver, as a wide receiver, as a deep threat receiver, not only a power back. Like, that dude can do it all, and he
can play
centerpiece of that offense right now.
Yep.
That'll be scary if the Packers really realize that he is that guy. Because if you realize last week the Packers, and this is a thing that I don't like about Aaron Rodgers, is he has an ego problem. When they got down, it was, I believe it was like 1st and goal. I think they were 2 yards out. And he dropped back to pass and threw an incomplete pass. I don't know if you remember this. But like, they were at that 1st and goal, 2 yards to go, and he threw a pass. And it was just like, that was obviously Aaron Rodgers saying, I want the stat. I want to try to get this touchdown on my stat sheet. And then when he missed the pass, then he was like, okay, I guess I'll hand it off to this running back, this phenomenal running back who can run it into it for a touchdown, which he did. So that's the problem I have with that team, is that Aaron Rodgers really has this ego, and he does want to be the star of the show. So he is reluctant to just hand the ball off. Ryan Tannehill, he don't care. Ryan Tannehill will hand the ball off all day long. He's not looking for, the salute. You know what I'm saying? So. But if they figure it out that Aaron Jones is a guy like that, and that they could just hand the ball to him every single down, oh no!
Yeah, right. Yeah, it becomes a weapon that also causes other weapons to open up too.
Yeah, like a Riggs level lethal weapon.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Christian McCaffrey's not playing this week.
Of course not, and it's sounding like he's out weeks upon weeks upon weeks.
I think they just said they were going to think about putting him on IR.
It's possible.
So that'll take him out for 3 weeks.
Yeah,
minimum.
At minimum. And a hamstring is normally laggy for a running back or a wide receiver. This kid missed 13 games last year, looking like he's going to miss 6 probably this year at minimum, I think. Yeah, I don't know, man. If I could get rid of him and somebody would actually take a chance on him, I'd probably trade him at this point. But there's gonna be a lot of people bag holding McCaffrey, and that's the best way to explain it. You're bag holding.
Yep, bag holding.
You bought him at high, and now you is holding a bag.
Caesar, I would start Debo. Out of all those guys,
Antonio Gibson, Robert Woods, Odell, or Singletary. Yeah,
Antonio Gibson is getting touches over there, but they're not doing anything with it.
I also would be looking at Singletary too. I would be paying attention.
Devin Singletary, Bills.
Yeah.
They need to prove to me that they're gonna give the ball to their running backs. I don't know. I can't trust the running.
Singletary was with the Bears.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking. Was Singletary with the Bears? Is that the right running back for the Bears right now? Maybe my brain's all messed up.
There might be a. Oh no.
Because I know I reacted to one of those earlier in the morning about a Bears, Justin, them having their rookie quarterback and them having to rely on their running back. So I thought Singletary was the Bears running back, but I may be wrong.
Oh, my bad.
No,
I think you're right.
We may see some information that proves me wrong. It's very possible because I know there's a Singletary up in Buffalo. I just don't know if he's
Montgomery
is
the running back
for the Bears.
Devin Singletary is the running back, or one of the running backs for the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
But they trade off. I think there's that Zach Moss kid and Devin Singletary, which I don't like because they're too young. Okay, first of all, they drafted them a year apart.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're young running backs, but they drafted them a year apart. So it's like, okay, well, we don't know who the veteran and who the rookie is. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to figure out who's going to fall on that depth chart if they're both young and talented and the same age. You know, like you can't say, oh, this guy has more years on him. We gotta So I don't like it. I don't like their situation. Plus, Josh Allen is always the number one running back over there anyway.
Yeah.
But Montgomery, I do like over there in Chicago. Out of all those guys, Caesar, I'm really feeling Debo.
Today.
He's
yeah.
I think he's number 3 wide receiver on the year right now. He's the weapon over there.
Robert Woods has some upside today, but again, that's one of those offenses that anybody could go around and get the hot day. You don't know who's going to get it.
Right.
There's no definite target.
In San Francisco, they're going after Debo through the air. Brandon Ayuk is not even a thought anymore. George Kittle is just I guess he's blocking. You know, George Kittle's not doing any catching either. Debo's the guy.
Yeah. That offense is having to find a new identity though each week.
They're
just having so many changes and so many different things clustering them up.
Right.
So
they keep winning.
Let's take a look at some projection. You can give an opinion on these if you see any you don't like,
or
if you have any new ones you want to add to it. We've got Alvin Kamara ranked up at number 1, D. Henry number 2. Dalvin Cook, of course, that news came after, so it's not looking like he's going to be getting his play time or getting those numbers. So if you want to replace him with someone or move Eckler or Jones up, but how you feeling about those?
Where is Kamara on the year?
He's not performed as much. He's gotten his points. He had a good game week 1. He did have a great game week 1. Last week was basically a standard, but I think that the list is well, obviously, you know, Dalvin Cook. I don't know, man. Maybe people are valuing Kamara too much at this point in his career. Okay.
He did have a great year last year, but it didn't start off great. That team is transitioning into a different, you know, this is the post Drew Brees era now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, you know, I don't know if I'm feeling Kamara always going to be permanently in the top 5 at this point.
Right.
He's great, but I think there's other guys out there that we're seeing now. Derrick Henry would be a firm number 1 for me. Eckler, I don't see even Chubb. I don't see Chubb up there. For me, it would be Henry, Chubb.
Yeah, I'm probably big on Chubb this week, and I'm never really big on Chubb. I kind of almost take Kareem Hunt over Chubb every week, but being that Baker was kind of limp, they don't have a Landry. I just see Cleveland just handing the ball off all, and we all saw Baker got injured a little bit last week. I don't think they revealed very much of that. I saw he was doubtful or questionable some part of the week this week. So
he's tough. He plays through a lot of pain.
If you've got two good running backs that are healthy, just run them into the dirt. Like literally, first down, second down, Chubb, third down.
I mean, shoot,
Kareem,
they have 3 good running backs.
Yeah,
you know,
Fenton kid, yeah.
So yeah, I think this week it's like Henry, Chubb, Eckler. I would put Jones above Eckler, and maybe a Mixon to round out that list or something.
Okay. Well, that's what we're coming up on next. So that was a.
But you know what? I'm guessing. I'm thinking that the we're going to see a surprise at running back this week.
Okay.
I think that the person heading up that number 5 spot is probably going to be something like a Tony Pollard or a Madison or a Trey Sermon.
A CEH or a Sermon, yeah.
Yeah, someone who is just not even on the radar. I think somebody's going to have a breakout week because there's been a lot of a lot of the running has been suppressed for the first couple of weeks. It's been a lot of passing.
So at some point, weather's going to kick in and running backs are going to be necessary. So
exactly,
we're going to start seeing that fold of the offenses where they're starting to get their running backs primed in and ready to go.
Right.
So we're moving into buy and sell here. Let's play it like this. If you had Joe Mixon, or if you had money to buy Joe Mixon, what are you doing with Joe Mixon?
Hot offense. Like you were saying earlier, this is the turning point for the Cincinnati Bengals. They are now a playoff caliber team. Joe Mixon, good running back, super fast, can catch the ball, but it's Pittsburgh defense. And
is that the same Pittsburgh defense though?
I mean,
they've given up some points already this year.
They've given up some points. Hot teams. Wow, that's a tough one for me, man. I'm a buy. I'm not 100% on Mixon. I would be a buy. You're a hodl, yeah. Okay.
I'm a hodl on Mixon unless you offer me like outstanding trade. If I already have Mixon on my team, I'm hodling him. You'd have to offer some equipment.
Equipment. How about if somebody proposed a trade to you, Mixon for Devontae Adams? Straight trade?
I'll take that straight up, yeah.
Take that trade? Okay. Who's another guy? Okay, how about this? Adam Thielen for Joe Mixon. No.
Mixon can catch.
You're hodling.
I think Mixon can catch. Now, if you gave me an Adam Thielen and a tight end or a replacement running back for Mixon that was, I don't know, like a...
How about a DK Metcalf, Mark Ingram?
That's a tight end and a wide receiver.
Metcalf
has an upside.
Mark Ingram is the running back over for Texans.
Oh, Mark Ingram, not Evan Ingram. Okay. I don't know. I'd still
consider it, but you probably hodl it.
But I'd probably hodl over it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Mixon can end up by being a top 10 running back by the end of the year. I think.
I definitely.
I think that's going to be really easy to do, actually.
This is a big game.
But
for
yeah,
him. I'm really
this week,
interested in this game.
For this week, I am a hodl, but any other defense, I'm just not trusting that Pittsburgh defense. They could be strong, so. Yep. Williams, though, I'm feeling Williams for sure. I think that Lamar is going to try to take some of the pressure off him. He's not going to. He doesn't want to get too beat up. He knows he's in for a long season. They're going to want to win that game. So they're going to run a lot of those option plays, dink and dunk passes to Tyson Williams. A lot of runs for Tyson Williams. He's fresh. When I see him run, he's like one of those guys who gets like a good 4 or 5 yard push. Yeah. Which means you could just run him 3 times in a row and get a first down. So.
And he always leans forward when he gets tackled. Always leans forward. Up another yard. Yeah.
Strong, fast.
That's
and
huge
he's the
for
guy.
A running back when they do that. Like people don't realize.
He's literally the only guy. There's no one else.
Right.
There's no one else over there. So yeah, I'm all in on Tyson Williams, and I think he's going to have a good game. Detroit, I don't think they're just not their defense. It's not the business.
No,
never has been.
No.
Number 3 is an easy one for me. James Robinson, sell.
Out. Anything Jacksonville, I'm out of the door of, and I'm trying to get as little or as much as I can. Whatever somebody's giving to me, I'm just like, take it.
if you have weapons to trade, you could get a James Robinson for cheap right now, and that he is a starting running back in the NFL.
Yeah.
You know, and you never know what's going to happen with that team. They could flip a switch and just say, okay, we're going to start to use him more. We're going to start to use him as a weapon like they did last year. He's a runner and a pass catcher. He's really dynamic. They just are in a bad position.
Yeah, and CTRM is a publicly traded stock. It doesn't, you know. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Just leave it at that.
That scared me there for a second.
Yeah, so
Caesar-
I'm a sell low on Robinson, but I think that the person who receives him, if you make that deal right, dude, you can come out on top.
Right.
Yeah, talent wise, he's off the charts. You know, I agree. But like you said, you nailed the head. It's just a bad situation down there right now. It's progressing. At least it's not a bad situation with a veteran quarterback. Like, it's in a situation where Lawrence could get better, or it could go right off the rails, and we can see. I don't even know who his backup is because they got rid of the mustache. So who knows?
Yeah.
At some point, they need to use that weapon though. Like, they haven't used him at all the way that they should the first two games.
Caesar asking Javonte Williams versus New York Jets or Kareem Hunt versus Chicago. I'm saying Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt's got a lot of upside this week. Both the Cleveland running backs do. I don't know what you guys are saying. Yeah. I just see Cleveland running backs this week getting mad touches.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of worried that Kareem Hunt's going to see more than Nick Chubb.
Oh, yeah.
It can definitely happen.
But that happens when you're a Chubb owner.
Yeah, that's what normally happens. By the end of the third quarter, Kareem Hunt's kind of already supplanted him as the receiving back.
Chubb will have a nice, strong 15-point fantasy game, and then Kareem Hunt will come in for, 3 quarters and get 25 fantasy points.
Yeah, Chubb will get the engine turning like he's the first cup of coffee. And then as soon as that coffee's done, we got a screen game here with Kareem we can use. Oh, forget about Chubb. Let's just keep doing that screen game. It's like, man.
But it's cool because, Chubb will be the guy that you're starting
winter.
You're starting him for your playoffs. He's going to be a playoff running back.
And he's going to bow down, do three down running back in the playoffs, and he'll get you that first down most of the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, and it might seem crazy, but, for those guys who are out there playing fantasy football, if it's your first time, look at your schedules, look at your guys' schedules and think all the way down the schedule. Think about the end of the year. Think about guys, make trades, make moves now for guys that you want for those final 4 games of the year, because it's going to happen a lot quicker than you think.
Absolutely.
It happens a lot quicker than you think, and then you might end up by having guys who you're like, oh no, I didn't want this guy for my final game of the year. He's not going to play, So I'm always looking. I'm always looking way out into the future.
Right.
Even though,
well, especially those teams.
Well, you should win a game first.
That's the thing. Those teams like a Jacksonville, where late in the season, how bad they're going to be. Where like you could see Robinson just completely taken out of it. You could see any star just taken out of it. Once a team's kind of thrown in the towel, they got to start preparing for next year, seeing what they have in backups, things like that.
Right.
It's a good way of putting it. Let's roll here into defense. I know we're getting close to possible kickoff time here, about 50 minutes. Is anybody seeing any updates or any news on their end? I haven't looked on Twitter recently or anything like that. I just wonder if we get any new updates coming through to make sure. I know weather looking across the board was looking beautiful for just about every game today. No rain or snow or anything, so it looks like we're going to have beautiful football all day.
I'm going Tanyan on that, Caesar.
Oh, there was a question here? Okay. Tyler Higbee versus Tampa Bay or Robert Tanyan versus Tampa Bay?
Yeah, I'm going Tanya.
Yeah, I would too. Tampa Bay's got mean defense. IRL, the only time in Trevor Lawrence's life he's been poor. It's the first time he's ever lost, too. All right. So, we got basically just 3 defenses we're kind of looking at here this week. maybe Westside, you can give us an opinion on these ones if you want.
Sure.
Arizona, Buffalo, and Denver. These were the best 3 that we could find that were out. You know, most people aren't already owning these. These were ones that were out on the waiver wire that just would be a good play. But Arizona being the top one, going up against lame Jacksonville. Buffalo just looks like good matchups, and then Denver, I believe, who was Denver going against?
The Jets.
The Jets, that's right, yeah.
So really, the only one that's going against a quality
It's Buffalo, right?
Washington, but still with the, a still new quarterback, still adapting to what they're trying to be over there. I don't know what their plan was, if they really did plan on going with Fitzy for the whole season, or if that was just kind of a Band-Aid.
I would assume they were trying to go the whole season with Fitzy because they.
Who does that though? Like as good
The
as he is,
Dolphins
like
and the Bills?
it's always a step in role. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's always
That's
just
where
there for a
Fitzy-
year. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's the Doug Flutie of the 2000s.
I mean a great backup. Very intelligent, obviously Harvard graduate. You know, the guy knows what he's doing. He can rally a team. But after seeing what Miami did to him,
Yep.
He
Yeah.
passed the Wonderlic the fastest, right?
yeah, yeah, he did.
Yeah, but I mean, he's the like I said, he's the Doug Flutie of the 2010s, I guess. Really, is a better way to put it, because he's been all the same teams that Doug Flutie bounced around to in most cases, and he's always just filled in for that one season or an injury. So
Yeah,
I never understood Fitz. I think he's a good quarterback, but he's just not he's a healer quarterback. You can't install an offense around the dude. You can't design an offense for the dude. But he can come in and learn your offense and play it for 2 weeks before another
and
defense
he
figures
makes
out how
people
he
play
plays.
better. Like he had Miami playing good. He's the reason that Miami started turning it around, and then they benched him for Tua.
Right. I don't think he would have won the playoff game though. I don't think.
I don't think
And-
so either, but I thought he had those boys playing. I think they should have looked at it like, okay, we could bring Tua in and get him some experience, or all the other young guys around here,
Excuse me.
watch them develop a lot better, because they were all developing much better with Fitz under there, in my opinion.
And the dude could breed, bro.
Yeah.
That dude has like 7 kids, man.
Fitz has 7 kids, really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Man, with a beard like that, well, you're basically a Viking.
Just walking testosterone.
What's the family with like 19 kids and they have a show? The Duggars.
Yeah.
So he's like the Duggars, but football.
Yeah, right.
He's like, what's
Well,
that dude
dude,
that played for the Broncos?
I was gonna say,
Give him a
Had,
show.
No, hold
13
on.
kids-
Phillip
13 kids
Rivers.
with 10 different.
Phillip
Oh,
Rivers.
Oh yeah, Phillip Rivers.
Phillip Rivers has like 11 kids.
Yeah, he's got a football team.
Like literally. Like that's weird. Like, I feel sorry for his wife. But we're on to new stuff here. So what did you guys feel about Denver's defense today, going up against the
I
Jets?
like it. I like it a lot.
There's like 4 of them.
You thinking Westside? What are you thinking? Denver? You liking Von Miller possibly attacking that rookie quarterback?
I am a starter and drafter of the Broncos D.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I could have. So yeah, I believe
Year
in
in,
them.
year out, they're just one of those teams.
I'm more
that
than
no matter
likely
what,
gonna
you know
start-
they're going to have a good defense. They're like the
yeah.
Bears.
I'm more than likely going to start a defense against a rookie if I can find
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, for sure. Especially a rookie playing for the Jets. Oh, that's a golden situation right there.
Or a rookie
But yeah, the
playing
Broncos-
for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like the
Uh,
Arizona pick at the top of that list right there is playing against a Trevor Lawrence rookie Jacksonville Jaguar.
Yes. Yes.
And the Denver, the Buffalo,
and they've been good.
The Buffalo is playing against a Jacoby Brissett, right?
Redskins? Who's
No, Buffalo.
No, that's
you're right. You're right.
Heineke.
Oh, Heineke.
Yeah.
Panthers D against
I'll tell you.
Jacoby.
Notable mention here: Raiders D, and this is coming from a Chiefs fan. Raiders D against Jacoby Brissett and Miami.
Oh,
Dolphins.
Yes, I like it. I like the Raiders D this week.
who's throwing for Houston right now?
that skinny Birdman. I can't think of his name.
Casey. No.
Some kid I never heard of. I
Casey
seen him
Ryan.
last week.
Right.
Yeah, son.
Casey Ryan.
Tyrod didn't last too long.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so man, there's so much to choose from. It's like a buffet.
Oh,
where do you start?
yeah.
They're all going to eat.
Weak quarterback.
So Broncos versus a rookie quarterback, Panthers versus a rookie quarterback, Bills D versus a rookie quarterback,
Basically.
Cardinals D versus a rookie quarterback.
Who the Bears playing? Bears are playing.
The Bears are playing the Cleveland Browns, and the Browns are going against Justin Fields. So Browns defense look like an option here, possibly.
Yeah.
That's the thing with defense, and you should stream them because it's all 100% matchup based.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Broncos look really nice. That's a tasty matchup for sure.
Yep.
Cardinals, yep, all the way. Bills,
We'll see.
yeah, I would say
See,
Bills.
I might like the Bills the best in that situation because I think that's going to be a game.
Yeah, at home.
And like with defenses, a lot of times you'll have a great defense, even some of the best defenses in the history. If you had them in fantasy, they would make some plays early, but then they would give up so much garbage time points that it's like, oh man, my defense is getting me 21 points right now, and then they give up 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, and they're not really trying to go for takeaways at that point. They're just playing prevent, let them go. So sometimes it backfires on you.
Oh, a notable mention: Saints D versus New England.
I like it.
Saints D versus New England. I think they could boss
I
it.
like
See,
both.
and I look at it
both
the
of those
other way
defenses
around.
there.
I look at Belichick getting into Jameis's head.
That's why I say I like both of those. I think
Okay.
points are going to be a premium there. I think I'll go ahead and that'll be my whatchamacallit for the week. I guarantee at least 1 defensive touchdown in that game.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's your
Either between the Saints or the Pats.
gimme.
Okay.
Yeah, I think either one.
The more I look at the Broncos matchup, I like it more and more. Broncos at home, New York Jets flying to the West Coast, playing in the Mile High, dude. That
in
everything's
colder
stacked against them.
temperatures and
Colder
Von
temperature,
Miller in
less
his
oxygen.
stadium.
Yeah, and Von Miller is and always will be just one of the greatest of all time. So
He's getting to be
Yep.
there. Yep. All right, so
Start
let's
him if you got
move
him.
into tight ends here. And I've got some crap I got to give you, of course, Westside, when we get to this tight end stuff, just because I remember what you were saying during the draft.
Okay.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Cody, real quick before you guys get to there, I got to fly.
Oh, okay.
So I just want to say goodbye to all the Trader fam out there that joined us, all you new members, everybody that was throwing those questions in there. Much love. Thank you guys for tuning in, and this show is going to continue to get better and better each week.
Yep.
So be sure to tune in next week, and be sure to tune in throughout the week. And I'll let Odie and Westside here.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
You guys through. Yes, much love, my guys. Good luck to your Chiefs. Good luck to your boys tonight, Westside.
Good luck to the Raiders.
All right. I like it.
I'm not gonna go there. No.
I'm a gentleman. I'm a gentleman.
Hey, you know what? I give credit where credit's due. I've hated on the 49ers the first 2 weeks. They made me eat my words. So I gotta give props. As far as you go, dude, just KC's so last year, it's not even funny, dude.
Passe.
All right, buddy.
boys.
Take care. We'll talk to you a little later, man.
Tell
Later
Nikki
on.
we said what's up too.
I will for sure, my brother.
All right.
Later, guys.
Later.
I didn't even know how to.
All right, so let's see here. West Side.
I guess if you wanted to throw me up on that screen, that's fine.
Okay, you
If
ready?
we want to fill up that. Yeah, it's fine.
I'll do that. While I'm at it, I was gonna say should have grabbed it here. Hold on. The tight ends that we were looking at that I know in the draft, you were definitely not a fan. There you are. You're up on the screen now. You're definitely not a fan of T.J. Hawkinson. T.J. Hawkinson.
No.
And we got a big recap to do of some T.J. Hawkinson. I know you don't want to recap that. I know you don't.
Oh my God.
What made you not like this kid? Honestly. I have no clue.
The name of his team, the color of his jersey, the quarterback, everything about T.J. Hawkinson, it was there to not like. He's a Lion.
Okay.
And I
That's how you guys say
never was
it.
still
He's a lion.
he's a Detroit Lion, so they're a terrible franchise. But he was hyped up for the past couple years. And I remember watching him last year, and he would have good games and bad games, but every single week they would pump up his projections, and he would never match his projections. I was like, I don't know, someone out there really likes this guy. But sometimes they'll like pump up a guy's projections and he never hits that level.
Right.
So I was just like kind of wary on him. So I definitely wasn't even on my radar.
I was just saying, I remember when somebody drafted him, you made like a snap, and honestly, I wasn't looking at him either, to tell you the truth. I didn't even know who his name was really until somebody drafted him and you made the joke. But then these last 2 weeks, I'm like, oh crap, who is this kid who's getting all these passes from Goff? It's like his only weapon up there.
Right.
Maybe that's just because Goff has only been able to throw to tight ends so far in the
NFL. But Goff was never much of a tight end guy.
He threw a little bit to Jared Cook in the first year. It might not have been Goff that was throwing to Jared Cook. I thought it was. Jared Cook was there in LA.
He there was a little Higbee action. There was a little
But he wasn't a full-time tight end guy.
Yeah, he wasn't. It was all about Cooks and Cup.
Yep.
And Woods and Cup.
Yep.
And so I didn't see him as a tight end passing quarterback. He just wasn't that guy to me. But I guess they're flipping the script over there, and TJ Hawkinson is eating, man.
Yeah, he did the last 2 weeks. Faux show. Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever I see plays like that I missed out on, almost like a stock play, like I look at TJ Hawkinson and I'm like, dude,
I could have had that guy.
Dude, yeah. I mean, his draft stock was so low, you could have gotten him at any point in time, and he's right up there with Kelsey.
Points on the season Kittle this year, yeah. The points on the season, he's up there.
Yeah.
So we all saw what Kelsey did last week with his little touchdown run, got some points, didn't end up winning that game. TJ Hawkinson did his, and then of course Gronk got his. Just to kind of recap up what they did, Gronk 2 weeks in a row, 2 touchdowns from Brady, averaging 2 a week at this point, and basically looks unstoppable.
Right.
I'm real interested to see how everything plays out going forward because, none of these tight ends, at least 2 of them get knocked out every season from hits or whatever, or get injured. Mm-hmm. So it'll be fun to see, or not fun, but it'll be interesting to see who's going to be in the end, who the top ones are. But, I mean, Gronk's hurt every year, but he's going to be.
We saw trades popping off for Gronkowski this week.
Mm-hmm.
Young players who were going to last all season for Gronkowski.
Yeah.
I personally think that Gronkowski is like hot right now, and if you've drafted him, you probably drafted him low.
Right.
So you're getting like your major money's worth out of it. Is he going to last all year like this? No, I don't think so. I don't think he's going to have 20-point games every game. I don't see how he could.
Yeah.
He's not Tom Brady, I don't think he follows the TB12 lifestyle. I think he drinks a 12-pack kind of lifestyle. So I don't see him like having. Plus, they still have O.J. Howard and Cameron Brate over there, 2 amazing tight ends on that team as well. So they don't need to have him out there.
You think Camilla is adding life to Gronk or sucking life out of Gronk?
Oh, adding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adding.
Yeah.
But I think he's good right now, but I don't know. There's probably going to be some times where he's going to start to have some decline games where he's going to have like 6 points, 3 points, and that might continue until the end of the season when they need him. Right. And they're going to dust him off and bring him out for the final games of the season. So he's awesome right now, and he's going to be awesome in the playoffs, but I don't know.
I'm seeing Tenacious Matt over here saying he thinks Jamar Chase is going to blow up today. That's a possibility. Okay. He might make his name all over Pittsburgh, like, hey, we've arrived, we're here. I really am looking at Cincinnati of being an upset special on that one. Okay. I think I picked them in the weekly picks, and they're away at Pittsburgh, and I took them. That's how much I'm feeling confident in Cincinnati right now.
Pittsburgh at home, though.
Hello, Tom P. I see you there. Happy Sunday. And Jen Matt's in the chat. Matchup is too good. Oh, he's not asking a question there. So we got some projections here. We do have Kittle projected in the 4th slot this week just because it's going to be a tight game in Green Bay, and I kind of see him picking up a little bit. Some stats there against Green Bay while not being able to get down the field as much to Depot. I could be wrong about that, but I mean, see Kelsey and Waller kind of interchangeable there at 1 or 2. Both of them are going to get their targets no matter what. I wasn't a big fan of Mark Andrews in the 3rd spot, but I could see him getting some action today if Lamar is not feeling healthy.
Yeah, I don't know. He's another guy who hasn't really met his projections for the last couple years.
No.
Sometimes, especially
2 years ago, he was on fire.
Yeah, and so sometimes you got these guys, they do so well in like a rookie year or a certain year, they'll do so well that they raise their overall projections so high that they could never meet them
for
again.
Like the next 2 or 3 years, they just assume they're going to get that level again. And it's like,
right?
Was that more Lamar just needing a project guy or needing a backup place to throw the ball in bad situations? So,
right. It was Lamar's rookie year. He was less attuned to throwing it down the field or making quick decisions. So
didn't have chemistry with receivers yet.
Yeah. Right. And I think Andrews was a rookie at the time too. So I think they were, so they have that going on.
They went to camp together. They had the most chemistry at that point. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, he's a guy who just had phenomenal year, and now his projections are astronomical. I don't know if he's going to match them. Same with Kittle. Kittle could be going through that this year because he had such phenomenal points before that now everybody's like, oh, this guy's a 15-point a game tight end. But it's like, we're going to have to get back to that level. But hopefully he can get it.
I'd like to see Kittle with a different quarterback, personally. I don't think
he just needs to get the ball.
I think Garoppolo was a New England pass off on you guys that you shouldn't have took.
But Kittle had a great year
in 2020
with Garoppolo under center
in the Super Bowl year. Then the next year,
I mean, injuries. Garoppolo's only played
a full season once.
Yeah, I think he's only played like 25 games, or like if that.
You guys got him in 17, I think. In 2017, you got him. He got hurt. 2018 got hurt. 2019 went to the Super Bowl, lost it. Then last year, what happened?
Did they lose the Super Bowl?
COVID.
And then last year, Kittle was hurt, and the offense was just hurt, and they just basically said, "All right, we'll."
He got hurt a little bit last year, didn't he?
Yeah, he got hurt
a little bit of time off, but I don't know. I just never been a fan of Garoppolo, and it just seemed like one of those Bill Belichick. I need to get this guy off my roster.
I have to be a fan of him because he's my quarterback,
right?
And
that's how I was with Alex Smith when we got Alex Smith from you guys.
We don't really have another option right now, so he's the guy. He took us to and I always remind people he got us to a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That's something, And Kittle's best year was with him, so he knows how to get the ball to Kittle. He knows how to produce. It's just, are they going to get it all together? Also, we lost our phenomenal defensive coordinator in Robert Saleh, so
and some phenomenal defensive players after that Super Bowl.
Right. So
all right. So,
but I don't know.
Buy and sell here. You got Rob Gronkowski on your team, or you're looking at him. Are you buying or are you selling him after he's averaging 2 touchdowns a game after 2 games? He's got 4 on the year. I don't think he has very many targets, but the targets he is getting are in red zone, and they are touchdowns.
I am a hold on Gronkowski.
Okay.
I want to see what he does in another week of action. This is going to be a great game. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is
he useful against division playoff teams? Because this is who they're going to see in a divisional championship or a wild card weekend or even the NFC championship. They're going to see
this is the level of competition. So
how is Gronk going to be used against an Aaron Donald pass rush? As a blocker or as a quick out pass to save Tom Brady?
I think if he gets if he doesn't perform, if he doesn't get like a 15-point game, if he has like I don't know, let's say he has 60 yards receiving, 6-point game, I would probably look to trade him because his stock would still just be high enough that you can get something out of him. But to me, that would signal that he's not going to be that guy in the playoffs and really high-scoring games. So I'm a hold on Gronkowski for sure. See what happens this week. If he doesn't perform, you probably want to think about getting someone else in there. You know,
I would look at it like this to counter that. If you don't see Gronk getting a lot of points, but he's in the game a lot, it's because he's doing protection.
yeah,
And if that's the case, if any team in the NFL sees that Gronk can be neutralized by having to put a pass rush on Tom Brady or can remake that, they'll use that against him. So one showing of Gronk not getting these touchdowns just this week, his sell would go lower. So yeah, I would be selling high right now because one bad showing,
yep.
his numbers could easily come down because people could easily just redo that. At least teams that can will redo that situation.
But hold him because
Yeah.
he will be back for the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
Brady will throw to him in the playoffs, so hold him.
Hooper, I'm not a big fan of Hooper. I could care
Sell.
less. Insert
Sell.
any tight end into Cleveland. It's fine with me. I could care less.
Right.
Kyle Pitts, I don't believe in the quarterback, so I don't believe in the tight end at that point. I don't think Matt
I'm
Ryan,
buying.
You're buying Kyle Pitts
I'm buying Kyle
on the
Pitts.
hopes that who's getting him the ball. You think Matt
Matt
Ryan?
Ryan. Yeah.
Okay.
I think Matt Ryan is still a decent quarterback. The offensive line over there is so trash. So trash. It's been. Devontae Freeman was a good running back. Was a decent running back. They just could not
Block for him.
get the blocking for him to get through. They could have had a more well-rounded team instead of just forcing Matty Ryan to throw. Also, we know they got problems with the coaching over there.
Yeah.
They don't make the best decisions. They proved that in the Super Bowl. But I do think that Matt Ryan has the arm still. I mean, look, I guess we kind of look at him like he's been around for a while, but in terms of veterans, he's a young veteran.
He's 13.
He's a young veteran. He doesn't have the damage that
It's true.
Ben Roethlisberger has taken.
Yeah, he hasn't had any major surgeries or no
major
shoulder
surgeries.
no hip or knee or anything like that.
And no major
Career.
terrible performances where not like even Jameis Winston when he had that terrible stat of interceptions
Even
and
the
touchdowns.
Super Bowl loss, it wasn't because of him.
Right, it was coaching.
Yeah.
It was coaching. So I think that he still has. To me, he's still in the upper level of elite quarterback.
I can kind of agree with you on that one.
And Pitts is a young weapon. I think that they could kind of work him in. Like we were saying, Pitts was one of the highest drafted tight ends of all time. There's something there that someone sees, to kind of build around. So they just got to get him. He's a rookie, but yeah, I'm buying, especially right now because the stock is low.
Yeah.
So I'm buying Pitts.
I mean, if it starts working out, he might become the only offense. The only offense I see right now is short passes to Cordell Patterson, short runs to Cordell Patterson, because Matt Ryan does not appear to have the arm, or like you were saying, the offensive line is so long he can't even take a 3-second drop. Because they cannot get
Plus,
it to Ridley. He can't get it to Ridley.
He's been throwing to a freak, for 10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to be spoiled by throwing to Julio Jones. I mean, he's 6'4", 6'5".
Gadget. Yeah.
He's the tallest man on the field. He can catch anything. He's fast. He could jump. He got spoiled. So now he has to rein it in a little bit. So I think he can do it. Pitts, I'm buying.
Okay. So when you got here, I think we were just finishing up wide receivers. Okay, so we'll go through wide receivers a little bit, and then we'll just do a little freestyle here for a little bit.
All right.
Wide receiver recap. Did you see any of that? Were you here for that?
No.
Okay. Well, last week, Cooper Kupp had the best game on standard leagues. Kevin Lockett, of course, continuing his onslaught for the second week. And then
Tyler.
I always call him Kevin. I grew up near Kansas State, so they're both Kansas State boys. We always remember.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Terry McLaurin, Scary Terry. I thought he was just amazing on Monday Night Football, and there wasn't much to even be amazed about.
He's so good that he could put up points in Washington.
Yeah.
That's if at the end of his contract, when they trade him away and he ends up somewhere under a phenomenal talent, he's going to be amazing.
Imagine what Matthew Stafford and McLaurin could do in the Rams offense right now.
Oh,
Or Patrick Mahomes and McLaurin could do right now. Like
It'd be over. We'd be anointing them the
next
champs
Jerry Rice
for sure.
and
Tyler
Joe
Lockett.
Montana.
Honestly, the only thing I don't like about Tyler DK Metcalf is over there. DK Metcalf is the better, stronger, faster, more prototypical receiver. It's just I think they're locking him down, so Lockhead is getting all that kind of runoff.
Yeah.
Cooper Kupp, man, what a steal. His draft stock wasn't that high. A lot of people got Cooper Kupp, and they got a steal of a deal right now.
Somebody got him late in the draft. I think it was MIA got him
draft.
like in the last round of our rookie draft or whatever, or our Hall of Fame draft. Yeah.
And this guy is on pace to pretty much be like, number one wide receiver of the year. So kudos to you guys. That was good. He wasn't even on my radar. I don't mess with the Rams. I wish I did, but yeah, Cooper Kupp, awesome. He's doing great. He's going to continue to do great unless he gets hurt. Tyler Lockett, man,
yeah, you just can't go all in on him.
I mean, if you have him, start him, but there's going to be days where DK Metcalf is the guy.
Oh yeah, I agree. And we were talking about this earlier that
is
a
that
lot of
DK
the reason,
on the screen right there?
Yeah, that's DK up on the top. A lot of the reason that Tyler Lockett's having such great days is because they're putting over the top coverage on DK not to get beat, and you're just going to have to choose. Is Tyler Lockett going to be able to be given free reign one-on-one, or are you going to give it to DK Metcalf? And I guarantee you defenses are going, we don't want to have to tackle DK Metcalf down 30 yards down the field. So we would better have a chance tackling Tyler Lockett. Now, granted, Tyler Lockett's usually past them by the time he catches the ball, but in most cases, a DK Metcalf in front of a tackler where they can slow him down is much better than trying to chase down DK Metcalf, because you ain't chasing down DK Metcalf.
Right.
It ain't happening.
Yeah.
That dude,
you
grab
good,
DK Metcalf's
analysis.
belt. You grab DK Metcalf's belt and be hanging onto the back end of it, and you still ain't dragging him down. You're just being dragged.
He's an ox.
Yeah. It's like Terrell Owens. You didn't want to have him out in front of you. You want him getting behind you. Let's put it that way. If you want to look him face to face.
Yes.
Because then other tacklers can come up and help you out. You're chasing him down, it's already over. All right, so projected tight end or wide receivers. I think you saw this one. I think this is right where you came in.
I think this is when I walked in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the D Adams and everything. So we got about 10 minutes left before we're going to turn the stream off and send it back to the crypto stream. Any thoughts, any games that you're thinking about that are real big to you this week? Anything that's moving your fantasy needle this week?
I mean, obviously, just as a Niner fan,
right,
the Niner-Packer game is just going to be solid.
That's true.
I think there's a lot to look for there in both teams, in both quarterbacks. Niners, they're going to want to see something out of Jimmy Garoppolo.
True.
We're going to want to see some offense. Obviously, we want to see Kittle get involved. Deebo Samuel stay involved. We got to figure out what's going to happen with that running back situation. So there's like 3 stories there, not only for a Niner fan, but just fantasy football in general.
Yep.
Because whoever comes out of that game as the starting running back, boom, that's a guy, and they're out there like whoever's going to the starting running back might be in the waiver wire right now.
Yeah, they might be signing somebody real soon.
Exactly. So you got to keep your eye on that situation for a chance to get a starting running back on your team who's got a great offensive line and a team that's stacked. Kittle might get the breakout. We're also looking for Aaron Rodgers. What's going to happen with Aaron Rodgers? Is he going to continue or is he going to regress? What's going to happen? And that matters in fantasy football, because with Aaron Rodgers being on top of his game, that means Aaron Jones is going to have solid games. That means Devontae Adams is going to have solid games. And that also means that other guys, MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Robert Tonyan. So there's a lot of impact in the fantasy world on that game.
I'm still waiting for MVS to do something. That's annoying as heck. Like, they keep throwing the ball, but they just can't connect at all. They cannot connect once. But
I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens over there in Buffalo. See what happens with the Buffalo Bills offense. You guys were talking about it earlier. Their offense isn't that great yet.
No.
It's a little bit overhyped. If you got Diggs, if you picked up Diggs as your first round pick, man, that's going to be a bummer, because he's not really performing to that level.
He's not getting 140 yards and a touchdown every game.
I look at Bears Browns like it's just kind of like, Browns should win that pretty easily. Ravens Lions should win that.
I'm interested in the Bears-Browns game just because I want to see how well Justin Fields looks in a pocket, in the NFL pocket. Also, I know the Chiefs coaches that are there now is the Chicago coaches, so I'm interested to see if they can take a rookie quarterback, because all they've ever worked with before Patty Mahomes was Alex Smith and retreads. So now this guy doesn't have Reed.
A fresh quarterback.
Yeah, he doesn't have Reed to teach him how to do it. Okay. So Nagy's up there with a fresh quarterback. And you already saw what Doug Johnson or Dougie P did up in Philadelphia when Andy Reid wasn't around. He was handed a brand new quarterback. Now he's on his second one already. So
I'm not holding too much out for him just because they're the Bears.
Yeah,
they've just been so terrible for so many years now. They shouldn't be.
I just like watching these coaches trees try to like propagate their people, and then they go and draft quarterbacks, and they're like, it didn't work. Well, of course it didn't work because you're not that coach. You're a different.
Well, also Odell Beckham going to be be a big story out of that.
It's true. Can he show up, play?
Dude, if he comes out and has a 20, dude, everybody's going to be talking about Odell Beckham again. The Browns stock.
The Super Bowl talk goes immediately up. If Jarvis Landry can come back and Odell Beckham is as good as he was in New York 6 years ago, this sky's the limit for this team. Well, I'll tell you what, you got to do that for 4 weeks in a row. Odell Beckham
Ravens,
can't stay
Lions. Lions. I'm looking for Lamar Jackson. Just how's he going to do?
Yeah.
And also figure out that run game. Are they going to run the ball?
I'd like to see what Detroit's going to do running the ball. If DeAndre Swift's going to be worthwhile, or if Williams is going to be the runner there.
I lean towards Williams. I like that guy. He's been solid. Cardinals, Jags. I don't know. Not much to see here.
Okay.
Cardinals, right? I don't know if there's any storylines. I guess we're all waiting for Trevor Lawrence to kind of break, but
yeah,
I don't know. Chargers, Chiefs, high scoring affair.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be ridiculously high scoring. I'm assuming there's going to be 55, 60 points in that game.
You're taking
possible Chiefs. Overtime. I am taking Chiefs this week. I don't think they lose 2 in a row, but
high scoring affair.
Man, if there's any of the home games I'm afraid of this season, it's this one.
Yeah.
Honestly. I think the rest of them we win at home, but this is the one because this quarterback gave us fits both times we've already played him, and they're just getting better. And Keenan Allen's healthy, so
it's going to be a good game. That team's firing right now. The defense, offense, they're firing right now.
And
man.
Bosa's back today. Bosa's giving us a little bit of fit. Now it's a brand new offensive line dealing with Bosa, not Eric Fisher looking at Bosa, who had problems with Bosa all the time. But we'll see.
Saints Patriots. Just a nothing game, or is there?
I look as the Saints Patriots as a bellwether game for both teams. New Orleans comes back out and reestablishes their passing D against a rookie quarterback and sets him to crap. Cool. New England comes out and wins this game in any sense of the form, and I think the AFC East has to start going, what do they got here? What is possible here, because they just beat the New Orleans Saints. So it'll be interesting to see what they.
And then if the Saints lose, that's not good for their stock.
Yep. We got about
Falcons Giants. That's a pretty much nothing game right there.
Right.
No stories there. Bengals Steelers. That should be interesting.
Yep.
That should be really interesting. I think the winner of that game is going to kind of be the leader.
Yeah.
Of that division.
Yeah, that's why I said the Bengals game is the most interesting non-AFC West game or non-Chiefs game to me today, because I'm real interested in seeing if the Bengals can take superiority in that or put some pressure on Lamar, really. I mean, Lamar and them are really the head runners in that division. But
right now,
Cincinnati, Cleveland's been up there for 2 years now, right behind Lamar. Pittsburgh's always up there. And now you got 4 teams that might be possible playoff contenders out of the AFC North, and that's a big change in the way the AFC looks, big time.
Right. It's getting stronger out there. Colts, Titans, not much there going on for me. We're just looking for Derrick Henry to have a great game. Colts, we'll see. They got to get it together. Jets, Broncos, Dolphins, Raiders.
Yep.
I guess we want to see something out of the Dolphins, but they're kind of feeling like their season's done, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to take a phone. We got to start wrapping up here, guys. I'm sorry, it's 11:45 and we're actually closing the stream. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Wes. I got text messages and everything coming through all at the same time.
All right. Well, I mean, just those were pretty much all the games. Bucks, Rams. We know that's going to be awesome. Seahawks, Vikings.
Right.
That should be. I don't know. That's kind of a sleeper.
Yeah. Right. I just wanted to thank everybody. I think it is a sleeper, definitely. I just wanted to thank everybody for joining us today. Thank you for everyone that came through and had questions. I hope we answered everyone. Westside, appreciate you jumping in with us today for sure.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to be back here next weekend. We're going to get better and better each week. And we'll keep bringing you guys the fantasy information you're looking for. And we're having fun doing it for sure.
That's right.
But I know Lindsay's about to send us back to the crypto stream. So there you go, flashing that Niners. If you guys are crypto and stock, don't worry, we're going right back to it real shortly. So you should be good to get back on that. And if you're a football fan, switch over to the Discord. We'll get you some football games up here. The red zone will be up here in about 15 minutes starting out, and I know I'll be there all day. I don't know what you're up to today, Westside, but I'm gonna be kicking it in there all day. I got a big bowl of Rotel. I'm gonna warm up, eat some chips and Rotel, watch the Chiefs game all day. I know.
Oh, I'm bicking it. I'm bicking it in the Discord all day.
Nice.
Okay. Kicking back. Maybe grab a beer.
Yeah, definitely. It's a Sunday. Enjoy it.
Yes.
And, we'll see how everything's going. Okay. So Lindsay is switching over the next stream. Bro. I had a lot of fun making it, dude. We did put some work into it last night, but it was pretty fun. But thank you.